There's somebody missing. Oh, please don't worry. Paradigm's alone. They're all thinking. A victim of the crime, and I don't realize you make me lie to you. You are leaking. On Palm platform, I realize the devil's playing with me. I wanna be next to you right now. See, I can feel it. Is there somebody missing? Oh, please don't worry. Paradigms alone, they're all leaking. A victim of the crime, and I don't realize you make me lie to you. You are leaking. On Palm platform, I realize the devil's playing with me. I wanna be next to you right now. See, I can feel it.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is the 8th of April, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the Amami Airport. This time we are live, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here. Twitch.tv, YouTube.com, high risk, high reward, high online, and coming soon, Kick.com as well, right? Yeah, we're gonna try stream, chat. We're gonna try streaming. I've buy streamed before. I'm buy streamule. I'm not sure if I'm try streamule, but there's only one way to find out, and that's to try. We gotta try to stream on Kick too. No, just kidding, chat. It's not gonna be Kick. That would be crazy. I am teasing. And I'm teasing a very specific audience that may or may not be in the chat right now. I know they were in my replies last night, but so were a bevy of dildos. So take that however you will. Yeah, I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whyever you are. We're about to jump right into it on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High on risk. High on risk? Oh my gosh, yes, high on risk, sure. High on risk. High on reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. There we go, chat. That's how I start off a show. And look, I'm starting off a show in a different place than you're used to seeing me, different screen, different scene. I'm just trying to get us going as quickly as we can because we got a lot to cover. Rumble, should it be on Rumble? I guess Majority Report is on Rumble, but I think it's still all hogs there, right? And that's what I assume would happen if we did Kick. I mean, I only know one streamer there that is like a good person. So that's, you know, there may be more. There may be more. Do I get a multi-million-dollar Rumble deal? What would Peter Thiel want me to do for $1 million, Shaxby? What do you think I would owe Palantir? That would basically be, you have just volunteered to be the first human to go full cyborg, right? That would be the kind of thing. They'd have me in a ghost in a shell kind of contract, chat. Cyberbrain and body. And I'd have to work off my debt for, they would transfer my debt, my student loans to Palantir and force me to work in a job where I am jumping off buildings backwards for some reason. But it's okay, chat, because I've got $1 billion trillion cyber brain, cyber body. We're all good. We're all good. I'm here to kick ass, take names, and solve the Laughing Man case. God damn. God damn. But yeah, we're ready to go on this Asmongold shit. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm sorry there's bags under my eyes. I kind of had a weird night where I don't usually use Twitter. Like, you know what I mean? I think there's like a whole year that there's like no tweets from me because I was just not on. It was as soon as I found out that Elon is feeding all of your tweets into Grok, I don't want to be a part of Mecha Hitler. She's gross, chat. She's a gross bitch, is what she is. And I'm not afraid to say that, okay? Like, I'm not afraid of losing my woke pass by calling Mecha Hitler a gross-ass bitch. She is, 100%. 100%. Here for Punch and Pie. We're gonna try to please, right? Because I know there's a lot of people, you want to see what's going on with Asmongold. We also got to see what's going on with Destiny. What the fuck am I looking at? Tim Miller, chat? Oh god, I'm in Destiny's notes, chat. I'm in Destiny's notes. Where am I? Look at that. This is like it's like to be on his freaking tablet, right? If you were Destiny's tablet, that's what it would feel like. But yeah, there he is. There he is. It's Destiny. It's Destiny. I don't know why I'm making weird noises. That's obviously not what Destiny talks like. I'm not doing a Destiny impression. Do I have a Destiny impression? I feel like I did at one point, chat. Did I have... Can somebody vouch for me here? Was there a Destiny impression that I had? I think you just say my dude a lot, right? I don't know what else. Is it kind of a nasally voice like this? You almost like have to pinch your nose to sound like Steve. You gotta have a smaller nasal passage, perhaps. I hate Silicon Valley. I want to be a cyborg, but not for those losers. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. I just wonder, like, what would the Major do? Like, I mean, what did she do? Wait, I feel like we need to see more Ghost in the Shell, right? More than is on anime, at least, I think. I don't know. Somebody check me here. All right, do I know my Ghost on the Shell? There's two Ghost on the Shell. Ghost on the Half Shell is what it is. Yes, Teenage Mutant Ninja Cyborgs. Oh my God, chat. I'm mixing up my IPs here. I'm gonna get in trouble. All right, I'm gonna get in more trouble than Sam Altman when he made porn of Disney. Or what was going on with that? They were actually gonna let him do the porn of Disney characters? Like, was Disney seriously like, there's like a lot of money and like, you know, Minnie Mouse getting DP'd? Really, Disney? There's a lot of money that you want in that? They were gonna go, weren't they? It was actually Sam Altman. It was actually because they pulled the plug on Sora, right? Which also, that's another Disney IP, kind of. Is Sora a Disney IP or a Square Enix? It's probably like both, right? I don't know, chat. If you go to Disney World or Disneyland, do you see Sora? I think you do, right? You may not see the rest of the Kingdom Hearts characters, but I think you do see Sora. Like, by which I mean somebody in a goofy ass costume with a Sora head on their head, try not to vomit, because you're not allowed to vomit. If you vomit in the mask, they dock it from your pay at Disney World. That's how it works. Saltman, yeah, Saltman's there too. There he is. And Mouton. This is Destiny's oldest friend, maybe? Right? This is Destiny's bottom bitch, I'm tempted to say, given the casting couch nature of his community in general. There is Disney porn in graphic form. Well, yeah, there's Rule 34, but this would be like, you know, whatever you want. Like, we're talking about Princess Jasmine's Butanari kind of situation, chat. But yeah, luckily, like, if you see that, right? Yeah, when you say there's Disney, yeah, in graphic form, I mean, there was some kind of deal. Back me up on this. Somebody in chat. Somebody that knows AI better than I do, because I don't really follow it that much. I don't really follow AI that much. But yeah, Destiny has declared a war on the left, which it sucks because I don't like watching this guy. But that is my beat. Dudes declaring wars on the left, whether it's Ethan Klein, whether it is it's Destiny or you know, hell, whether it's Vosh, right? That's my beat right there. That's my beat. People that punch left, okay. The left punches back. There you go. Enjoy your karma. Instant though it may not be. Mouton seems to escape to a world of GTA RP server admin. To the world of GTA RP server admin, but found his way back to the... So he was gone for a while? Mouton was gone and then came back? For moral support, maybe? I don't know. I mean, if this guy was my friend, you know, and I saw him crashing out on the internet, I saw his life falling apart over his jealousy and rage and just like, you know, I don't know, uncontrolled sexual appetites. I might be, you know, I might be tempted to try to be there for him too, but I don't know. I wouldn't want to get pulled into this, right? This is the wrong time to get pulled into the Destiny thing. Chat, there's also, can somebody explain the current state of Israel, of Destiny and Israel? Please, I would love it if somebody, I really hope Vadim, I don't want to beg and plead. I've been trying to get Vadim to come through, shine a little light on the Destiny sphere for us. I would like to know if there is, like, cause I feel like I've heard various things, right? I've seen clips of Destiny being pissed off at the Israelis, being like, oh my God, it's lost, they lost it. They're impossible to defend. I can't defend it anymore. They're on their own. I did what I could, but you know, this is just beyond. Yeah, right. I thought he washed his hands like Pontius Pilate of the Israel issue, but come to find, chat, it's not so. But I swear to God, but yeah, because his chat, like, look, there's different videos, right? This guy has different videos. He's got an editor, you know, he does his live stream. They put together something interesting. All right, let me give Destiny some credit. This is one nice thing I'll say about him, right? The format of combining all of your topics into one, what is this, 2.5 hour like mini VOD? It's not bad. It's not bad, right? Because you're a live streamer. You're not a, you know what I mean? Like the whole game we play as live streamers is we're live streamers, but then we try to trick you every once in a while when we put out a video. It's a video of a live stream, but you're supposed to think it's not a video of a live stream. It's just very, very pared down and authentic, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, Destiny is at least simulating what it's like to watch a Destiny stream, rather than giving somebody content that is kind of curated and catered to people that are used to watching YouTube videos. Well, you're not giving them a, you know, your main content is not a YouTube video, so you know it makes sense that you do it as a as this. But yeah, good editing and you know, innovative way of packaging content. Most people will just be like subject by subject. This one combines several subjects, so you know it gives, you know, it's gonna bring people in that are gonna want to watch the stream, in other words. Anyway, but that's the one piece of praise I will give to Destiny. No, what are we doing? Community revolts against Destiny's Israel takes. What's going on? I almost feel like we gotta start there, and I will, chat, unless somebody explains it to me, like Vadim. Unless somebody comes by and explains it to me really quick. I might just start with this one just to see what is going, because I don't know. Is it that Destiny is still defending Israel and that his community just can't take it anymore? Right? Is that the kind of deal where, let me see if I can find it. Wow, I got some really nice comments from Asmongold's fans, and chat, I should probably explain, my notifications usually don't look like this. It's usually not hard to find things. But it is right now, because we got a post popping off, okay? And some of you may have followed in from that very post. But yeah, I didn't mean to. I just said something about I don't know, Ooga Booga caveman hate woke Twitch or something, and people responded. Like 4,000 people responded, and they liked it. They liked it a lot. So yeah, I had to do one of these things where you promote yourself, you promote your stream in the replies, but anyway, yeah, I mean, like, look, this is what I've been seeing on Twitter lately, right? I mean, this kind of dynamic of the almost like his community is like begging him to stop. But is that really what's going on here? I'm not sure. I guess we're gonna have to find. I'm really teasing the opening, aren't I? If that ends up being the opening, because somebody in chat may be able to just explain to me, and we can skip that. We can watch less Destiny. We can watch more Asmongold. Because that's really what you're here for, to find out why Asmongold was banned, what he has, what media he has uploaded in order to try to change hearts and minds, try to, you know, crystallize some kind of a momentum towards, you know, he's like, I don't deserve a ban. I did nothing wrong. They should have unbanned me tomorrow. And if they are, I'll be playing the, what is it called, chat? Black Desert? Is it Black Desert? What's it called, chat? Something Desert. Crimson Desert? Is it Crimson Desert? What is everybody playing right now? Something about a desert? Maybe it's Crimson Desert? Yeah, he was right in the middle of his Crimson Desert playthrough. Mr. Bonelli! Norm Finkelstein versus Destiny all day. Oh my god. He still thinks he won. He still thinks he won that debate, Dig Dog. I literally saw him in Twitter yesterday, right? I was trying to get his attention with this meme, but I don't know. It doesn't look like it worked. But yeah, there's our meme right, for Destiny. Babe, please stop defending Israel. And Destiny's so lost in the sauce. He thinks he's the Israeli guy from the soccer match. He's basically speaking nonsensical Hebrew sounding gibberish, right? That's how deep in the sauce he is. And I thought he had extricated himself. I thought he had removed himself, because the one thing that Destiny has is spite, okay? And yeah, if you're putting down your, career, staking your career on defending Israel, is it Crimson Desert? I don't know, chat. I need to play more video games. We need to do that. We're doing that tomorrow, aren't we? Today is the... Yeah, today's Thursday for me, Wednesday for you, meaning not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow, we're going to be playing some Persona 2. That's the music you're listening to right now, Maya's theme. And we just got Maya. Yeah, we just got Maya. At the school, she just wanders in. She's like Taylor Lorenz, chat, the protagonist from Persona 2. She's kind of a Taylor Lorenz. I don't want to smear her with that, chat. Taylor Lorenz has been saying some things I don't exactly agree with recently. But yeah, no, she comes because you know how like Taylor Lorenz is like, there to follow the story. And if it's in Roblox, she's in Roblox. Or if it's at a high school, she's at the high school. I heard there was something going on with your school seals. There's rumors at your high school that the school seal is cursed. Can you tell me, teenagers, about it? And like it might sound creepy unless you knew that Maya had graduated from that same high school the year before. So she's like, yeah, graduate from high school. You don't have to go to college. You just become a reporter. Obviously you become a star reporter. You've got your photographer, Yukino from the first game following you around, and you come in like rock stars. It's crazy. It's a little bit, it's a little like she had her like wrestling music to walk into the principal's office. Yeah, but we're in the school. We've got to find the cursed school seals and we got to break them. Haven't you always wanted to do this, chat? Anti-school spirit. Do you anybody have this thing? Pep rallies, school spirit. You don't play on the football team, you don't play on the basketball team, but they're all like, we're gonna be there to support them and cheer them on because our school is just the best. And like, it makes you want to be like anti-school spirit, right? It makes you want to tear up the logos and anyway, so you get to do that in Persona 2. You get to break the school logos because they're all cursed. And what's the curse? Well, it makes your face melt. It makes your face turn into some kind of goo and go, right? So you don't want that. You don't want that. So we're gonna, tear up the school logos. Apparently, is the where the curse is. And we got to find the principal, who's a sus. He's a sus. He's a very sussy principal. But yeah, that's where we're at now. That'll be not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow when I play through Persona at probably the end of the stream. That's what we've been doing. It's been pretty successful. Yes, Benel, I was just doing some housekeeping chat about what's going on in the coming days. I might do a deep dive into Ethan and Noah. If there is deep to be dived, we'll see, chat. Are people voting for that for the bonus content? I'm curious. But yeah, I'm not trying to celebrate my Twitter W's. This actually wasn't one of the W's, right? Didn't do nearly as well as like, I don't know what happened, chat, but just like, apparently I'm good at reading Asmongold. Okay, I gotta say it. And look, Asmongold fans, you may be here. You like, I don't know. I didn't exactly try to make it hard to find, but just, look, I'm not trying to do content on your thought daddy, okay? I'm not trying to do content on your thought leader, all right? I don't enjoy watching his streams, but apparently I am good at reading him to utter filth, and that's what the people want. That's what the people want on Twitter. That's what the people want on YouTube. I think Asmongold would understand this, all right? He would have to understand this. Even if he didn't say he understands this, chat, Asmongold farms like a motherfucker. I'm not gonna feel bad about that. And you need to check yourself on your parasocial relationship with Asmongold, okay? You can have more fun if you're not as attached to your streamer, right? He's really fun to make fun. I don't know if you know this, but you can make fun of him too, right? Nobody's gonna stop. There's nothing stopping. Nobody's gonna ban you for, for making fun of the guy, and that should be half of the fun. And Asmongold understands, right? He's a professional. He should understand this. This is why am I in motherfucking light mode, chat. I just corrected my YouTube to be in dank mode. Let's see if I can do the same. Wait. What's going on? Oh, no, it is. All right. What do we got going on? Settings? Sure. Privacy notification, accessibility, display. Lights out. Got it. All right, let's try this now. Reload this so it's gonna be a little bit easier on your eyes. Boom, there we go. Look, I don't usually like cover a lot of Twitter, but I figure if I'm going to, I might as well make it easier to look at, and that's what I'm doing right now, okay? But yeah, it's, you know, I'm not used to the thing where anytime you press notifications, there's like, you know, 13 more notifications. So I was dealing with that. It kind of kept me up, and oh, good. That's a wonderful thing to say, Jacob. What a nice thing for a 4 follower post to say. That's crazy. See, does the Asmongoids think that this makes them look good? Right? When they're sending like bots and burner accounts and who knows what at somebody just because they're, and I didn't even okay, now I have to look at the thing. Thanks a lot, Jacob. It's your fault. Like I said, chat, I'm not trying to show off my W's here on Twitter. That's a cringe thing to do. I'm not Cuffles, okay? I don't know who needs to hear this, but I'm not Cuffles. Also, seriously, fuck that. Yeah. I'm just like, no. We're not doing this. We're not doing this, okay? Oh, wait, no, it's not this one. I mean, this one kind of popped off a little bit, but that's not the one. That's not the one that and that's, whoa, something's happening in chat that I gotta check on. Oh, it's this one. It's this one. Okay, here's the one. Okay, chat. So how many is this? Yeah, 3.8K. It's more than I'm used to getting. It's not that much. Really, it's not like only 25.2K views. It's not that much, but it's more than I'm used to getting, and it kept on notifying me. So I gotta turn the notifications off, I guess. But yeah, so that's why I'm a little late. That's why I'm a little sleepy. That's why I'm lacking a little bit of focus. Something just happened though. Crotchy just gifted Shaxpia a membership. Shaxpia, you just got weaseled. Crotchy also just did a member chat. That's what that was. You are a fan. Oh, I gotta fix this chat. Okay, so we've got the poll up. Good. I'm gonna pull this out. I'm gonna pop this out. I gotta do this little thing where I feed a link from one window into another, not to anything of interest to you, but I'm just like talking to you. So we won't be giving you dead air, chat, because that's something I strive to do, is to never give you dead air. I mean, I'm sure at some point, but like just give you like less dead air. You get less dead air than almost anybody else. Everybody, Chud Logic, Destiny, everybody's gonna give you dead air. All right, what are we at now? 3? Okay, Narwhal says we're at 3 out of 100. So that's the bonus goal. That's what we use to decide if I stick around and I cover bonus content. You can see the bonus content if you're watching me on YouTube. You can see that in the poll. That's where that is. I don't understand how the little things like having my hair down or having it tied, or to the side in this case, or having like grommets on or off. I don't know how it makes so much of a difference in terms of how hot or cold I am, but apparently it does, chat. I'm trying to chill out. The internet kind of ruined being a massive jerk as a 14-year-old kid. I bet kids who insult people on Twitter don't get 1/10 of the dopamine rush. You could get, yeah, doing it in real life is much more fun, much more challenging, at least. But yeah, we're at 3 out of 10. If we make it to 100 by the end of the stream, I'll stick around and cover the topics of your choice. Speaking of the topics of your choice, I'm interested to know what you're choosing. And right now, oh my God, chat, I mean, I got a little bug there. YouTube's not doing too well with 37 votes cast, which is not that many votes. Anyway, it's less votes than I'm getting on Twitter, so we might just dual stream on Twitter, chat, who knows. But anyway, 41% of the votes going to Ethan Klein suing Noah Samson. That's in first place. Second place, we got Fox News defending Jesse Waters, stepping in to defend Hasan. Why? Because the accusation is misogyny. The accusation is Hasan being misogynistic, and I guess that's it's changed Jesse Waters' tune about Hasan. So yeah, in addition to what's her name? Chat, what's the chick's name on the 5? The 5, Jessica, what is her name? Jessica something or other, right? She's like the one liberal on the Tarkov? Is it some name? Is it a JoJo reference? Tarkov? Escape from Tarkov? Isn't there like a Tarkov in JoJo's part 1? I think there is. Anyway, yeah, so we got that in second place. Fox News defending Hasan now, or at least part of the God hand in Fox News is defending Hasan. It's like, yeah, I think Jesse Waters is kind of Hasan's very own Zod Nosferatu, right? You know, where it's like, I'm on the other team, but I kind of I respect the misogyny, right? You know, misogyny recognizes misogyny, right? So that's in second place. In third place, we have Donna Fash, you know, ready for the new ownership at CNN, going after Hasan Piker for an extended amount of time. Please put my dono towards Noah Samson. There you go. Well, I mean, I'll try to, but I've heard that Noah's a ne'er-do-well and a rapscallion. Okay. He's a very bad man because he said that Ethan supported a genocide, and Ethan didn't support a genocide. Ethan was like, no, I don't like genocide. I'm not a fan. Jessica Sims, is it Tarkov? Am I thinking of Tarlov? No, Tarkov. Tarkov's the guy in JoJo, right? Am I totally mixed up? It's like a historical reference, I'm sure, that they took. Tarkov. I must have it mixed up with something else. There's like a different character. Okay, anyway, that's about as much rapscallion pancake delicious. Is he also a Monta bonk? What am I thinking? It's Tarlov? Is it Tarlov? So Tarlov's the JoJo guy, right? What? AI is pretty stupid. Right, I need to turn the thing on Google where it does the Gemini thing search for you. I need to like turn that option off. Tarlov JoJo, is it? No, her name is Tarlov. God damn it. Her name is Tarlov. I am not gonna waste my time trying to figure out who the JoJo Part 1 character is, because I don't remember. It's like one of the guys that like killed Speedwagon, maybe. Yo, that's great. Wait, what is this even from? Oh my god, chat, we're getting live. I'm just on Twitter live. What is this from? Oh. It's because XQC said that Hasan sucked Destiny dry, right? And I was just agreeing. Hey, I was agreeing with Yeet on this one. There you go. I was agreeing, for the record, right? I was saying, yeah, he does, he sucked him dry, right? They're all sucking each other. Don't you understand? It's all one big human centipede, chat. That's what streaming is, right? It's ass to mouth, ass to mouth, ass to mouth, and everybody is just digesting each other's takes and shitting them out in a giant circle, in a giant Ouroboros of shit that could create a super collider phenomenon. You know what I mean? We could find out new particles in physics with this kind of super shit collider that we got going on in streaming, right? People need to understand that, right? It's not that hard. I don't think it's that deep. My Dr. Dizzier. But anyway, try to convince them of that. There's probably a little motivated reasoning going on there. But we got to get on to the stream here. I'm just trying to let you know what is available for bonus content. I was thinking, chat, about adding. JStalk does basically a constant streamathon, and I've always, it feels bad because it feels like you're like, or subathon, streamathon. What is it called? Subathon, yeah. Because it feels like you're asking for money. You're like, you got to sub to me. You got to like throw money on me, right? But with JStalk, it's just a way for him to kind of determine like how long to go for. Because with that kind of stream, there's drama to the end of the universe, right? JStalk will never run out of content. Like unlike me, who, there's some things that are more interesting than others, I guess, right? But so he can kind of just keep on going as long as people are willing to make it worth his while. I don't know. We've done that before, and it kind of worked okay. Anyway, so Destiny.
Almost 60% of gunshot.
And the only reason, chat, again, that I gotta check in on this and I gotta see what's going on is that there you go. See, this is what you do, chat. This is how you blunt the attack. By finding the reasonable ones that are like, I don't like Fuentes or Destiny either. Okay, good for you. Here's a cookie. Hopefully Destiny didn't jizz on it. Is that real, chat? Is the cookie game real? Do people actually do that? Do people actually do the cookie thing? Is that an actual thing? But yeah, it was because of, wait. Oh yeah, that's why I gotta find out, right? I posted this meme. I thought that Destiny was done with the Israel shit, but it seems like he's not. So we gotta start off with that. We're gonna do, I wanna get into, I've got, let's see. Bookmarks, yes. Oh my god, looks like Queemon caught Ethan lying again. Okay, Hasan reacting to Asmongold's ban. Oh, is that just a tweet? It's not, anyway, wait a minute. Keemstar. Yeet. This is the same tweet. This is virtually the same fucking tweet. It's even the same. Oh my god, it's the same. Oh my god, let's not try to get banned from yeah, music that we don't own the rights to. Oh my god. That's music. Yeah, jizz on a cookie. Is that real? Jizz on a biscuit is real? I assume frat bros do it? I think it's an urban legend. It's gotta be an urban legend. Don't ruin my cum with your cook. Yeah, don't yum my yuck. Or is that how it said, chat? Who's the old neocon on the 5 who barely contains? I don't know the 5. They really do. Why do they have 5? Are they trying to trick me, and are they baiting me into making, I don't know, gratuitous Berserk references? Probably. 2 Speedwagon. Oh, Ario Speedwagon. R.I.P. Wait, R.I.P. Wait, isn't he the one character that doesn't die? I thought Ario Speedwagon is the one JoJo character that like dies of natural causes at a ripe old age after creating the Speedwagon Foundation to study the phenomenon of stands and stand users and the arrow that creates them, forged with the metal from a meteorite that landed on the North Pole or something. Don't forget, Noah cheated on his girlfriend at 20, and that's why his advocacy and final support for Palestine is actually evil. So Davi's mentioning something. So yeah, I mentioned all the topics. What did I say? Yeah, Ethan Klein sues Noah, Samson is winning. Yeah, the irony of the Ethan sues Noah thing, and I'm going to talk about it a little before we get there. Again, we're at 3 right now, chat. If we can get to 100 by the end of the stream, then I will be happy to stick around and talk to you about Ethan Klein suing Noah Samson, because I know a decent amount about it now. Maybe not as much as I'll know tomorrow, but we know a decent amount about what's going on there. I also know that I don't think that Sarah Longwell is coming on H3, right? I think somebody in Kyle and Corin's chat just thought it'd be really funny, and it makes sense, right? They're ops. Sarah is a Hasan op. What do Hasan ops do? They go and, they go on H3 for some reason. So it makes sense, but I don't think it's real. I think it was memes. I think we were catching some memes, but thank you, chat, whoever caught that meme, for relaying it back so I could run it down for you and check it out. I don't think that Sarah Longwell is going on H3, but yeah, Ethan is trying to claw back relevance, as people have said, by doing another lawsuit. What do people love? They loved his lawsuits. Why do they love his lawsuits, though? Well, it's because they're against 3 women who probably have more misogynist hate followers than they do actual fans, right? It was against 3 very particular streamers where he knew that, like, chat, if Denim stubs her toe on stream, there's a fucking audience for that, all right? If Rogan has, like, an issue with, like, eyeliner, I don't know, smudging, and then she can't, like, fix it, it's not even, like, that, I mean, you know what I mean? It just, like, it's if Casey Tron, oh my god, if Casey Tron, like, well, wait, no, she does burp on stream, doesn't she? But they'll probably make a big deal over that. You know what I mean? It's like, it's any misfortune that that afflicts these 3 women. It's good. There's an audience for it, and that's why Ethan picked those 3 women. It's really not that deep. It's really easy to figure out. So picking Noah Samson, I don't know. There are people that hate Noah Samson. I would guess mostly in the, I don't know, Think While You Sleep. He's done videos on that guy. Like, he finds dudes, he finds, like, weird right-wing dudes. Oh, Homath would be mad at Noah Samson, right? I don't know if there's enough audience, not enough hate audience out of, like, Noah Samson to make that work. Also, Lonerbox cheating, dating a teenager in his late 20s allegation. J-Stock went over it. Yeah, I have not seen that. I can neither confirm nor deny. Sarah would never belittle herself by going on a stream. She can only be, well, I don't know. Do they think about, be published on a respectable outlet with like 20 readers? But it's 20 readers, Davy, like, 11 of which are billionaires. And the other 9 are millionaires. So it works out. It works out for Sarah. I think it works out quite nicely. I think she is quite nicely. She's always been positioned, whether she was doing her her log cabin Republican shtick of like, hey, we're the new Republican Party. We're not against queer people until they literally are like, yeah, we're gonna endorse Trump whether you like it or not. His name is Think Before You Sleep. What did I say? Did I say Think After You Sleep? What did I call? I called him something wrong. But yeah, I don't know about the Noah. And honestly, okay, now this is not a dig at Noah, but just by the cycle of, when people do content, I don't think that Noah is currently like as relevant as he was a year ago when Ethan first threatened to sue him. And I'm not saying, again, not a dig at Noah. I'm just saying, like, what Ethan does, like, a lot of it is clout chasing, right? He talks about people like Hasan who have a lot of followers and a lot of haters, so he can kind of dig into that audience, or he'll talk about these 3 women who, like I said, they've had weird internet weirdos just like harass them for years, right? So it predates Ethan or anything to do with Hasan and Ethan. But yeah, the Noah Samson thing, I just don't think that audience is going to be there, right? And I looked at his stream today, it didn't seem like it was really netting him that many more views. So I don't know how it's going to work, but yeah, this might be a Dingus Gambit. This might be a last Dingus Gambit, right? Yeah, what I'm trying to, just to be clear, what I'm saying is that Noah Samson either is not putting out as many videos, or maybe they're just not, I don't know, picking up as much steam, right? And it's a thing that happens with YouTubers, right? Like if you just put out a video that everybody watched, then you're super relevant, right? I think Noah had done a lot. In fact, those are the videos that Ethan's trying to sue him over, right? The videos talking about, and it wasn't just Ethan either. It was a whole bunch of these apolitical YouTubers who are, by virtue of like who they're picking fights with, right? And over what issues they are doing, you know, de facto Israeli propaganda during a genocide. Right, so that's what's being said, and honestly, like I think even the creepy guy, the guy that lives in my part of the world, what's his name? Passport Mindset or something. Anyway, he was saying he looked at Ethan's case and said it didn't amount to much. So yeah, I really think that. Did I cover that already? Oh my God, no. No, we haven't covered anything, chat. I'm still babbling. I'm still introducing the topics. But yeah, I just wanted to like let you know what the Ethan Klein sues Noah Samson is, so you can either know what you're getting if we get to 100 on the bonus content meter, or know what you're missing if we don't get to 100 on the bonus content meeting. But I'll probably cover it some other time, assuming nothing else pops up that's more urgent. All right, so Dana Bash is a CNN. Wait, what is actually in second place? And somebody said put their 3 behind. Oh, I already did. Ethan Klein. Okay, there we go. So let's take a look at this here. Whoa, something really wrong with. There we go. It fixed itself. Okay. Ethan Klein in first place at 42%. Fox News defends Hasan's misogyny in second place at 29%. Remember, if we do somehow get to 200. Then it would be not the top 1 topic, it would be the top 2 topics, right? That we would cover at that point. So that's at 29%. Then in third place, we got Dana Pash at 16%. And fourth place, Professor Jang. Yeah, I don't think I've discussed this one yet. Dana Bash is just a, you know, she's got red hair. You probably recognize her. She's been at CNN for forever. And she is like, you know, one of, I shouldn't say Israel's #1 defender there. Israel's got a lot of defenders on CNN, but she's one of many #1 defenders on CNN. Let's just put it that way, right? And she's, yeah, Hasan's got like an hour. I haven't watched it yet, chat, but he's got an hour talking about Dana Bash. So apparently she was, these people are kind of like ideating on him for a long time. That person who was in my replies just there on Twitter, and that said, you know, you all let Destiny and Fuentes live rent-free in your mind. I mean, I'm not the news, bro. I'm not the news. If I was bumping Iran, you know, coverage, like breaking news for this, that would be one thing, right? But this is kind of my beat, and especially when it comes to, like I said, what Destiny is doing now. We'll get to this in a second. Let me, like, so I'm talking to chat right now, and then next I'm going to be not that I'm not going to be talking to chat, but I will be covering Destiny's audience revolts over Israel. I hope it's not a rape riot at chat. They're mad at Destiny for not supporting the Sedetemon rapes. Maybe, I don't know. I don't think it's that. I don't think he's got a Knesset situation on his hands. But yeah, some kind of a revolt. They're a revolting bunch, so it makes sense. There we go, down to Destiny's. Okay, so that's what we're gonna cover next. Right now, I am talking to you. I'm going over the bonus content, right? And the reason that I'm doing that is because it really determines how long the stream is gonna be. Is the stream gonna be like one and done? I cover the Destiny, I cover the Asmongold, I'm out. Or I'm gonna stick around and talk to you about Ethan Klein suing Noah Samson, possibly Fox News' Jesse Waters, defending Hasan Piker's misogyny, and more. It's all up to you, right? And oh my God, corn pop. I can't speak. Corn pop for Prez with the gift sub to Mix AZ. Mix AZ, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. So yeah, like, thanks for doing that right then, because that helps me explain how this works. So look at that. Corn Pop for Prez, classic NCC chatter, still rocking the original moniker, obviously from the 2020 election, thereabouts, circa 2020, we can guess. But you got, so So Corn Pop for Prez donates a YouTube sub, and look, this number goes up to 9. And again, every time somebody does a super chat, a super sticker, I'm talking about YouTube here. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, which I do need to get the Vietnam trip up on there. I don't know how much that's going to cost this week, chat, or this year. So I'm going to put, I'm probably just going to put 1,000, and then I'll check from there. Oil, you know, jet fuel prices are higher right now, so tickets are going to be more expensive, but that's in September, so maybe it'll come down by then. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out, but I need to put that up there. But yeah, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick or patreon.com/nocommentchick, that also makes the number go up, as does when you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free by using a Twitch Prime sub. If you've got Amazon Prime, you can hook your Amazon account up to your Twitch account, and you get a free sub. It's called a Twitch Prime sub. You use it on any streamer that you want. If that's me, you get my emotes, which are animated. You get everything, and you get the ability to turn back time, which is the thing that we do with a sub goal. Maybe we should do, I don't know. I kind of like turning back time, chat. But I don't know. I also like simple.
At Will7409 super chatted $5. I am a lying dog-faced pony soldier.
Yo. I mean, people remember 2020 in some strange ways. It was a really weird year for me too. Thank you for the super chat, and that brings us up to 14. So yeah, like I was saying, if you do a Twitch Prime, if you use your Twitch Prime, it costs you nothing. It puts a little bit of money in my pocket, and I do really appreciate it, especially knowing that you have one to give. So if you park it with me, hey, that means a lot. So thank you, Twitch Prime subs there. Of course, any kind of sub or gift sub or even just using bits on Twitch also makes the number go up. And when the number goes up, I stick around longer and cover extra topics, right? If we get to 100, I'll cover one extra topic. If we get to 200, I'll cover 2 extra topics. Last time I think we got to 200, and I covered so you know, it can be a longer or shorter stream. I've always got a lot to cover, and I never really run out of content either. Just you know, run out of ideas for show titles maybe, but just like J Stalk. So yeah, we're at 14 out of 100 right now. And the other thing that you can do when you donate, if you donate, is to let me, which I gotta say right now, you can support the stream without donating, because I gotta say this because I know a lot of you, especially like the really generous ones, the ones who want to support, want to help out, you don't have the means to. Let's be real, right? Life is tough right now, and shit is expensive, and Trump is not making any of that easier. So you got to take care of yourself first, right? If you're in that kind of situation, but you can still support the stream just by hitting like. All right, I want to give you something to do so that you can realize that you're doing your part too, and likes are massively appreciated over on YouTube. Okay, so yeah, like I was saying, when you donate, if you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics up here, which of these topics on the poll on YouTube that you want to see as your bonus content, and I will actually, like, just like I did earlier for, oh my god, somebody, I just did this earlier for somebody. For Crotchy, right? I can add your donation. I can turn your donation into a percentage. I can add it up top, and that'll just be a bonus. Whatever ends up getting, you know, whatever the vote totals are, you know, that you'll add like that bonus percentage to the topic of your choice. So you might push your favorite thing over the line. Of course, you could also say Vox Populi, in which case you're just saying, I will have what they're having, them being the people voting. You're reinforcing the results of the poll, and you're de-enforcing the donos, right? If you're doing that, right? So you can say Vox Populi, or you can say video games, which is a not so subtle way to shame me into playing more video games, which, like I said, chat, I will be doing on Friday, not tomorrow, not today, but on Friday. We'll do a little Persona 2 at the end of the stream. Because look at this debt that I've got to work down. Look at that. I owe you 3 video game streams right now. And I'm enjoying the video game streams too. So thank you, people that are donating and to get me to play video game streams. That's probably like the best thing for my mental health right now, Anyway, speaking of mental health, we got to dive right into this here. But first, chat, I got to shout out my Patreons because I do appreciate them. And especially at the end of the month when I'm trying to make ends meet, sometimes my Patreons are the only thing that comes through for me. So thank you for your support. Anyway, if you do choose to support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and the end of each stream. Since we're near the beginning of the stream now, let me do that. Shouts out to Nero Pergos. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Owl. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel Siverud. Shouts out to Sarah Anderson. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and to Zara Xerix. With that being said, with that being done, chat, we must dive into whatever the fuck Destiny is up to right now. And yeah, look, that's gonna be, so community revolts against Destiny, and then the next thing I think we're gonna go into is Destiny, like, declaring war on the left. I just got to figure out what is the deal with his Israel takes, right? Because I kind of thought he was, anybody else think he was done with this? I swear to God, I saw a clip where he was like, listen, I put myself out on the line for Israel, and they just cannot be, they're just their own worst enemies. They're making it so hard. Like, I thought he was bitching about how hard it was to defend Israel, and that he had just kind of washed his hands, but no, maybe not. I don't know. Are you Pontius Pilate, motherfucker? I don't know. Let's find out.
That killed Palestinian children in Gaza were directly to the head and chest.
Oh, God.
Where else are you shooting with a gun? What does this mean? What is it? This is the most retarded. Remember when everyone made a huge...
Starting off at a very demonetizable moment. Thanks a lot. Big D.
About whether Israel bombed a hospital or not.
Medium D, small D.
Hospital because Hamas was there. Look, first of all, he's putting in quotes, Hamas was there.
Fun-sized D.
There. The international human rights organizations have literally said this. Like Amnesty International, like all these people have literally said this is the case, that Hamas operates out of Al Shifa Hospital. This was true 10 years ago after Protective Edge in 2014. This is like not even a disputed thing. Even the international rights organization, you guys all jerk off, all acknowledge this.
Motherfucker. Does he have music going? Does he have fucking music going? Okay, I just want to know what the fuck is your deal with Israel, bro? If he has music going, I got music going. I am sorry, chat.
True. And this guy doesn't even think that's true. And that first hospital bombing, the Al Ali hospital, was not J-damned by Israel, killing 500 people. That was
I know it's a train wreck.
World want for some fucking reason. And most people still...
I know it's a train wreck, but it's a train wreck that might save my ad money, right? Which is good.
Themselves on it. People like this guy probably, and Hasan still think that Israel J-damned a hospital and killed 500 people.
But I wouldn't say they're a liberal regime anymore.
Why
like
not?
Small L liberal.
They still have like freedom of speech. I don't think they've like sort of...
Yeah, but I think the way they're conducting themselves is much like how the US is conducting themselves at the moment, which is like not necessarily as a liberal country would conduct itself.
Why do you think the United States is not a liberal country anymore? Because when I view that, well, I'll read the original post. One thing does...
Okay, I think I can maybe offer an explanation. He does have a YouTube channel, but I've heard he doesn't make it. Can somebody confirm this for me? He doesn't make any money off of his YouTube channel, right now. Oh, also, we got a blast off. We're gonna need a blast off meme. Chat, anybody got a blast off meme for Asmongold getting banned or something like that? Take my play points. Gladly. Thank you so much, Magenta. And yeah, that is I prefer having upbeat music under him. It makes it easier to listen. Yeah, I just like, yeah, as long as we're not getting... So I think what it is that he doesn't make money from advertising on YouTube. I don't know how that got pulled, but so it must just be like, he's like, all right, well, if I'm not gonna make any ad money, I might as well get, you know, I might as well lose my ad revenue, I guess. There's nothing to be lost here for him. Nothing to be lost, nothing to be gained. Yeah, he's still demonetized on YouTube. Yeah, so I think that's probably why. But yeah, this is annoying. Haas used to do this too. Haas used to play music over all of his stream.
It's usually very good.
Under,
pointing out
over.
Fake centrist minimize Republican behavior. When Dems do something wrong, they say it's evil, disqualifying, unforgivable. When Republicans do something way worse, suddenly it's just stupid or I don't agree with that. He's called that out himself plenty of times, and he's also used much harsher moral language.
It was something about Charlie Kirk. Of course. Destiny takes Charlie Kirk dying as a great time to try to pop off. And look, he was. I mean, do you all know about the connection between Destiny and Charlie Kirk? Before Charlie died, Destiny had it in his mind to try to take the Fuentes route and make himself so much of an annoyance, so much of a burr in Charlie Kirk's saddle that Charlie Kirk would have to engage in a debate with him, right? And it never worked. I think they did this like Unfuck America tour where they brought the orbiters around wherever Charlie Kirk was going, whatever campus they would set up shop. I think there pictures. Oh my God, Chad, I saw this the other day, right? There's like a picture of they're trying to do the Steven Crowder change my mind thing, right? They're trying to set up a tent and be like, hey, college students, right? You wanna debate the debate lord? We got him right here. The debate lord is ready to debate you. It's what Charlie Kirk was doing when he died. You notice the difference though between Hasan's reaction? So I could see people being like, Hasan, you went too easy on Charlie Kirk, right? Or that like, him even acknowledging that, he thought it was a bad thing. And for somewhat of a self-motivated reason, right? In some way, because he was going to appear on stage with Charlie Kirk. So when you ask him, do you want like, are you happy about what happened? Did you like? He's like, no, like, right? That could have easily been me on stage, and it's not anything about like, well, I met Charlie Kirk and he's a human being, and it's just like, no, like that kind of random political violence at an event like that just really sucks. Whereas Destiny had to kind of play with that whole, and he played it wrong too, because the Charlie Kirk thing, chat. I'm convinced that's when the Republicans and MAGA jumped the shark. All right, some people will say it's Epstein. It's a very marginal call there, but Epstein happened. Then Charlie Kirk got shot. They had Nazi fantasies. They had Reichstag fire wet dreams, right? They were planning to use the Charlie Kirk killing in order to really, and you saw it, right? You saw people getting fired or massively doxxed or threatened for making any sort of joke, anything where you're not like super sad about Charlie Kirk and you say he's a great man. If you even bring up words that he said that you thought were not that great, you're on blast. You remember how that is like, I think it's the worst it's gotten in the United States. I think that's the worst. I mean, you could argue maybe like after 9/11, if you tried to say that this is blowback. The U.S. needs to stop intervening in other countries, and they definitely shouldn't go into Afghanistan. Oh God, I think you would have gotten your head bit off then. But there's a few examples, but there's not a lot of examples where there's that kind of a reaction, and there was until people got sick of it, like them trying to shove Charlie Kirk as a folk hero down our throats. I'm convinced is what got the normies off the fence to say, I really don't like this MAGA shit. I really don't like what my country's turning into. And ever since then, it has been downhill for them. They've been eating L after L after L. This is what I was trying to explain to these Asmongold freaks, like, trying to tell me that Asmongold was right about the farmers. Do you know that, like, some farmers, some ranchers, some like sheep herders in Afghanistan are actually illiterate. Actually, here's the statistics, 38% or whatever, right? I could read. Like, you're wrong, Irene. And it's like, do you know what the context? Do you actually know what the context was? Asmongold was saying that he doesn't care about the opinions. And this is apart from whether or not he deserves to be banned, which, chat, I'm not part of the trust and safety team. I got no say about that, right? I'm not going to comment. All right, I'm not, like, I mean, if you get hit for TOS, usually it's because you committed some kind of TOS, but Asmongold still thinks he did nothing wrong. The conspiracies were planted before Epstein was even murked. The current right's weakness is all to their selfish and treated brains, and just they hate each other. too much to actually have a coherent coalition. Yeah, there's some of it is a success failure, right? That when they're ascendant, now they start fighting with each other. Some of it is a little bit of a success failure, but I really do think a lot of this had to do with the attempt to like jam Charlie Kirk down our throats. But yeah, the Asmon fans, coping in my chat, they're trying to argue with me, say that actually, a lot of Afghani, he said nothing wrong because he was like, because you can show me statistics about illiterate sheep herders, right? The point he was making is that, in the illiterate Afghani sheep herder, I think was the example that he gave, but like that he doesn't care about their opinions because they're fucking idiots. They don't know anything. They're stupid. All right. They're a bunch of sheep herders. All right. So no. We're definitely not denigrating, other cultures. We're definitely not repeating the inferior culture thing that got him banned from before. It's definitely not the same thing there. But it's So I don't know where he got this from. If he saw somebody say if he saw an interview with somebody, but he's like, they're getting tricked by AI into thinking Iran's winning the war. Asmongold, Iran won the war. It's over. Trump surrendered. All right. He can't do anything about the strait. He needs Iran to open the strait, so he has agreed to their terms. Now, there will be some push and pull that goes on over these next 2 weeks for which the ceasefire is in place. There will be some push and pull. That being the main thing I have in mind is that Israel's still attacking Lebanon, and Iran is currently saying as long as there's Israeli troops in Lebanon, the strait is closed, right? So that was one of the stipulations. We're going to open the strait. But, the way that the Iranians had it written, like the Israel being in Lebanon violates that ceasefire. And so that it gives, so they can, and here's the deal. Here's the other thing, right? The United States and Israel are the ones that need the war to stop. Iran is getting rocked. They're getting a lot of people killed. They're getting a lot of leadership killed. If the United States and Israel wants to, they can take out power plants and desalination and whatever else. But the Iranians are fucking in it for the long haul, right? They were not supported by the public before the war started. Now they are. Now the IRGC is like the only thing standing between them and Trump's threatened cultural annihilation. So yeah, they've become a lot more popular than they were. Yeah, on a strategic level, on an economic level, and I would almost even say on a military level, although I'm sure there's some people that won't agree with me on that one. Iran has already won. So, and as Asmongold said this whole thing, we'll get into it in a second, chat. I'm giving you like a preview of the Asmongold, what's going on with him. He said, like, these people don't know what they're talking about. Of course, the United States is winning. Now, look, if you're asleep at the wheel, that's what you think, right? United States, big country, global hegemon. Iran has been under sanctions for like 47 years. They are a pariah state. They are isolated. And probably Americans think that Iran's a little bit more backwards than it ever was. Sorry, a little bit more like Americans have a unrealistic idea of what Iranian society is like. Right. So in the minds of an ignorant fuckhead like Asmongold, it's ridiculous to even entertain the idea that the United States could lose to Iran. But I'm telling you, to a fucking meathead in the early 60s, saying that the United States would lose to Vietnam was crazy. But that's what happened. And that's what's just happened here too. And they just don't realize it. So, Asmongold, if there were actually Afghani herders that said that Iran was winning the war, guess what? They were right. If they were idiots, if they're illiterate, if their opinion shouldn't be listened to, then your opinion is even worse because they were correct. All right. Maybe going off of IRGC sponsored AI slop, maybe going off of things that aren't real, but they ended up being correct in their assessment, and Asmongold, you were wrong. And look, if this was just like, a streamer being like, I predict this will happen as a consequence, I don't keep track of that shit. If you say that you think Kamala's going to win and she doesn't, I'm not like, forever looking at you with a side eye, because that's just a prediction. You could get them right, you could get them wrong. We predict, it's for fun, but that's not that shouldn't be like the worth of a content creator. But holy shit, Asmongold, when the shit that you've given Hasan over Crimea, over Ukraine, over the Russians actually invading Ukraine instead of just doing an exercise like the CIA and everyone else seem to think, right? With the amount of shit that you've given him, I can't hold back. I can't hold back. Anyway, let's get going. Narwhal by nature with the oh my gosh, I believe 10 big ones, 10 gifted memberships. Look at that, YouTube taking a commanding lead. All right, so and that brings us to, somebody told me 47. Look at that. Look at me, chat. Look at me. I told you we're gonna start with Destiny. We're gonna keep the main topic for a little bit later, and here I am talking about the main topic, almost as if I am whetting your appetite for tonight's main topic. Okay, I've got to have this on, don't I? Like, just to be able to not get copyright claimed for whatever the fuck Destiny is listening to. I apologize, chat, again for the train wreck. We'll be through, hopefully this is just like one. Purging the Reddit. Okay, that's the first subject, purging the Reddit. Then we go into weird headline. Then we go into is... Okay, so yeah, I was complimenting... Wait, what is he purging the Reddit of?
Language about Republicans when he thinks it fits. So when he gets weirdly evasive, okay, over a chatter asking him to clarify whether Israel is evil. So this is permaban. I permaban this guy from the sub, wherever you are. Goodbye. What a retarded fucking... Why would you be weirdly evasive over clarifying whether or not you think an entire country is evil? Okay. And acts like he never talks that way about political systems. People are obviously going to notice. I also feel like this is annoying too. The thing that will trigger me the most on anything is when I get it from both ends. Okay, I don't mind if one side roasts me, but when I start getting roasted from both sides for having what they are both interpreting as being the opposite position, I feel like I've generally always had the perspective of like, hey, anything can force somebody to become a horrible person, or like there, different values at different times in history and blah blah blah. This idea that I think is pretty rare. Like, it might be when I'm like being hyperbolic, if I'm trying to like, oh my god, like is Trump actually like fucking evil or whatever. But if somebody asked me like, oh, do you think the whole MAGA movement is evil? I'm pretty sure I've clarified like a million times. Like, oh, I feel like there's a lot of lying between the tier 1 influencers. I wouldn't necessarily hold the voters accountable because they're in a bad information landscape. Like, I say this.
So let me get this straight. We're entertaining the idea that a culture can be evil, right? So he's not like, that's not a thing, good and evil. It's an oversimplification. This is fairy tale logic. We're in the real world. We have to analyze things as they are. And we don't want to fall into, kind of, a children of light, children of darkness kind of narrative, right? The mature way of saying, I don't want to deal with, questions of good and evil, right? But it's not that. Do I have this right? He's saying that in this case, it's not clear, or it's mixed.
Shit over and 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 over.
Do you think the average voter who votes MAGA is just misinformed? Because I
mean, my take on it is that, like, look, you don't want to reinforce like simplistic, views, especially like that shit, because that's what allows Palestinians to get massacred, right? That's what allows Israel to get away with what it gets away with in terms of the United States support for it. The reason that is, still there is because there is this weird thing that goes on in American brains where either you're religious and you're like, I heard about Israel in Bible school and they always said it was good, so I guess I like Israel, or you're really religious and you're like, yeah, we need Israel to take over the Middle East so Jesus can come back, right? Whatever you've got, you've kind of got, or whether it's just like, I kind of think that Israelis are white, like me, and that Muslims are brown, and like I'm gonna unconsciously sort of root for the white team Western civilization, even though that's obviously a oversimplification and a distortion of what's, you know, of demographics in Israel, but yeah, the American mindset, right? But yeah, this whole thing, thinking of, I mean, the reason that people are okay with like resistance groups being called terrorists and the IDF, which doesn't really defend much of anything, it just occupies, you know, being called the good guys. The reason that they put up with that is because of this fucking bullshit narrative of good and evil. So yeah, if you want to reject that, great, but I don't think that's what Destiny's doing here. Not outright. He's also the other thing too is like, look, like I said, I don't like to you know, I don't like to frame things in that way. I do realize though that people can be very simplistic in their thinking, and that at certain times, like, you know, that's the only way you're gonna reach them, and to telling them like what's wrong, you know, with Israel is to like lean into, you know, the human suffering that's being caused and correctly identify that as being a bad thing for humanity, and therefore fitting some definition of evil. So I sort of get it, right? Like, but with MAGA, then I would be like, yeah, okay, if we're gonna think of good and evil like that, is it bad for humanity? Yes, unambiguously. And there's not like a reservoir of people that are well-intentioned and want to do the right things, but they just got misdirected, right? I don't think that exists. Chat, when we talk about MAGA, just understand it's a moving target, right? I have before described MAGA as anywhere from 40% of the American population to, I don't know, 20%, right? Right now, in terms of people who support Trump, it is getting into the mid-20s, right? They're really cutting into the hardcore support for Trump, right? They're not, that's something that hasn't happened, right? For a long time, we had people, independents leaving Trump, independents, you know, Democrats turning more forcefully against Trump, but we just didn't have, we didn't have that on the other side. We didn't have, yo, Fallen Gemini with a secret Halo re-up. There you go. Oh my God, chat.
I feel like the Twitter word IRI.
I do appreciate people supporting me on higher tiers. I also feel like I need to be giving you more. That's the hardest thing, is that like, YouTube, Patreon, everything encourages us to kind of put everything like on tiers, but then you got to be like, okay, this is for this tier and they get this, but they don't get that. And then I don't know. It's too much to deal with. 50, we're at 50 right now, so we're halfway there.
Kind of say, but I don't know if that's just like rhetoric or...
MAGA doesn't have fixed beliefs. Yeah, that's very clear after the Iran war, right? After them saying that they're against, you know, wars of choice, or they're against forever wars, right? This was the stuff that they used to reject Jeb Bush based on his association with George Bush, and a lot of the neocons, you know, correctly, they, you know, Trump, the MAGA people identified them as being warmongers, and now they've just gotten compromised into like, first it's like, okay, well, what is it like, you know, if you can go in and out, right? If it's not a war, if you go and you pick it up, if you do the military equivalent of takeout, chat, if you go through the Venezuelan drive-through and the vice president hands you a bag with Maduro and his wife in it, right? You know, then it's okay. Then it's okay, right? Because only a bunch of Cubans died. That's okay, right? We're okay with that. I don't know, chat. It's yeah, but yeah, before they know it, they're supporting boots on the ground or nukes or whatever the fuck they want to do. Are we at 50? I think we're actually higher, maybe slightly. What? Yeah, Whoa. Music. Do I own the rights to it? Probably not. I don't know. I could probably get away with some SMT. But I think I'm going to go with this instead. Wait, if I can find it. There we go. And again, I hate to, yeah, it's so what should we be at now? I think it's actually, oh my God. I should remember my own tiers better. It's at least 55. So yeah, we're at 55 out of 100. If we get 45 further, we'll watch one bonus topic. If we get to 200, we will watch 2. If we get to 300, we'll watch 3, etc., etc., etc. So the stream, and because I don't have Thai today, my Thai class is tomorrow. I'm not like, you know, I don't have like a hard limit out. Oh my god. All right, let's. I feel like I'm pausing it too much, but I do appreciate the support, y'all. Destiny.
If he believes it.
It's the whole pipeline. These people are like live in totally different worlds. Yeah.
Because I sent him Trump's Truth Social earlier, and I said, not good, you shouldn't praise anyone other than Christ, because I'm baiting him. I said, pray for our president, he's clearly out of his mind and struggling with his faith. And my dad said, happy Easter. Do you think that's real? If so, it's horrible for sure. But is he telling the Muslims to praise their God? I don't think Trump is. So it's like, I feel like they just live in a different world, man. Imagine if fucking Obama tweeted that out. He wouldn't be like, well, hold on, is he talking to the Muslims?
Yeah. You act like he never talks that way about political systems. People are obviously going to notice. That's just not true. The issue isn't even whether you agree with calling Israel evil. It's that he suddenly becomes incredibly slippery about more.
Chat, where is that the clip that Hasan always uses, the drop, where it's like, may Allah awaken his children to the evils of the American Empire? What is that clip? Oh wow, I actually got it. I actually got it right. I actually guessed right, Fallen Gemini.
Moral language.
I think,
the topic
right?
is Israel. I just don't usually use moral language when
I think I gave you one extra
like even generally for
point of credit.
Hamas or whatever. Like I generally say that like these people, like there are reasons why these people are fighting. Like it's not random why. Like I think I've said over and over again, October 7th was likely, or it was definitely a response to like the Abraham Accords. The Great March of Return was a response to the moving of the embassy to Tel Aviv.
Response to what, Destiny? Response to what from the Abraham Accords, right? What were they responding to? What was it about the way that the Abraham Accords were negotiated that would have upset Palestinian people? We're just gonna skip over that?
Generally, the Palestinians are being increasingly extricated from the rest of the Arab world, while Israel continues to make, you know, these deals with anybody but that. Like I've given this over and over and over and over.
When you think about that, it's harder to feel bad for the GCC, although obviously, like I do separate people from their governments. But in terms of the way that I mean, that was sick. The way that so much of the GCC just wrote Palestine out of the deal. And look, the way that works, chat, from my understanding, is it's more the leadership that wants to write the Palestinians out of the story than it is the citizens, right? And there are you know, countries in the GCC that have a decent amount of discontents, right? I'm thinking of Bahrain, right? Being a very precariously perched GCC kingdom, right? Because look, they can play the game to a certain extent, right? As long as, you know, MBS keeps the Saudis happy and wealthy and profitable, you know, then they will put up with a lot of, you know, inhumanity perpetrated by Israel towards the Palestinians, right? But when they don't feel that, in other words, when that stuff, like when you've got, you know, multiple power facilities, fuel facilities, and yeah, water facilities in threat of being blown up, right? It kind of changes the equation. And when you see that having a US base in your country doesn't actually protect your country, rather it makes your country a missile sponge to, you know, essentially protect Israel, like your country is there soaking up missiles that would have hit Israel otherwise, it really does change the equation. It really does. Anyway. Whoops.
I think it's also a little different for you to just off the cuff be like, oh, Trump, this fucking, he's being evil by doing XYZ, versus somebody like in here begging you to be like, can you say the word evil?
Yeah, it's just, yeah, it's so weird. It's not like yeah, it's just they're looking for some kind of like virtue signal. It's just cringe as fuck. Yeah. My take is that he just refuses.
Wait. I mean, I think what they're asking, chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. So when he gets weird and evasive over a chatter asking him to clarify whether Israel is evil and acts like he never talks that way about political systems, that's true. He does, right? People, yeah, when he gives you the thing of it's like more nuanced than that, it's more complicated than that, over a situation where, you know, children are being killed in a callous way that is euphemistically referred to as mowing the grass. The country votes to free rapists IOF rapist that did a horrible essay to a prisoner in Sudeteman, and then, you know, on top of that, look, I'm not saying you have to use the good and evil framework, but they just want you to say it's fucked up. What I mean, like that's when they're asking you to say it's evil, they're asking you, like, is Netanyahu, Smotrich, and Ben Gvir, is that government? This is actually not a hard question, right? Even for a centrist like Destiny, this should not be that hard of a question. My take is that he just refuses to concede rhetorically on Israel because he thinks the online left is so brain dead. On the topic, he's right to think that giving them even 1 inch is a mistake. But that still makes... We got to talk about Israel too, right, chat? Because, like, there's been a real paradigm shift in Israel. The Israelis were excited about the war. They looked at the war as the final fulfillment of a long promised peace, right? They were looking at, we've eliminated this threat, we've eliminated that threat, now all that's left is Iran. If we eliminate that threat, then Israel, would be the big dog in the Middle East. And you know, issues like, for instance, the fuel manufacture and distribution coming from the Gulf, Israel would have a lot more say over, right? Which it just, it puts them in a really good place, right? Because the goal, according to Netanyahu, is not just to be a regional power, not just to dominate the region, but to actually become a world power along the lines of the United States, China, and Russia. Okay, what is even going on? There we go.
On Israel, because he thinks the online left is so brain dead on the topic. He's right to think that giving them even 1 inch is a mistake, but that still makes them look stuck.
They're trying to annex Lebanon right now. I hate this timeline so much. Look, there are indications that the Lebanon effort is not going well, that Israel has bit off more than they can chew. That doesn't help people suffering in southern Lebanon, right? And they are treating, it sounds like they are treating southern Lebanon like they treat Gaza, but there's real concerns about the sustainability of the IOF now, and particularly in the so it's a weird thing, right? Like I said, Iran, they can keep going if they want to, right? As far as militarily, they've got caves, they've got mountains, they've got all kinds of places they can stow away a missile, they've got all kinds of places they could stow away a drone, and time is very much on Iran's side, so they don't need a ceasefire. The United States needs a ceasefire, the world needs a ceasefire, and Israel needs a ceasefire. They're running low on interceptors. The Iron Dome isn't nearly as effective, and so I think ultimately this it's Israel's gambit, I guess, to try to keep the war going. That's probably why they refuse to hold a seat, enact the ceasefire in southern Lebanon. Right? But ultimately, it's going to be Iran. Israel's going to say, we won't leave Lebanon. Iran's going to say, okay, fine, the strait is closed. And who's going to win that? The nations whose economies are crying out for oil, which is like, 75% of the nations on Earth? Or is it going to be the, it's going to be the... I played Halo. Pay for the Halo tier. I just want to shout out that shout out from NCC earlier. Oh, I see.
Stubborn and inconsistent here. I've never defined my positions in opposition to any other group of people. I guess, I don't know.
What I need is, like, I don't know, chat. I don't know. What I need is to be so successful that I make enough money that I can pay somebody to do something, like figure out like how to make sure that everybody got something special for their, because there's different ways to support me, and I want to, I don't know. I want there to be like a value in doing this versus that.
the Hasan brain rot just bled through to this person or whatever, but like
ADHD.
if I change my mind on a topic, I'll just change my mind on a topic. And I have like said that Israel's actions are increasingly or completely in some cases indefensible at this stage, especially of the conflict. I've said all these things multiple times. Yeah, is the whole country evil? I don't know.
Yeah, Davi's saying losing 10 tanks a day. I heard it was like 8 tanks, but it was a while ago. But yeah, they're cracking those Merkabas.
Like at least with something like Russia, we all know when people say Russia's an evil country, we're usually talking about Putin. Man, I don't know if I've
we do
before that Russia's an evil country.
Which one?
That Israel's evil.
What do you say is evil? Hitler? What do you think, chat? What would be the where does he does believe in evil? So some shit is evil, but what qualifies? Like Milosevic? Does Milosevic?
Zelensky and Vosh have repeatedly and casually referred to the
surely he would say Stalin. Surely he would say Pol Pot, right?
Israeli population as genocidal freaks, for example. True. Why are these all circle jerking me now? Wait, this was a much more.
Because you banned all the anti-jerkers.
Well, that doesn't delete their posts.
Circle jerking.
Stated he wouldn't even label Hamas.
For the record, chat. Molina's wife, his ex-wife, who left him for a gamer a lot closer to her age. I think she wasn't half Destiny's age, but she was, I think, very young when they met.
And that he thought West Bank settlers.
People are noticing his jaw. I've always noticed that too. Yeah, he does this like goat thing, like the way that a goat chews grass. Like Destiny's jaw just moves like that. And I think it's actually I think it's a painful for him or something. I think there's some pathology there.
Hamas. He did in a debate with an Irish Palestinian guy. I think this was one debate that I had 2.5 years ago. I do speak off the cuff. I'll be hyperbolic sometimes, but this is like the equivalent to me being like, dude, the way ICE is like fucking acting like terrorists right now in the United States. And then like a year later, you're like, what is your formal definition for terrorism? And you said that they were acting like terrorists.
Is it TMJ? No, there's like these muscles in your mouth, like they're like hooked from your lower jaw to your maxilla up here, and there's like 2 sets of them, and like I think one of them kind of like moves it like that way, and one of them moves it that way, but then they also kind of use the muscles together usually to but if you kind of use one independently, you'll like deviate. You can deviate your jaw like that, and like try it, chat. I can't deviate my jaw very far, right? It doesn't really move that far. But Destiny can. But also I think it probably means that he is gonna, I don't know, he's hypermobile in his jaw, meaning he's gonna have more muscular dysfunction there. You can actually get these muscles massaged by a massage therapist, but this is one where the massage therapist will put on gloves, make sure you're, not allergic to latex, right? They'll put on gloves and they'll reach up there and they'll just kind of massage. It's like it's a dental massage.
So do you take that back? Do you completely unequivocally?
Oh, Davy says the jaw thing is definitely from Adderall or Vyvanse. Often strain your jaw unknowingly while you're on that medication. Yeah, TMJ is the temporomandibular joint. That's this joint right here. That's the joint between your it's like right back there is your TMJ joint, but that has more to do, I think, with your like masseter. No, master. What is it? Temporalis. And one other. I think master. Yeah.
It's like, Jesus Christ. Like, I'm sure that if you go back, I've described like some IDF actions as like, this is fucking evil. That trying to starve out the Gaza Strip or whatever. These are like evil actions. I'm sure I've said it at some point, but it's just like when you're asking for like a sober analysis of an entire country, I just don't know if I would ever call an entire country evil. It's just like it's just such a blanket statement to make. Jesus.
I mean, an entire country. Yeah, I don't like the idea of being like everyone in Israel, is evil, right? I don't like, but you wouldn't be saying that. You'd be saying the government, the project that they're enacting, the Greater Israel Project, right? You'd be a little bit more concise, but yeah, you can still like they just want you to say that Netanyahu's evil. I think, right? I think that's what the person's get. Anyway, chat, we don't have too much time to worry about Destiny's purge of his community. He does these from time to time. Like he has semi-regular purges. And a lot of it is like that he gets frustrated by there being too many lefties, right? He'll hear too many people criticize him from the left, and then he'll be like, all right, it's time to do a purge. One of these purges built Vosh's career. Part of the reason that, now I do think that Vosh has like a talent in terms of his delivery. I'm not saying he would not be a big streamer otherwise, but one of the reasons that he got as big as he did, as fast as he did, was because Destiny was purging his community of lefties at the same time that Vosh was kind of being pushed out of that community. And he was being pushed out of the community for being a sex pest, for the record, all right? For the record, like, Vosh has admitted to being a sex pest in Destiny's community over Discord, right? But yet he somehow ends up like lucking out of getting washed out of Destiny, and then half of the people are like, look, I don't even care what you did to this girl. I just like that you're actually you say yay leftism, and Destiny doesn't, so I'm gonna follow you. So that's where DGG and VG and chat, there's figures, right? There's figures in the Vosh community that were part of the Destiny community. The one name that comes to mind is White Nervosa. White Nervosa has I found a Christmas card that this is Vosh's sysadmin, the person that runs Vosh's servers for the websites, right? Had a Christmas card to Destiny, or I think to Destiny, from Destiny, anyway. But yeah, the communities, at least the are overlapping, and Vosh's earliest supporters are DGG members, and that's why the communities are so similar.
I think you said like yesterday and today, like Israel is still like an American strategic ally, and you used the phrase Western nation. I just think, I'm not sure it really applies to Israel anymore, given what we've seen lately.
What changes your mind on that? Do they still have elections?
Yes.
Is Netanyahu conducting himself in any kind of like authoritarian, crazy manner?
Yes. I think you would say like wars of aggression. I think they fairly clearly fall under that.
I don't think so. I feel like it's when you're engaged in like military conflict and you're using like crazy loopholes or like unilateral control of the military in order to do it. Like the Trump stuff with Iran and Venezuela is bad because he's like explicitly like bypassing our Congress and not trying to get any kind of authorization or approval. I'm not aware of Netanyahu utilizing the IDF in that manner, in a way that is incongruent.
I'm not saying like internally they're not doing anything like that, but externally, I think.
I want to
I'm
see
asking if it's like an authoritarian-ish regime. I'm just trying to figure out, because you're saying it's not a Western-style
I wouldn't
nation.
say authoritarian, but I wouldn't say they're a liberal regime anymore.
Why
like
not?
Small L liberal.
They still have like freedom of speech. I don't think they've like sort of.
Yeah, but I think the way they're conducting themselves is much like how the US is conducting themselves at the moment, which is like not necessarily as a liberal country would conduct itself.
Why do you think the United States is not a liberal country anymore? Because when I view that, I view Trump's attacks on all of our institutions, on all of our liberal institutions, not just because we go to war.
I watch Dead Domain sometimes, but I hate their proximity to Vosh, or at least Vosh orbiters. I haven't seen that, but I guess I haven't watched a lot of Dead Domain's content.
You could, yeah, but there's undermining of institutions, and then there's going like it's all part of the same. It comes from the same place, is what I would say. If you want to, like, if you're going to say internal stuff with Israel, I do think like that death penalty thing is quite strange.
Well, one, I'm not even sure if I don't know if that death penalty thing will survive the courts, but like it's really, as much as people like to make.
What the fuck, bro? Oh my god, the last guy I want defending me from a fucking trans genocide, this guy right here, right? And look, there's precedent for his orbiters doing this shit literally with trans people, right? Minimizing, the emerging danger that I don't think that Lonerbox would minimize now. I think Lonerbox, but yeah, there was a time where the trans genocide, that's completely silly. Why would you? But anyway, so he said, I'm not worried about the law that Israel passed to execute really what amount to Palestinian hostages, people who have been held, oftentimes without charge, certainly without due process, and, who Israel refuses to release, right? It becomes a political issue, just like Obama shutting down Guantanamo was, where it's like, oh, you're gonna release these evil terrorists, and it's like, well, they're not terrorists, they're IOF prisoners, is what they are, right? But yeah, they've said basically that they're gonna they're gonna commute all those sentences to death, right? Now, look, maybe the court comes along and says no dice, but I don't think the court's been particularly strong. Wasn't the court also telling Netanyahu to get the fuck out? Yeah, he tried to shut down the courts. Netanyahu has exercised authority. Also, Israel doesn't have a constitution. Am I right? Am I remembering this correctly? And because of that, they're sort of not held to the same standards as United States government would be. And I think that's the way that Netanyahu was able to kind of like temporarily override the courts. We'll see if that lasts. Now, people hate his guts now. People blame Netanyahu for what happened. They were excited about winning. Finally, they're like, we're finally going to get to peace. Israel's going to be the dominant country. Israel's going to be the wealthy country. And we'll have no enemies, right? We'll be able to call the shots, and instead what they've gotten is they have ruined their public image in a way that seems irrecoverable. They've even lost, the support of people in the United States who, supported Israel at absurd proportions before. And they've actually, the extent to which the damage in Israel and more than anything, the depletion of interceptors, right, cannot be overstated. And this reality check, chat, is now coming due. And you can see it on Israeli Twitter. In fact, I was getting a lot of tweets translated from Hebrew on my timeline last night. Yo, Brat, thank you for, Brat, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome. Brings us up to 58. So yeah, we're not too far. 42 points away from hitting that bonus content. Why do I talk about it like it's a vape, chat? Don't vape, okay? You probably shouldn't vape if you don't already. Maybe it's better than smoking. I don't know.
Not that strange. Like, there is a huge, unfortunate double standard when it comes to law in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and the Palestinians that live there don't get to play by.
I say this as someone who used to vape, not tobacco, but the other thing.
Or don't have to play by the same rules. They don't get to play in the same courts. I shouldn't use play. Let me rephrase this. They are all tried in military courts as opposed to like the domestic or civil, I don't know if you say domestic courts in Israel. So this is like another step in that direction, but like that dual legal system is the really, really bad thing. I don't know if this is like massively removed from that in terms of being a horrible thing. Like, it's
okay. So yeah. So what is this? It sounds like, okay. Now, chat. I may look. We're kind of going through this fast. I may be, moving fast and breaking things. I may not be correct on this, but if my takeaway so far is that his community just wants him to at least say this shit that Israel's doing is evil, right? Or fucked up, or whatever word you want to use. And he's not saying the easiest thing. Even Ethan Klein, right, does not have trouble kind of pawning off all the responsibility for the human rights violations on Netanyahu, Smotrich, and Ben-Gvir and company, the current far right coalition that's in power right now, so that you can get and honestly, chat, they're not going to get a liberal Zionist. All right, I think the days of liberal Zionists getting elected in Israel, I think it's over. But then again, things are going to change. Israel's going to have to change somehow, and they're just now getting it. They got their reality, they got their bubble pop, chat, and they're looking at reality, and it looks really bad. It looks really, really fucking bad.
See, obviously I'm not American, so it's also nothing really to do with me, but I think the US could maybe have one last go of forcing Israel back to the table, and if they refuse, I think it's kind of like on them.
Well, why do you think it's on just Israel to come back to the table? Like what? Like,
well, I think you can like lay out the where we're going to do this one last good faith effort, see if the Palestinians reciprocate, and then.
It's funny you bring this up because
I think most of the Gulf states, I think, are acting much more responsibly.
Bill Clinton tried to do exactly this.
Luckily, Israel isn't armed to the teeth, country filled to the brim with violent extremists. Yeah, that's the thing, Davi. Up until recently, it was the IDF that was holding back the settlers in the West Bank, right? To the extent that they were held back at all. Because remember, it's not popular to especially in the settlements, But yeah, the IDF that works in the West Bank, a lot of them, the settlers are like their biggest consternation, their biggest problem. In terms of who's, you know, giving them more shit, who's you know, more of a pain in their ass. But yeah, now I think they've ordered the IDF basically to, you know, assist the settlers in their crimes. So filled to the brim with violent extremists that all hate each other and only stays together because of conquest. Yeah. Also, luckily, Israel is not a nuclear country.
The Clinton parameters was like a last-ditch effort to try to figure out some negotiation, and Arafat walked, and nothing came from it.
He did, yeah.
So
Okay,
I mean, like, I don't know what the
Same old bullshit. Okay, I don't care. I'm fast forwarding. Who's worth Hasan or Fuentes? Oh my god.
doing okay. Just hanging out.
Just hanging out. Is now a good time?
Sure. What do you want to chat about?
Yeah. Okay. Great. I was gonna ask you about the conversation you had on Wix panel in regard to the soy pill, and you're saying Hasan was worse than Nick Fuentes.
I don't like these comparisons because it's hard because you're trying to value like reach versus like like we're talking about different styles of harm that these people are getting into, so it's very hard to figure out like who's worse.
Aren't we talking about different ideologies? Oh, but he doesn't care. He has this book and mentality chat where if he sees, which it's not hard to see in the United States of America, a evil fascist that would take us into a Nazi hellscape if they were given power. On one side, you've got to propose evil, tanky, authoritarian Stalin who would put us all into re-education camps in the other direction, right? He needs this in order to maintain the lie that liberalism or omniliberalism represents some kind of happy median between extremes.
Like, who's worse, a person who, like a Supreme Court justice who is the tipping vote on Roe v. Wade and then outlaws abortion, or like a person who rapes and murders two people? Like it's so hard to compare the difference to. Like who's worse between Fuentes and Hasan? Like, Fuentes is a much more politically power-aimed person, which is bad. Well, I would say bad because his political ideology opposes mine. I don't think Hasan is like a positive.
Okay, A, what are you talking about? You think he's going to run for... Is it because he's young? You think he's going to run for office? And B, God damn, dude, how can you even say this?
Aligned person, and that he's supporting candidates that can win elections. But he is more detrimental to my movement. Hasan hurts my movement way more than Fuentes hurts my movement.
But then you've got to explain, why did you create them both? Why did you create them both? Hasan is detrimental to your movement. Fuentes is outside of your movement, maybe a fascist thing you tried to deny that you knew that he was in order to chase the cloud of... And again, remember what Destiny was doing at the time, right? His golden years, his salad days were the earlier emergence of the alt-right, probably even before Trump was elected or right around the time Trump was elected. Like, Destiny would go on, there was a whole bunch of right-wing people, they were popping off, and Destiny would like, really, you want to do a debate with me, my dude? Ha ha ha. You know, and he would just like kind of crush them because none of them knew what they were talking about. And people were like, oh yeah, finally we got our strong soldier. Yeah, like the leftists, they're not strong enough. Like, the left is not strong enough to face the alt-right, but now we got Destiny, and he can. So anyway, he had phenomenal growth during that period. He had a lot of goodwill from leftists, chat, and I kid you not. Like, there was discussions within the left, like leftists, like socialist, anarchists, etc., about like whether Destiny was somehow like maybe a good thing, because he's punching the alt-right at the time. And, then he had his crash out on Hasan and all this shit happened. But yeah, he brings on Fuentes to kind of rekindle that, because Fuentes, Lord and Southern, these like old alt-right figures at the time when he was bringing them on, they represented a like legendary monster. Okay. Like, imagine, chat, if you could like slay, I don't know, not the Loch Ness monster, but like an actual scary, dangerous monster, right? Or fight with it or whatever. I mean, that's why they bring people like this on, right? So they can be like, all right, let's bring on Nick Fuentes. Let's like feed him chicken and waffles, talk to him like a human being, get his trust, and then be like, well, dude, I don't know about this like white nationalism shit that you're into. Like, how do you justify that, my dude? And instead of like flopping on the ground like everybody else that he debated, Fuentes cooked him, gave an answer that even people in Destiny's audience were like, actually, that's a pretty good justification, actually. And actually, with the way that you've been playing with anti-blackness, Destiny, the way that you've been punching left, your audience develops a taste for anti-wokeness, and you bring a fucking Nazi into their midst that is somewhat of a generational speaking talent, right? Certainly a better better elocution than Destiny. And yeah, he like I said it in this tweet, right? Destiny got sucked dry. Wait, where is it? It's this one, right? It's like, God, they just can't leave it alone, can they? Yeah. No, so Hasan kind of did suck him dry, right? Because again, Hasan, Destiny going off on Hasan, I don't know, he thought it would be his chance to pop off, but instead what it does is just makes, again, those people that are getting purged out of the Destiny community aware that, hey, there's this guy named Hasan that Destiny doesn't like, you know, in part because he's too far left. Although at the time, I think he was trying to cancel him for being homophobic to Pete Buttigieg, calling him Booty Judge. Not as dry as he sucked this guy. I mean, look, in the reality, I'm saying that Destiny sucked Nick dry as a joke. We don't know who was in that picture of Destiny, you know, giving a bad blowjob to somebody. We don't know whose dick that was. Probably was not Nick Fuentes', if I'm being real with you. But you know, it's a nice meme. It's definitely a nice meme. And in reality chat, it's the other way around. Nick sucked Destiny dry. Nick reinvigorated his career. This is like playing that Zelda game where, like, if you get killed, it's like the return of Ganon, because they like spread Link's blood on Ganon's ashes, and he's like, wah, ha, 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 ha. It's like that shit. Like, what is the one thing you do? Don't have a fight on top of Ganon's ashes, okay? That's the one thing you could do that's bad, is you spill your blood on the ashes, so don't do that. Don't do that. Do not do that. But anyway, try telling Destiny.
So, there are different ways to compare these two people, yeah. But so it just depends on how you're asking the question, yeah.
Okay, I wouldn't disagree with you with that framing. It's just that when I watched this conversation, I kind of disagreed with some of the points specifically you're making. I'm not trying to like pinpoint you and like nitpick you.
So chat,
at the same time,
one more thing I'll mention is that there was a lot of real personal comments. Right now, remember, what was my post that popped off? It was this one. Somebody posted woke streaming service. I just thought it was funny. Woke streaming service, Twitch. Okay, it's a streaming service, dude. It's not woke. It's not particularly woke. There's all kinds of people on Twitch. Yeah, no, it's not a political streaming service. It's mostly a gaming streaming service, but go ahead. So I'm just like, yo, anything above like caveman ooga booga is too woke for you.
Super chatted $5. I don't understand YouTube donations, but appreciate your stream.
Well, I appreciate your super chat. That's a super chat. Normally, we'd be counting the super chats, and I'd be giving you something when we get to a certain number of them. But chat, I haven't found a new super chat goal. Wait, I do have my butterfly in. Yeah, I like wearing the butterfly. All right, I don't want to paywall the butterfly anymore. It feels bad. It feels bad. You get the butterfly for free. We got to figure out something else to do with the super chat goal. But it does, Depths. And you're right, this system is too complicated, and I need to make it simpler, because I hate spending 20 minutes explaining it every day, or whatever, however much time. We're at 63, so yeah, it gets us closer to the bonus goal. The 100. When we get to 100, we cover the top topic, the topics that you can vote for right now on YouTube.com, and right now it's still Ethan, Suze, Noah, Samson in the lead at 41%. We got Fox News defending Hasan for being, because they like that he's misogynistic. They're like, oh wait, no, misogyny is good actually. 51 of you have voted for so far. That is not nearly enough, chat. That is not nearly enough. So yeah, we got Fox News defends Hasan's misogyny in second place, and then Donna Bash coming after Hasan, and Professor Jang. Oh yeah, I didn't mention that, chat. You know, our friend PBD, Patrick, Bet, David, the valuetainment magnate, the impresario of the totally not a multi-level marketing type of firm that he runs and makes money off of, right? So that's PBD. He's wacky, he's crazy, he's got all kinds of crazy guys. Adam Sosnick, Vinny, you know the deal, right? So yeah, Professor Jang was being hit like after breaking points with all these offers, right? All these places like, hey, come on and talk to us. Come on and talk to us. He got an offer from PBD and he thought it was a trap. And I mean, it makes sense. PBD is, I think, very pro. He is a Iranian, diasporoid himself, and is very in favor of strong United States military action in Iran. So he avoided PBD, but then somehow he's been talking to Sneeko. He really likes Sneeko, and I think it was through Sneeko that they kind of relayed, hey, we're not trying to trap you. We're not going to trick you. We just want to chase your clout a little bit because we got a dying media empire here.
I just want to point out, maybe we use these terms truly. Maybe we use these terms differently.
Yeah, ain't nothing gonna break my side.
Differently in Canada versus the United States. But this is what I wrote down. White supremacist movements tone down the genocidal rhetoric because it is so toxic to promote, and usually is a crime in a lot of places. Even if it
don't think we're getting a lot out of this.
Under investigation, despite them not vocally saying that they wouldn't.
Okay, so chat, what is our takeaway here? I'm gonna think it is that he's being non-committal and he's not condemning obvious things because it makes him look like a lefty, right? And even though he doesn't want to defend Israel, he can't escape his fate. Wait, what was this again? What was I doing with this? Oh yeah, I wasn't really going at these Asmongoids. Like, I was just saying it's funny that this MAGA channel thought that Twitch was a woke streaming service, and I got all these personal comments. And look, we just listened to a Destiny community member. All right, let's hear his voice again.
The Purges, if they had the power, they would exterminate them. So,
you recognize this kind of voice? Who is this person, chat? This voice.
What I'm trying to say here is that white supremacist organizations like Nick Fuentes.
Do you think he moderates a subreddit? Do you think he moderates a Discord? Do you think he's been outside in the last week? I don't know, chat. Look, if we wanted to get mean, all right, about people's fans, and that's what they're saying, you look like a Hasan fan, right? I'm so ugly, I must be a Hasan fan. And I'm getting it from people with, I think somebody that had who is it, Sid Vicious? Like, avatar? Like, Sid Vicious from the Sex Pistols? Like, you are so... Your actual picture is less attractive than a heroin addict from the 70s? Okay. I don't know. If we want to if we need to get mean, we can get mean. I don't particularly like it. I don't think it's productive, all right? But, I'm holding back a little bit. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, chat, we got Destiny. That's about all I can take away from that. So, yeah, he is still, he is resigned to his fate. He cannot help himself. He cannot help but do this shit. Wait, were we still talking about dildos and the replies? No wife, no life, and now no Twitch. Wait, when did he have a wife? Asmongold is so fucked up. Every thyroid? What's a thyroid? Anyway, so yeah, we're getting some, we get into some discourse in the thread. I'm trying to find this one. Yeah. Like, look, he can't help it. He can't help it. Like I said, he loses himself. He becomes the man. He becomes the meme. All right, chat, this is Destiny. He loses himself so much in the sauce that he thinks he is... Oh, come on, it's a podcast now. God damn it. God damn it. Okay, they're gonna take away all the results, aren't they? I just want to find the meme. Okay, you're too successful, no politic here. What am I gonna do? I mean, there's the guy, right? This is the guy in the meme. Here it is.
And what do you think about the game?
I thought it was a good game. I thought in the beginning Israel was better, but now Mali is is destroying them. I think Israel is not bad. Israel is not bad, but I think Mali is going to destroy them today. No, I'm just talking about football. I'm just talking about football. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
He's become this man, chat. Destiny is this guy right here. Their fates have become intertwined when Destiny decided to lose himself in the defense of Israel. All right, so what else we got? We got the case against lefties. Okay, we're going to run through this really quick. Again, I'm not trying to spend too much time on Destiny, but he is becoming, unfortunately, more relevant again as he engages in a war. Why doesn't he just do what Vosh did, right? Look, I don't want to say this the wrong way, okay? Vosh grosses me out. I can't take it. I know what the guy fucking spanks it to. I can't talk to him. I can't take him seriously. I can't look at him without realizing that at some point, if the camera was on, it would be recording his face like in some weird, orgasm face, right? I can't take it. I can't take it. It's too much. That's the fucking chair. He uses the chair that he streams in to jerk off. That, like, even if he wasn't disgusting shit, right? So anyway, no apologia for Vosh, okay? I'm not letting Vosh off for that, but I do have to say that when Vosh gets in stupid drama where he's obviously wrong, instead of doubling down like Destiny, he does his, what is it called? It's called the Fortress arc, right? He doesn't, he withdraws himself from, talking about people outside the community, outside the stream, and he's not like a constant like source of like irritation and bullshit the way that Destiny is, and he doesn't punch left as much as he used to, which actually I shouldn't say this, chat. I shouldn't say this. I haven't watched enough Vosh lately, but I haven't seen him punching left as much. So I think he's not punching left as much, which is that was my original criticism. Remember? I don't know if anybody remembers, but there were people in my community sending me videos, before there was substantiation about Vosh and the age of consent stuff, right? They were sending me videos like implying that Vosh is endorsing like pedophilia or something like that. And I'd look at them and I'd be like, yeah, that's not, it's not quite there. That's not proof, right? There's some sussy videos. There's some really bad takes that he has, but anyway, I resisted talking about Vosh on a personal level because there was plenty to criticize about Vosh on a political level, right? There's plenty of, he really does have that hippie punching dog in him. He has that like hatred of anyone to the left of him, dog in him, and he just got overcome. But he got crushed. His ops got so massive that they rolled over him, okay? And so he doesn't talk so proud anymore. And on a certain level, like, I have some degree of respect for that. Please don't clip this out of context, making it look like I am changing my tune about Vosh. I am not, all right? But I do know that I do like that Vosh knows when to go away.
Did Barrett, Kavanaugh, and Gorsuch, did all three come from the... Or no, am I thinking the Federalist Society? Federalist Society, Supreme Court recommendations. What does it mean when you say, like, they came from or were supported by? Like, how influential are these people really? Like, were they part of the Federalist Society, or...
Oh my God! He's learning about the Federalist Society on stream.
Let's see. The Federalist Society. It's an American libertarian...
Oh my God! Oh my God! It's very important, Destiny. It's very fucking important. What the Federalist Society does is they sponsor people's careers, right? They get judges that they know are going to decide cases that the way that they want them to decide them, and they groom them. They set them up for success. They network them in, right? They make sure that their guys are going to be in the position where they're the most qualified people to get named for a Supreme Court position, and then they lobby to get their people put in. And yeah, chat right now, I believe it is a majority of the Supreme Court that has come up through this Federalist system farm. You know, it's like a baseball team, right? If you think about it like a baseball team, right? They go out there into the minors. You're graduating, you know, as an attorney. You know, your teacher told somebody in the Federalist Society that you were really bright and really smart, and somebody approaches you, right? And they're like, hey, we could get you a job at this law firm. You want to, you know, and you're like, wow, I wasn't thinking I was going to get, you know, I don't know. You do get 6 figures right out the gate, right? I don't know. You're getting paid more than you expect. Of course, you're going to take that deal. And then they're like, hey, you know, we've got our governor's going to nominate you for, you know, this circuit. And they get them into position. And the whole thing is to essentially, and that's why I say the Supreme Court is illegitimate. This is not democracy, right? That is moneyed interest taking control of one of the branches of government, which is the branch that is allowing the executive right now to roll roughshod over the legislative. The legislative has never been less powerful. The executive has never been more powerful. But Chad, I get the feeling that if it was a different president in there, it would be a different set of decisions from the Supreme Court. So yeah, it's like when they got their president that they like. These people have done a lot for Trump. They kept Trump out of jail. They made him able to. It was their decisions that enabled him to even really legitimately like run for president. And now he is mad at them because they're not deciding all of the cases the way that he wants them to. So he's kind of declared war on the Federalist Society, which is an interesting thing in and of itself. But don't tell Destiny this because he's just learning what the Federalist Society is. That's crazy, chat. Talk about the not politically informed leading the not politically informed.
A legal organization that advocates very textualist and original.
Yeah, you would get 6 figures. That's what I think. I was about to say, you know, you're getting 6 figures right out of the gate. I was like, wait, that's normal if you have a JD.
Interpretation of the U.S. Constitution, headquartered in D.C.
Pass the bar.
It has chapters of 200 law schools and features student, lawyer, and faculty divisions. 70,000 practicing attorneys in 90 cities. God damn.
Crazy.
God damn. Wait, how many lawyers in the United States? 1.4 million. Damn. Jesus. That's a lot of lawyers. Okay. In March of 2020, 43 out of 51 of Trump's appellate court nominees were current or former members of the society. Of the 9 current members of the Supreme Court, at least 5 are current or former members of the organization. Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, Thomas, Alito, and Barrett. Jesus. Roberts previously served as a member of the steering committee of the D.C. chapter, but denies ever being a member. Damn. Where did Garland come from? What's the equivalent, like, left-leaning? Let's see. What do they oppose? Challenging liberal or left?
What's the equivalent left-leaning? Oh my God.
Where the fuck did who recommends?
Was bro about to say what is the equivalent left-leaning attorney grooming? Davi, is there one? I know there's not one on the scale of the Federalist Society, but is there even like anything like this on the left? Right? Obviously, now as far as like vocations go, attorneys do tend to lean left, right? Sorry, they do tend to lean left, correct. Merrick Garland is a Federalist Society member. That's crazy, Ducky. So yeah, Merrick Garland, remember, was the guy that Obama was going to put into the Supreme Court as a compromise, right? Oh, your conservative champion, he died before he was expected to, and I'm supposed to, I'm supposed to name a replacement for him. Well, because I'm Barack Obama, and I'm so fair, and I have so much goodwill for the right wing, I'm going to go ahead and give you basically a Republican. It might be not the Republican that, you would choose, but they are on your side. Right? In other words, I'm not going to take the chance to do what the fucking goal is, right? In terms of naming Supreme Court justices, which is to pull the fucking court to your political direction. But Obama's, he's too high-minded for this. They go low, we go high. Fuck you. Fuck you, Obama. Yeah, I actually didn't know Garland was a member of this, but I do know that Garland is very conservative. Oh, wait, what did you say no to? There's nothing on the left like that. That's what Davi's saying. There's not a corresponding organization on the left that even does anything like this, let alone on the scale and on the level and with the amount of money and connections that the Federalist Society has. So even though lawyers do tend to lean towards the left, to the consternation of, I'm sure, Republicans, that they're, you know, in terms of like who is, you know, getting a leg up, yeah, it's conservatives through the Federalist Society.
Ended Sotomayor or Kagan or
his live studying sends me, yeah.
Jackson.
Well, I don't know. I think that for his community, correct me if I'm wrong, Vamps, but is what I mean, sorry, Vamps, I'm like picking you out. I think you've watched Destiny before, right? It's I'm like I sound like I feel like I'm calling her out. No, I've watched, you know, obviously Destiny, you know, for content, right? Or to disagree, right? But like I'm just trying to find somebody who's watched enough Destiny to be able to confirm what I'm trying to say here is that like I think that it's sold as almost like a co-working sort of situation, the live studying that he's doing, where and it allows him to, like, you know, he's got like what all these, you know, debates that he wants to go to, so he can do research for the debates, he can take notes, he can kind of get stuff done that needs to be done on stream. Yeah, I mean, I've thought about doing this before, but I don't know, it seems weird. What would I be doing, like editing videos? Yeah, if the video that I'm editing is interesting enough and everybody's waiting to see it, I will sometimes edit videos on stream. But I haven't done that since the Westside Tyler versus Lonerbox debate.
The American Bar Association.
It's his CSI moment, yeah.
Let's see, the
only equivalent you could say is the university systems. Self-you network through your professors. And almost all of mine leaned left. And there's a reason for that. There is a very important reason for that. This is a big trend amongst academia. And the trend is that the more you study, the more you learn about the world, its history, how things work. You know, you study in an academically rigorous manner, the less likely you are to hold reactionary or conservative beliefs, and the more likely you are to hold beliefs that would be described as progressive or even leftist in nature.
Reason why there's no Liberal Heritage Foundation.
He's playing detective on stream. Yeah, kind of. But I mean, this stuff is just like, I think they're supposed to like co-work. I think the idea is for that they're, you know, he's like that they can work on their schoolwork or whatever while he's doing this. I don't know.
Destiny asked on a stream recently where the liberal version of the Heritage Foundation was, by which he meant a think tank or organization dedicated to creating policy proposals with active ties to democratic/liberal lawmakers, so that there was always a plan for the next 6 years. He would do well to look at what happened in the history of the legal profession in this country. I would suggest the work of Stefan Tellis, particularly The Rise of the Conservative Legal Movement. What follows is a basic summary of his book. See, about 100 years ago, the law of the land was starkly more about conservative. The default tone taken, especially by the ABA, was conservative groups like the ACLU and NAACP, with the left-wing groups maintaining a consistent line throughout the months, years, and decades. They had clear goals in mind and were dedicated to making them happen. Then came the aftermath of World War II, and the legal profession, especially its leaders and teachers, shifted leftward in more pro-government action. A lot of lawyers with more experience in the New Deal than the ABA's conservatism began joining law schools. These lawyers also had distinct market advantage, since they were more familiar with the government's laws and how to navigate them. Also, the declining anti-Semitism meant more Jews were getting into the legal profession, and they were overwhelmingly liberal. By the 50s, the APA could no longer take for granted its power over the legal profession. Certainly, many liberal lawyers didn't think it represented them. To keep control and prestige, it would have to make concessions to the more left-wing lawyers. Of particular interest was the focus on providing legal services at low cost for the poor and dispossessed. The 1960s were when this seed began to blossom. Highly acclaimed professors at prestigious law schools were liberal lawyers with liberal views on how the law applied or what it meant were teaching.
I'm sorry, chat. I think this is too remedial for you. I think this is too remedial for you. I don't think anybody's getting anything out of. I mean, if you don't know about the Federalist Society, look it up. I mean, if I ever get around to doing video essays, that would be a good topic. So he's starting off talking about the Federalist Society. And like I said, chat, he packages these up in weird ways, right? Like, look at that. He's in the middle of like some kind of, oh, look, this is his notes from, remember when he was talking to Tim Miller of the Bulwark? Same team platforming, friendly conversation platforming. So this is like, you know, you want to get a Democrat elected and you're acting as PR here. Friendly conversation. You're chatting in a friendly way. You're not going to do, is this the one where you don't do as many follow-ups as you, like if it was adversarial or hostile?
Joining us now, Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Versus Grilled.
Very pleased to bring you all today an
What was his stance? Now this was...
So yeah, I mean, Breaking Points, if you don't know, it's the venture that I believe Sagar and Crystal Ball started up after Crystal, was she fired from The Hill or did she just quit, right? The Hill had this formula where they'd have somebody on the right, somebody on the left. I think that was Sagar and Crystal back in the day. They didn't like something about that situation, so they left. They formed Breaking Points. And yeah, Sagar is a very right-wing person. Emily Jashinsky, I believe, the other conservative host that comes to mind, she's, you know, these are pretty conservative people. They're not like, you know, almost leftists or something like that. I mean, there are some, like Sagar, I guess, has more of a, he's more open to, like, you know, the idea of redistribution, I guess, than most Republicans, but he's also like got that weird kind of populist fascist tendency too, right? So yeah, but Destiny is about to call them tankies, which is fucking crazy. All right, Crystal Ball, I mean, I love her. She's a liberal. Kyle Kalinske is a liberal. Like Ryan Grimm, I don't know what team he's playing for half the time, but yeah, you know, tends to be, you know, towards the left, right? And then, you know, Sagar and Emily are conservative to reactionary. They even did have more right-wing people, like back in the day. There was a guy, I can't remember his name. Shakespeare might know this person because he was a friend or like he had done content with like what's his name? Elijah Shea. I might be mixing up names here, but like some far right dude that I've heard Shakespeare talk about. But this guy did a standalone video on Breaking Points that was just like, you know, anti-trans, right? Just a video, you know, like, and look, you don't see that from Ryan. Ryan has debated Matt Walsh before and disagreed with him. You know, I don't love Ryan's opinions on all things trans related, but you know, he's on the right side directionally. Same thing with Crystal, and even Emily Jashinsky, I don't think was as invested as in the, like, you know, kind of hatred as Matt Walsh was. But they did have this one guy who, you know, the content that I saw of his was like video essays, just transphobic video essays. I don't know. They did end up firing him, right? He became a liability. I can't remember who it was, but he interviewed somebody that it was going to be too much heat for Breaking Points, so they cut ties at that point. And then he tried to say they canceled me and try to make hay out of that. He went on Jimmy Dore. I think that the kind of clout that you can chase on Jimmy Dore is pretty limited these days, so it didn't really work out that well for him, and he's disappeared back into the void. But they did have a very, very far right, just, you know, bigot on their staff. So you cannot call them left would be inappropriate, would be inaccurate, would be a oversimplification. But I don't know, would Destiny say, well, no, I just mean Ryan and Crystal. No, I don't think they're leftist either. I don't think they would define themselves, I mean, you know, as leftists. But yeah, they're tankies. They're tankies.
December 15th.
According to Destiny. And I guess what Ryan, like fucking Sagar, is a tanky by association? Is that he would be very amused to hear that.
2023. Slotkin was 2025. These are quite a time period apart now. Is there anything that was more recent with RFK Jr. and Breaking Point?
How is he a political commentator and does not know about the Federalist Society? I don't know. Parasocialism is a powerful drug, I guess. I don't know. And again, he's one of the first, political streamers on the scene. He's kind of got the first actor effect that's still kind of. He's just got such a big reservoir of people to sort of draw from that even when he purges his community or is hard to watch or defending the indefensible, even when he's losing, he's got enough there to where he's not going to drop off the map the way that this I can't remember the dude's name. God, who's the other guy? Griffin is on Breaking Points, and he is a friend of the Vanguards, I believe. They used to do content with Griffin. So yeah, I feel like Griffin would know this guy. Chat, we got to get me in contact with Griffin. I gotta ask Griffin. I can't remember that guy's name. Jason something. No, sorry, I shouldn't say it that way. There's a guy named Jason Society on Twitch. I'm not talking about that person. Don't anybody think I'm talking about Jason Society, okay? I am not. Jason something else.
Because you could argue that the war got worse for the Palestinians, so maybe it would make sense why they're more aggressive later on about it now.
Very pleased.
I don't know. Fuck. I can listen real quick, I guess.
And specifically the topic of Israel, obviously very much in the news right now. So President Biden's administration, they have said that they have no red lines for the state of Israel and their conduct in this war. Do you have any red lines for Israel?
Well, the red lines are that,
Oh, no.
You do everything you can.
Oh, no.
Israel is doing right now to avoid civilian casualties. But, there's collateral damage in every war, and they're fighting an implacable enemy. I mean,
Chat, I don't have this sped up.
I don't think there's any country in the world that would go as
I think Bulwark has covered a ton of these examples.
Tanky Gooner says, I'm a tanky. I thought you were a gooner.
far as Israel has gone to not invade Gaza. I mean, Israel was being bombed by Hamas, took over Gaza. Israel walked out of Gaza. There's no occupation of Gaza. Israel, well, there's a blockade because Hamas declared war on Israel and sent suicide bombers off, so they put up a fence. So it's their, that's like the guy who kills his parents and then throws himself on the mercy of the court because he's an orphan. For them to say that they're blockading.
What?
Yeah, they're blockading. And it's not just Israel's blockading; it's Egypt. Well, everybody has a problem with Hamas. In fact, after the 73 war, after the 67 war.
I really don't know why Destiny would watch a clip where he's gonna agree with RFK Jr.
Israel tried to give Hamas back to Egypt, and Egypt didn't want to take it because Gaza back to Egypt. Egypt didn't want to take it because of the high level of sort of religious militant Islam that Egypt considered a threat to its own government. Let me just finish.
Sure.
Israel, Hamas took over in 2006,
right?
And they immediately started shelling Israel. So they sent on average 2,000 rockets a year on civilian populations, and their charter and their public statements day after day are it's against Islamic law for them to even negotiate with Israel, except as a ruse. It says that in their charter. The only satisfaction for them, the only goal, is to annihilate Israel and kill every Jew, not just in Israel but all around the world. So Israel, instead of going in and attacking, if Mexico elected a communist government, the communist government began sending shells onto civilian populations in San Antonio and Houston and say we're going to retake Texas, which they have a legitimate claim to.
Wait. Then what's the problem?
It wouldn't take us very long.
Whoa. RFK Jr., are you failing to compartmentalize? Remember, this guy used to be on the left. He was considered kind of far left. Or I mean, I don't know that far left, but he was on the, left environmentally at the very least, right? Sam Cedar could probably explain more about his politics back in the day. But did you hear that? He's like, well, actually, I don't know, Mexico, maybe they should. Maybe they should take over the Alamo one more time and piss on the wax mannequin of Davy Crockett. Maybe they should.
It took to take out the people who were sending the shells. And Israel, instead of doing that, Israel did something extraordinary, which is it invested in an Iron Dome, which is to defend itself against just to live with this. So there's thousands, tens of thousands of Israelis that have, on that part of Israel that have been raised in bomb shelters. Who would put up with that? There's nobody in the world.
No one here is excusing the actions of Hamas, but I think you agree that one atrocity does not justify another. So how can you hold on? How can you say though? How can you say? I haven't finished my question. How can you say that Israel is doing everything they can to avoid civilian death when the civilian death toll, even by Israeli estimates, and this is the best possible number you could put on it, is 61% innocent civilians, thousands of children, thousands of women. That's worse than the combination of every 20th century conflict combined. So how can you look at that and combine with the complete siege of 2.2 million people and say that they're doing everything they can to protect civilian life?
First of all, what you said is not true. We killed 750,000 civilians in Iraq. Just like
Again, RFK Jr., I don't know if this is making your overall point. I don't know if this is a useful point for the Trump administration that is trying to carry on the endless war, policies of George W. Bush, right? he has these little moments where like it's like he says what he used to think, maybe, or he lets his intrusive thoughts come in.
750,000. Where is this? Jesus.
The percentage of the average kill rate in Afghanistan.
Wait, I think he's right. Wait, he's right, isn't he? RFK's actually right. 750,000 is about right for Iraq.
When we went into Germany to get out the Nazis, we killed 2 million Germans. We bombed Dresden.
Which is why, and actually there's an analysis that just came out that showed the bombing of northern Gaza has been more devastating and more destructive than our bombing of Dresden. I would also say after World War II, that's why we put in place things like the Geneva Conventions, to make sure that we did as much as we could to protect civilian life. So let me give you a specific report that you can respond to. The Washington Post, we can put this up on the screen, guys.
What do you think is the point that he's making here? Do you think the point is something like, these guys are so far left, they're to the left of RFK? Wait, that doesn't make sense. I don't know why he's showing this.
This is the second.
Of all the ways to try to demonstrate them being tankies. I mean, I guess you're just demonstrating that they're anti-Israel, which is not really news.
The Washington Post just reported that Israel dropped U.S.-supplied white phosphorus.
This is old too, chat. This is very old.
Inconsistent with the laws of war.
I think this is
impacting a civilian population. Are these? Now you might say, look, maybe there.
I think this is before the election. I think this is when RFK Jr. was running.
Reports in dispute. Maybe we need to go and investigate. But is this or any other of Israeli conduct in this war? Is this something that you think should be investigated for potential violations of international law?
Again, if Israel dropped white phosphorus on civilian populations illegally,
I can't really compare these two interviews because I don't think RFK is like in a public office.
What is the other
Republican side yet? I think he was still running as a Democrat, right? Or if, I don't even know if he announced he was running it. December of 2023, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. I can't really compare.
2023.
Who are the...
No, he definitely had announced, and I think he'd been in several debates by that time. Right? It was them trying to... Wait, no. Am I right about that? No. Oh, God. I forgot about this, chat. Chat, in my mind, I somehow always retcon RFK Jr. As if he was running in the Republican primary with Vivek, with DeSanctimonious, with all those, but he wasn't. No, he was running as a Democrat, and it was the most ridiculous thing. And I was worried there was going to be people that were just like such low information voters that they'd be like, "Hey, a Kennedy, that's pretty cool. Like maybe we should go with Kennedys now. Let's just do a Kennedy." And they had no idea that this guy's not even a Democrat. Like he was attempting a hostile takeover of the left using his family name.
If I want to find out who like the most popular Democrats are right now, I'm trying to think if this gives me a good understanding of the landscape or not, because a lot of it will come down to name recognition and stuff. I don't know. Let's see. Who are most popular poll Democrats right now? Current most popular Democrats poll. Do Democrat, March 6th. Okay, a month ago. Do Democrats want to be normal? Survey analysis of today's Democratic coalition.
What the fuck?
Moderates, 47% of the Democratic coalition. Voters who describe themselves as a moderate Democrat, independent, or anti-Trump Republican. Moderates form the largest segment of the coalition with an average age of 53. They are somewhat more likely to be non-college graduates and are demographically diverse. 62% white, 70% black, 30% Hispanic, 55%.
I love how he just skips over that because he's not a college graduate, right? Look, I don't want to get mean about like anybody's, life. Like, I mean, I've got a fucking graduate degree that I didn't finish, right? So I'm not trying to like I don't know, academia mog anybody. But the reason that moderates tend towards the less educated is because as you become more educated, the moderate viewpoint doesn't make much sense. It sounds great when you're like, look, we got all these crazy things that happen. We elect this president, we elect that president, we go to war, we open the borders. I just want to grill. Can we just get a president where I can grill maybe the most moderate president, right? Maybe we could get a team of like Bloomberg and I don't know, like some, Republican independent, like Angus King or I don't know, like, right, they're thinking that like somehow that the gold is like somewhere in the middle. You got to find the middle path. And yeah, it's just like, as you get more educated about how things really work, that makes a lot less sense. So, I mean, I'm sure Destiny would acknowledge that that is a factor in why people are Republican or Democrat, right? That there is an educational disparity there as well. But yeah, your people, the moderates, Destiny, they're less educated. they have to be kept ignorant, or else. And that chat, it's not that I'm saying like, you know, I'm not making some socioeconomic snob, you know, kind of argument here. I am saying that if they became more educated, they would be less moderate.
More than half live in suburban communities.
I love Vivek's thing for trying to create a space for Indians and Zionist groypers. Yeah.
Communities, and they are the.
If only Zionist, if only Zionist groypers had not just decided that they that it's cool to be super racist against Indians again.
Most electorally flexible faction in the coalition, only 45% say they have never voted for a non-democratic presidential candidate. Progressive liberals, 37% of the Democratic coalition, voters who describe themselves as liberal Democrat or progressive Democrat. They're the whitest, 65% white, 11% Hispanic, 70% black, 5% Asian, of the three groups, and are evenly split between those with college degrees and those without. A large majority describe themselves as ideologically left-leaning. This group is also disproportionately concentrated on the West Coast and in suburban areas, and the woke fringe.
Ooh.
Voters who describe themselves.
Davy, what does that say about the East Coast? I don't know. I don't trust Destiny to you know, pull up, you know, the best statistics necessarily. But do you think that's true? Anybody think that's true? Is the West Coast more left-wing than the East Coast? Is that a real thing? I mean, we definitely have the Kasperian effect on the West Coast. Go to cities like San Francisco, cities like Seattle, cities like LA, and you will find, you know, wealthy, very solid Democratic voters that are voting in some cases for Republican mayors, right? Over issues like taxes and, you know, the hating homeless people. I mean, is that true? It would suck if that was true. Then again, the East Coast, does the East Coast technically include like Florida and South Carolina and North Carolina? Like, when I say the East Coast, I'm talking about, I don't know, like DC and above, right? Is that what other people think of when you say East Coast? Do you think of DC to Maine, or do you think of like fucking Maine to, I don't know, Miami?
As a democratic socialist or communist, 11%. The woke fringe stands apart demographically and attitudinally.
What is he reading?
The youngest faction with an average age of 43 and 7 in 10 members.
I can't tell. It's so small.
It is the group with the fewest Hispanics, but the largest proportion of black and Asian voters. 60% are white. This group is more likely to live in urban areas, particularly in the Northeast. Ideologically, it is the most consistently left-leaning faction.
Oh wow! Oh wow! So he's saying like that the homeland of the far left is the area of the East Coast I was talking, the northeastern coast, but that overall the West Coast is more left than the East Coast.
Very left-leaning. Members of this group are also significantly more likely than other Democrats to report poor mental health compared to the other groups. 25% for this group.
I'm sorry, West Coasters, but I do see you as lesser beings. See, I know that, and that's why I'm a little bit surprised. I thought you were greater beings over there. But I don't know. It's just more. It's obviously more complicated than Destiny's going to make it out. And he's going to do anything that he can to say that these are a bunch of privileged elite, you know, college students, and they don't understand the working experience. Even though Destiny doesn't want to do anything for workers, he doesn't want to raise the fucking minimum wage. He doesn't want to do the basic shit. You know, he's against rent control. He's against anything that would, you know, keep the rent down or make the shit more. His answer is you just move. All right. You were born and raised in New York City and you can't afford to live there anymore. Well, tough luck. You gotta move to Omaha.
14% for moderate, 60% for progressive liberals. Let's see. Thinking about the direction of the Democratic Party after 2024.
See, like I bought into that East Coast Superior thing
between February 6th and 15th. Okay, a couple months ago. Thinking about the direction of the Democratic Party after 2024, which statement comes closest to your view? The Democratic Party needs to move further left to energize its base. That's 22% for all Dems /
But it's probably because I'm so acutely aware of the West Coast, you know, Kasperian effect victims, right? I'm very acutely aware of the, I don't even know what you want to fucking call it. The nationally left, but locally, basically Republican, you know, faction that's emerging on the left coast, you know, is a very a surprisingly reactionary movement, right? Surprisingly, it's surprising how kind of this becomes a pipeline too. Like with Anna Kasparian, it's not just a thing of like, I want low taxes and please be mean to the homeless, so they'll go to another city. It's not just that stuff. With Anna Kasparian, it's like, you know, well, crime obviously. Like it kind of opens her up to the IDW. That's where she started her journey.
Harris voters. The Democratic Party's in the right spot ideologically is 26%. Not sure is 13%. And the Democratic Party needs to move towards the center to win over more voters. 38%. Damn. Okay.
The West Coast right-wingers are the most psycho. Yeah, we got we had Patriot Prayer out here. I don't know what it turned into. What did Patriot Prayer, I guess they're probably like Trump officials now. I would guess there's no reason for them to be in a brown shirt gang when they can just join ICE. So yeah, they're probably ICE agents.
Hispanic, black, white, woke fringe. Say 58% of them say they need to move further to the left. Progressive liberals are at 24%. Moderates are at 12%. Under 50, 50 plus. Okay. Jesus. Among likely Democratic primary voters, the early 2028 field remains fluid. Kamala Harris holds a narrow plurality at 23%, followed closely by Gavin Newsom at 20%. Pete Buttigieg trails in 38%. I am surprised he's this far up there. Followed by AOC at 7%, Josh Shapiro at 5%, and Mark Kelly at 4%. What are our... Okay, there are severe ideological mismatches and any similarities are only true at the surface level and quickly diverge as soon as you dig into them. Examples. Recent polling from the Manhattan Institute shows a broad voter preference for remaining more moderate in our beliefs and democratic beliefs.
So he's like doing research.
Appealing more to...
I'm guessing for some wick.
Towards the center. Okay, really more towards the center.
I mean, oh my God, this is so boring.
Hold on.
Oh my God, what are we doing?
Okay. What would we say are the three... Can we name like three huge... Or what are some large... This might be a waste of time because maybe it's not as bad as I think, but we'll see. The three most popular Democrats that voters would support in a 2028 Democratic presidential primary.
This sounds like a AI prompt.
Presidential primary are Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, and Pete Buttigieg. How are these three individuals treated on far left media platforms? Do they seem to take a more constructive / friendly approach, or do they instead appear as
so boring? Okay, so he's doing research here. I'm not going to suggest you to any more of this. God damn. This is Destiny's defense, is that if you ever try to react to him, how much he sucks, you lose your audience because he's boring.
For working people has a sunset provision on it, and it's gone away, and the tax cuts for the wealthy and corporations are permanent. This is what he does. He represents billionaires and big business and money interests. He does not represent regular working people, despite what he says on the campaign trail. Again, you have to read the specifics and the details to know what's actually going on. Another example of that, he picks a predatory payday lender to be the head of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. For those of you who don't know, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is one of the best government agencies we have. They've returned over $12 billion.
So I guess he's gonna find what this is a new parlor game, chat. Have you seen this? It's going on Twitter right now. You try to find Kyle Kulinski criticizing a Democrat, particularly a Democrat that is particularly like somebody who ran ended up being the candidate, right? You try to find him being disappointed or complaining about or criticizing like Kamala Harris, and then you're like, aha, regardless of what he said like in the immediate run up to the election, I'm going to cast him as being I feel like, did Destiny say that he was advocating for Jill Stein? I don't think that was true, right? But they'll find clips to support it because yeah, Kyle does what I think is the right thing. Look, when a politician, when a candidate's not, doing something that like they're not living up to their constituents, and then on top of that, it's going to make them more vulnerable in the general election. You gotta go at them, right? The best thing you could have done for Kamala Harris was to criticize her and saying this is not working. You need to let us know you're gonna stop the price gougers, and if they fucking complain to you, you're gonna call them out. You're gonna be like, hey, a friend of my husband's actually had a conversation and said, Kamala, you got to get rid of this price gouging. And I want to show you how I'm a different candidate because I told him to fuck off. Right? No, she never tells them to fuck off. She is absolutely allergic to that. She goes where the wind blows. And that's why she lost. Ultimately, she didn't stand for anything. That's Kamala's biggest problem. And that's why she should never run for office again. She doesn't fucking stand for anything. At the end of the day, there is no core. There is no her. There is no red line, right? She is literally just like, what do people want to hear? Abolish the police? Fuck yeah, I'm for it, right? Oh, they don't like abolish the police? Never mind, we're not going to abolish the police. You want me to go hard on the immigrants? I'll go hard on the immigrants. You want me to fucking, abandon trans people? I will abandon trans people, right? Anything to fucking win, anything to get power. And anything to please the people that are putting you there, right?
So we're defrauded by big banks and credit card companies, etc. It came about under the Obama administration. Well, Trump.
Does he actually understand the shit at the speed? Probably not. It's probably he can just it makes it easier for him to mischaracterize what they're saying, right? If he's got it running fast, nobody really catches it, and he could be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe Kyle is saying you gotta vote for Joseph Stalin in this election. Oh, that's really crazy, Kyle."
Again, appointed a predatory payday lender to be the head of it to destroy the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And of course, so as he gets out of office, the Democrats have tried to build it up again to make it represent the people again. This is one way he talks about. He very famously deregulated deli meat, and then we had a listeria outbreak. It just happened. It ended up killing 9 people and hospitalizing 57. And it's as a direct result of him deregulating deli meat. Trump ran as the anti-outsourcing guy. Well, guess what? Under him, we lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs. Trump picked the 3 new Supreme Court justices, and guess what? They're the ones who overturned Roe versus Wade, and of course that's having horrendous consequences all across the country, because now you have 12 or more states with full abortion bans, many other conservative states with very restrictive abortion bans, but they're not full abortion bans, and this is wreaking havoc on women's health. Then he also very famously did not try to get the minimum wage increased, even though he pretended he was a populist. He's going to represent working people. He didn't lift a finger to try to get the minimum wage increased. Beyond that, he presided over a net loss of 2.9.
Oh yeah, he's playing eugenics at the same time. I haven't played this game yet. Anybody played this?
In jobs.
It kind of reminds me of Don't Starve. It's like if Don't Starve had a Pokemon kind of thing.
Now look, you could say, yeah, but that's largely due to COVID or whatever. It's fair to bring up COVID in the context of that conversation. But when you're president, you also don't get a mulligan. Okay, he lost 2.9 million jobs. He also made 160.
He also lost 1 million people. Oh yeah, I should read this. This got posted earlier. The poll of black voters where Pete Buttigieg received 0%. I did not see that. Not surprised though. Wait, so Davi, somebody said something about oh yeah, the real numbers in Iraq, right? If you count all the knock-on effects, what was said, like 3.5 million. Oh my god, I can't scroll up because it's scrolling me back. As soon as somebody chats, it scrolls me back down. I will sacrifice 90% of my salary if RFK agreed to never speak with his disgusting voice again. I thought somebody said like they had a better estimate for like what we're talking about is like the effect of the United States' invasion, right? The official numbers of debt is yeah, like around 1 million, or you could round off to 1 million, and then when you kind of consider all the effects that invasion happened, it is in the millions, certainly. Eugenics is made by Ethan's friend. He and Hila voiced the cats. I didn't know that. Oh no, did they play it? Did they DNW play it or something? The reaction to the meows? So the meows were Ethan and Hila? They're not even cat people, are they?
Countries while he was president. This is a clear violation of the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution. And the concern is, if you're taking that much money from foreign governments and from foreign wealthy people, who are you really beholden to? Are you making policy for the American people? Or
I just don't like the name.
He did a lot of self-dealing.
I really don't like the name.
He billed the Secret Service $1 million and had the Secret Service stay at one of his hotels. This sort of self-dealing, if any other politician was doing it, it'd be a giant story and there'd be massive scrutiny. But with Trump, it's like number 7 on the list of scandals for the day, so people barely even know about it. There was, a massive outcry at the time when there was the child separation policy going on at the border. In fact, 5,000 kids were separated from their parents at the border. He, of course, tried to do the thing he said on the campaign trail, which is the Muslim ban, and it had to go through the court system, and he had to rework the Muslim ban in a number of different ways and basically make it not a Muslim ban while trying to kind of still have it a Muslim ban. Some wild stuff, man. That's some wild stuff. He was impeached in the House over the Zelensky phone call. If you guys remember that, that was he was trying to get Ukraine to open up an investigation.
3.1 million. Okay.
Joe Biden. He was also impeached for incitement to insurrection in the House. And here's the fact that many people don't know. So yeah, the impeachment got through the House, right? I think both times got through the House. But for the second impeachment, the incitement to insurrection, get this: 57 senators voted to impeach him and literally remove him from office. Now, obviously, with impeachment, you need more than 57, but the overwhelming majority of senators said, yeah, he tried to incite insurrection with January 6th, and he needs to get out of here.
So, anybody see what ContraPoints is doing recently? We're not going to talk about this. This isn't on the bonus content or in the regular content or anything, but like ContraPoint seems to be trying to argue for leftist to do like a militant revolution, right? She's like, all you people that said Trump will be great because we'll have a big revolution. And, you know, you're talking about like 5 people, right? And 4 of them, chat, are bad empanada alts. There's not a lot of people that are saying what ContraPoints is now strawmanning and attacking the left with, right? But she's out there like, are you going to do your revolution now? Or are you going to go out there and overthrow the government? She's going to get, chat, she's going to get taken, right? She's going to say something that sounds like she is advocating for a violent revolution, and Trump, and they're going to fucking take ContraPoints, right? She's going to get interrogated. She's going to get the NSM PQ RAA treatment or whatever.
That means 7 Republicans agreed with the Democrats and said, yeah, he tried to incite an insurrection. By the way, more on that sort of stuff later. Trump also appointed more billionaires and Wall Street CEOs in his administration than any president in history. That's very ironic, again, because this is a guy who pretends like he's anti-establishment and he's against the elites. And then here he is doing the most pro-establishment, pro-elite thing anybody can do. He also acted like getting an infrastructure bill was a big thing for him, and he was going to get it done. Well, guess what? He did not get an infrastructure bill through. All we got is some virtue signaling like infrastructure weeks. He filled the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, with union busters, made it very, very hard to form a union, so working people were held back from getting higher wages and better healthcare and better benefits. Trump's Labor Department very famously stiffed 8 million workers of overtime pay because this is the conservative Republican ideology. They don't believe in things like overtime pay. They don't believe in things like paid family leave and paid vacation time, and that's how he governed. His Labor Department stiffed 8 million workers of overtime. He very famously tried to terminate DACA, so protections for the dreamers, but the courts blocked him. He pulled out of the Paris Climate Agreement and called climate change a hoax. He rolled back 112 environmental protections. Guys, one of Trump's lines he always goes back to is, we want beautiful clean air and beautiful clean water. You've heard him say this a million times on the campaign trail and at rallies and in interviews. Well, guess what? He rolled back 112 environmental protections, including deregulating chemicals and water and air. So he's just, I don't know how else to get it through. The guy genuinely is just a liar. Here's another lie. He always says, I'm going to protect your Social Security, I'm going to protect your Medicare. Trump's proposed budgets his entire time in office included cuts to Social Security and Medicare. Here's another amazing fact that it boggles my mind that more people don't know this. Well, I'm going to tell you and you guys can spread the word. Under Trump, 3 million people lost health insurance. Under Obamacare...
So chat, get ready, because we're going to... here, I need to change the topics, right? But we're going to do... we're going to jump into the Asmongold content next, okay? So be ready, because like if anybody's got a meme, we're gonna do a blast off tweet. We're gonna try this, chat. Now my Twitter has been a lot more active in the last day than it has in the last year. I've probably gotten more impressions, more views, right? I've got a tweet that is still popping off. It's closing in on 4,000 likes now. So I'm gonna try to do a like a blast off tweet like Hasan does. And all I need from you is anybody who's got a meme, especially a meme having to do with Asmongold and his statement that he doesn't have to listen to illiterate Afghani goat herders, sheep herders, third worlders are incredibly stupid. And their opinions don't matter for shit, when in actuality, these Afghan sheep ranchers, actually, if they were saying what he says they were saying, if they were saying Iran was winning the war, they're correct. They're correct strategically. They're correct on an economic level. And yes, they're even kind of correct on a military level, as hard as that is for a lot of Americans to even comprehend. ContraPoints does 6-hour Twilight vids. She's not part of the left. She's just drifting. I thought you were going to say 6-hour video game streams.
Affordable Care Act, Democrats gave 50 million more people health insurance. Under Trump, 3 million people lost their health insurance. And by the way, we had a pandemic under him too. Like the last thing you would want to happen. Now, again, just so everybody understands, and to be clear, I support a single-payer Medicare for all system. I want everybody to be covered. I want universal health care like the rest of the developed world. And we don't have that, and we didn't get that. But there is a stark difference between Democrats and Republicans. Democrats, 50 million more people health care. Trump and Republicans, 3 million people lost their health insurance under his reign. Here's another story that
does not seem to be...
I believe it was the Washington Post. They did an analysis. The number of lies Trump told when he was president. You ready for this? They say there were 30,573 lies when he was president. 30,573 lies. That would be an average of 21 lies per day. Now look, let's be fair, guys. Let's be fair. Because I'm sure that the Washington Post considered certain things lies that were more in a gray area and they weren't necessarily lies. And maybe some of those things, the Washington Post was just flat out wrong. Okay, let's just cut the number in half. He told 15,000 lies. 15,000 lies when he was president. And that would still be about 10 lies per day. It begins to look kind of absurd to just swat all this stuff aside and say, nah, I like him. I like the guy. More. Trump delayed $20 billion in aid to Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria and left them without power for 181 days. And by the way, I think this is one of the main reasons why that Puerto Rico comment from Tony Hinchcliffe at the Trump rally, why it really has landed and broken through. And apparently the polls are showing it's actually having a massive impact. I think this is probably one of the reasons why. Because, Tony Hinchcliffe called Puerto Rico a floating island. They want to invoke martial law and get his... Well, they banned extreme work breaks. So you might.
I don't know. I don't know how to explain this. People in chat are suggesting he's kind of freebooting here. He's not commenting a lot. He's they're just kind of watching Kyle's video, and look, that always, that can happen for like a little while. You got to go to the bathroom, or you're setting something up, or you want to like let somebody roll it out so that you can speak to like more of what they're saying. Like certainly there's people in my audience who wish that I would talk less and let the tape roll more, but like this is just lazy.
Would come even close to the White House after all that's happened, and we'll see whether or not that comes to fruition. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
What is the point? I feel like is that did somebody send in a video to defend Kyle? Because I don't see how that video is like proving Destiny's thesis is helping to make the case against leftists, right? It is straight up Kyle being like, oh yeah, hell yeah, there's a difference between the Republicans and Democrats. Don't think there is. Oh no, there's like, it's like, right. I don't know. What else do you want him to say?
Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You want to.
Okay. Well, this is good. Kamala shocks Kyle with based policy agenda.
All right, y'all. Welcome to the show. I got a lot of catching up to do today. A lot of stuff to talk about. So, Kamala dropped her policy agenda. We're going to talk about it in just a second. We're going to go through everything that she released. Now, my guess is she focused most of this on the economic stuff. My guess is there are other parts to it as well, but I guess she might be rolling that out over an extended period of time. But we're going to dive into the economics portion. Not a lot to say about it. So we'll dive into that. We'll also get into Republicans and their counterattacks to Kamala's policy agenda. And it is one of the saddest things I've ever seen in my life. I mean, it is. They somehow get worse and worse and worse every single day. You're not going to be surprised to learn that the accusations of communism are flying left and right, even by the big man himself, Donald Trump. And then we'll also talk about the scandal that dropped a few days back, the white guy tacos comment from Tim Walz, which led to Republicans accusing Tim Walz of racism and accusing Kamala Harris of racism. Okay, all right. Then we'll get to, of all the years that I've been covering Donald Trump, I think this Trump comment finally broke me. I'm not gonna share it now. I'm not gonna tease it, but just hang in there and wait for this segment, because as you'll see, this, in my opinion, from the Kyle perspective, this is one of his worst comments of all time. And then veterans are furious at Trump. I'll tell you why. Trump gave a speech where he deep-throated Israel repeatedly, and Dave Rubin with his, just a total compilation.
And then he switched to, like, somebody will say it, the Dark Triad guy. That was one of the things he did. Yeah.
Dr. Gottman?
No. That's the actual guy. Oh, Todd Grand.
Oh, this is Dr. Grande. Today's question is, can I analyze the controversy surrounding Kamala Harris? Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video. I'm speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this.
Oh, 2022. Did he do multiple
Do we always have to say that?
Is Todd Grande on his list? Why is he watching a Todd? This is a guy that does like psychology videos, but it's mostly like, from what I've seen, it's like speculating, like, isn't it videos like, do you think that maybe Billie Eilish has BPD? Well, here's the, I don't know, isn't it this kind of thing? I don't watch him enough, chat. What is his content like, and why is Destiny watching him? There's no way that Destiny's like, this guy's on the left. Like he's not.
I feel like there was a video where this guy like goes through like things that I feel like you can understand what she's saying pretty clearly. And he's like, you can't understand anything.
Let's go to the next.
October 8th, 2024. What do the Young Turks have? The Young Turks. Search. Kamala.
Okay, so the best I can do for you is try to get our wrap our minds around like who he is talking about. I'm guessing number one is Hasan. No, Kamala Harris. Wait, what? Oh, okay, so talking about Kamala Harris, that's the first topic. Majority Report, Kyle Kulinski. Okay, so Majority Report is the first Oh, but we missed the Majority Report stuff, didn't we? That would be interesting to see. Maybe he's already done it. Oh my god, how do you watch the stream? Tucker Carlson, Breaking Points RFK, Democrat Party article polls. There we go. Sam and Emma. He hates Sam. He hates Emma. What else can I say, chat? He just hates him.
How the public's mind was made up about her until 2016.
Is Ethan suing Noah Samson? Yeah. Wait, what was the question? Another person? Yeah, he's suing Noah Samson, apparently. And I don't think the case is going to go anywhere, though. Todd Grande is hilariously low-key. He throws a bunch of dry humor. Nice.
That was a big issue for her. This is a big issue for Trump. Everyone, people already know how they feel about him. I saw a poll.
Billie Eilish does have Tourette's. Well, I mean, like that's what I've seen for him, is like talking about like the conditions of celebrities, right? Which is not, not what you'd want to be doing, assuming he's like a licensed, psychotherapist or something. That's, kind of an insult to his. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I should not judge Dr. Todd Grande on the limited stuff from him that I've seen.
The population is undecided on their opinion about him. So if Democrats can outperform Republicans, that's game over. And there's benefit to having newness and youth and all of those things.
Well, that may be the case, Emma, but have you considered that maybe Kamala Harris shouldn't be laughing so much? Let's tune into some very incisive political commentary from Tim Pool.
Why does everything he's watching seem to cut against? I don't understand. And again, chat, yes, you know, you could say, like, watch the whole video and then you'll maybe so. We don't have time for that. This isn't even the main subject. I just want to know what his fucking...
As he sees him. That the political consultants for Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton are telling them, you cannot be the screechy strong woman because people don't respond well to that. You have to be the jovial laughing woman, which is terrible advice. But I hate to break it to you guys. I wonder if there is just naturally a predisposition humans have to react less positively to women rallying cries as opposed to men. I mean that. I'll give some examples. We know.
All right. I said yesterday that the laughing is a misogynist dog whistle, right?
It's almost like there might be some kind of a power structure in place that preferences the way that men do things and that depreferences the way that women do things, kind of turns that all into a pejorative. You throw like a girl, you know? It's almost like there's a patriarchy or something. I don't know though, chat.
Didn't I say that?
Whoopsie.
So I'm sorry to tell you guys, but you know, I had a strategy going into that debate with him, and I was going to laugh at him if he acted ridiculous. When I did laugh at him, that's when he started screaming.
This is why you guys don't get invited places.
We're not having real conversations. That's when he got super red. There is something, first of all, like Hillary Clinton, yeah, that was part of the issue, bro. She can't, she was, I really have so many issues with her, from like Iraq war support, Wall Street ties. I hated voting for Hillary Clinton. But the sexism issues were real. She couldn't laugh because it was inauthentic. But then when she would try to rally, oh, she's being screechy, she's being aggressive. He's describing the outcomes of sexism and why they need to be overcome. But he's basically saying, well, there's nothing you can do because either you're screechy or you're too giggly, and we're going to criticize you anyway for it. Yeah, bro, that's the problem.
No, he's proposing the idea that possibly, maybe it might be possible that women should not participate in politics, that human beings have a natural response to a woman leader that is negative, and that's because they're not born for leadership. God made men for leadership. God made women to make babies and to make sandwiches and to take care of your emotional labor that you can't seem to deal with yourself, right? Be your therapist. Sorry, chat. I'm taking too much off my chest. Should I shut up? Should I shut up? Or are people resonating with that? Can people relate to what I'm talking about? Can people relate to what I'm talking about? He's a licensed professional counselor of mental health, and his speculation is often incredibly inaccurate, perpetrates dangerous stereotype about mental health conditions. Okay.
Being in a position of authority in front of your eyes.
What's always great about Tim Pool is he takes his perspective on things and then says it's actually the world. I want to remind Tim Pool that Hillary Clinton lost by 70,000 votes over the course of 3 states in terms of the Electoral College, but millions of more people voted for her than Donald Trump. In fact, Joe Biden won with less of a margin across in terms of the electoral, in terms of like votes that swung the other way in the Electoral College. So they're actual, like in terms of like them appealing to humans. It's you projecting onto the rest of us your misogyny. Go back and let's hear him explain again how, well, it's a mistake to tell her to laugh. And it's also a mistake to tell
It's crazy to have somebody that refuses to deal with their own like inner emotional state of being tell you that you are not competent for leadership. It's crazy, chat. You were born with the wrong genitalia to lead.
Tell her to be screechy women, because actually women just people don't trust women. And by people, I mean...
Like, I just wiped your ass, you know, okay? Like mental health wise, okay? Please don't tell me that I'm incompetent while I'm taking care of you.
Tim Pool doesn't trust women. Because somehow we've had women leaders in other countries around the world many times over. It's just that religious fundamentalism in this country has carried the day, and the patriarchy keeps people out. So instead of railing against that, Tim's just like, it's just a fact. You know, I mean, if you want to be a high-value guy, you got to realize that women can't rule the world. Really is though. I don't think it's a mental disorder. I think that the political consultants for Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton are telling them, you cannot be the screechy strong woman because people don't respond well to that. You have to be the jovial laughing woman, which is terrible advice. But I hate to break it to you guys. I wonder if there is just naturally a predisposition humans have to react less positively to women rallying cries as opposed to men. I mean that. I'll give some examples. Or I'll give you my experience. So I did nonprofit fundraising, almost all of you know this.
I'm confused, chat. I'm legitimately confused. Why is every single video if this is what he's pulling up, this is going really bad for him. The breaking points didn't portray the breaking points people as tankies. They, I guess, portrayed them as anti-Israel is the most you could say. This majority report thing is like majority report and Kyle. They are defending to a certain extent Kamala. Some people criticize them for this, right? but Sam's always said that he would always vote for the president that wants. Well, the phrase he uses is like 3 concentration camps over 5 concentration camps, but the point being made is that politics is ultimately, electorally, has to be a very pragmatic endeavor, and even if there is a little bit of harm that can be reduced, it behooves you to do it. Don't fall into the trap of supporting a candidate or pinning your hopes on them, right? Don't fall into the trap of if you riding with Biden, right? You got to do it like the Back to the Future kid. All right, the Back to the Future kid, he grabs the fender to a classic car and it pulls him along. And when he gets to the school, he lets go of the fender and he goes to the school because the car is ultimately going to a different place. Just like Democrats, chat, are ultimately headed to a different place than most of us, right? But if you can grab a hold of the car and let it take you closer to your destination, that is a great thing for a person that's riding on a skateboard to do. And maybe, someday you'll, run into somebody with a flux capacitor. I don't know.
And there were 2 characteristics that served men and women respectively.
But yeah, look, people criticize Sam for this. People have very, feelings about, Sam, supporting candidates that he himself knows are not great in a myriad of ways, and yet, support them he does, right? To a fault possibly, but you certainly can't, you cannot accuse Sam of being like anti-electoral or impractical or any. That's crazy, right? That's crazy. Look, you could do this shit to Bad Empanada. You want to find like a lefty that says don't vote? It's Bad Empanada. They do exist. But the last time you bring Bad Empanada, I believe he schooled you about, I can't remember, was it Frantz Fanon, chat? The last time that Destiny brought on Bad Empanada, it was like Destiny just didn't know the subject, and Bad Empanada was teaching his. This is what he'll do. It's the weird thing. This guy hates tankies, right? And by tankies, what does he mean? Vosh, Hasan, Breaking Points, Kyle Kalinske, TYT, like, right? All these, obviously not tanky people. But then when you got somebody like Haas, who will call himself a tanky, even though he's not, he's a third positionist Duganite. He's a Nazbul, essentially. He's more fash than he is left. When you've got, somebody like Haas, what do you do? Bring him on. Like he ends up talking about Hegel, and Destiny happens to not know anything about Hegel. So his chat gets to learn a little bit about the basics of Hegel from a Nazbul. That's who we're gonna do. You're getting Hegel by way of Dugan, and bro's not even smart enough to realize that, right? And look, I didn't know all of this stuff when I started streaming. I had to educate myself. I did a little bit of research. I mean, usually not on stream, but if there's a content creator that I'm talking about that I can't figure out his politics, I'm gonna look into what he's reading, right, and find out like what fucking Alexander Dugin is actually about. You have to educate yourself, and just it feels like Destiny's got zero intellectual curiosity. And it actually looks at intellectual curiosity as a weakness. It stems from the hate towards Hasan. Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, and then another example, Bad Empanada, right? He brings on Bad Empanada. I can't remember what the subject was. But yeah, Bad Empanada ends up doing a symposium too. So the 2 closest creators to what you might call a tanky, which Destiny supposedly hates, Destiny just fucking platforms them in a way that, if you believe what Destiny believes, is irresponsible. These people are very far away from your belief system, Destiny.
You weren't allowed to say this in the office. You were just supposed to try and give people the best understanding of how to fundraise through a sales pitch. So they give you these scripts that you read verbatim. Hi, my name is so-and-so. I'm with insert group. All right. Congratulations. It might be made.
Beneath the table. I mean, but enough.
Let's just like just for the sake of just showing how much this guy actually thinks about his deep experiences. Let's stipulate every single thing he has said. Or, the best fundraisers are just stipulate this just for the sake of argument. He doesn't ask himself, like, his assumption is what basing from. I mean, we traded not in those same hands. Everyone has the opportunity to vote. Not every, some people are break. This is just assuming what he's saying is he's such a dimwit. He spends so little time thinking about his deep theories that he doesn't even realize he didn't know what he's talking about.
What is Destiny even looking for here, chat? Does anybody know?
An example for when they do like their maiden form ad where it's like you're either a Jackie or a Marilyn, and they're like, should we get a woman's perspective on this? No, 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 no. Women will buy it because they know they want to appear attractive because of their height. Has he done that forensic analysis of like say men with full heads of hair?
I was just going to say that. God, let's hear where he's going with this. Because he's forgotten now. I think he's forgotten what his original point was. He's just trying to tell stories about big chested women that he's known.
And then AOC comes up somehow.
All guys, same thing. Men and women react differently to men and women, and I think that's an important point to be made. Again, not to be pressed, but what I'm saying is, if you get like AOC, when she went up on stage, pulled her hair down, and was like, oh, let's go Bronx, everyone made fun of her. Now, to be fair, it could kind of be like a Howard Dean, Yahoo moment or whatever that was he said.
Short man without boobs.
Maybe. But I also think that when you get Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris, and they're trying to do this gruff, you vote for me again, it's raspy, squeaky, and I wonder if people have a natural predisposition against something like that.
Okay, here's the deal. I gotta pee. Let's check the poll really quick. We're at 63 out of 100. A mere 37 points away from sticking around for some bonus content. What bonus content is winning? It's Noah Samson. It's Ethan Klein. It's Ethan Klein suing Noah Samson. That's in first place. Fox News is defending defense of Hasan over his misogyny is in second place, and then Dana Bash in third place, coming after Hasan. And Professor Jang, people are maybe tired of this guy. I don't know, but he's on PBD. I thought that would be interesting at least. But yeah, Professor Jang on PBD in last place. Okay, so you were 73 votes so far. Make sure to get your vote in if you haven't already cast it. Make sure to like the stream while you're there because that helps me out a lot and I appreciate it greatly. That's one way that you can support the stream at no cost to you, right? The other way is a Twitch Prime sub. If you've got Prime, you've got a free sub to use on Twitch. And if you use it on me, I'll receive a little bit of money and you will receive all of the benefits of being a sub over there on Twitch. But yeah, if we get to 37 points further, we'll watch one bonus topic. If we get 137 points farther, we'll watch two, right? You know, we get to 200, we watch two, we get to 300, we watch three. That's how it works. That's where we're at. We haven't even really broached the main subject yet, so we got to get into the Asmongold thing. Also, people, if there's anybody with a meme, especially if you got the ability to message it to me on Discord, I would be very interested in your submissions for memes about Asmongold going up after Afghan farmers being wrong in his statement and just getting he got mogged, right? So we kind of need a I mean, I guess we could use my thumbnail as a meme if worse comes to worse, but I would love to generate some of the memes from the community. That would be awesome. And yes, if I tweet your meme, you will get more views on it than you would otherwise, most likely, unless you're a huge Twitter account, in which case you should be retweeting me. But whatever, whatever, chat, whatever. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna try to cool it down a little bit. It's kind of hot. The smoke does not look like it's there nearly as much, but like, let me look at my phone. It's the wildest thing that I've been dealing with, chat. They seeded the clouds. The Thai government paid for planes to come up here and to seed the clouds. And somewhere near where I live did get rain, but I didn't get rain where I lived. I want to check and see there's this thing called AQI. It's an app. It tells you the air quality. And yeah, it measures it at the moment where you're at, uses GPS to figure out where you're at, what your air quality is. Right now, mine is 152, which is unhealthy for everyone. So great. Yes, but supposedly in an hour, it's going to be 150, which is only unhealthy for certain populations. And then it says it's going to get better on Friday, but it's been saying that. I don't think they have a forecast. I think whatever this AQI shit is, they can tell you what the air quality is now. They cannot forecast it because they've been wrong. They've been constantly being like, oh yeah, but it's going to be much better later this week. And it never fucking is. Every time they're like, it's going to go down to like the low area, the yellow. It's like, nope, it goes to purple. And purple is like, you're one of the most polluted cities in the world right now. Please do not breathe that air. Do you think that's air you're breathing? No, it's particles. It's PM2.5. I don't know, chat, but that's what I've been dealing with. They seeded the clouds because if it rains, then it knocks the dust out of the air, and it does seem like there's been some improvement, maybe, but it actually looks pretty good out there right now. But the app says it's not. The app says I shouldn't be breathing that air, so we'll figure out in a second. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. We'll see if we can get 37 more points and stick around for some bonus content. I'm gonna let you watch Destiny finish up this majority report segment, and I might just flip over to Asmongold after that, because like, oh my god, this is like, I don't know how this is a lazy stream. This is a worthless stream. I don't even see how he's accomplished. Is the out of interest his throne gone now? No, but I have nothing up there right now. Let me fix that now. Thank you, Burple, for reminding me. Okay, throne.com. The last thing I put up there was a air purifier, which I'm trying to get this. There's an Amazon for Southeast Asia that's called Lazada, and they're supposed to send it to me, but it's more difficult than I realized. I'm trying to get around having a Thai phone number now, so add a wish, add a cash gift. I know that last year, what was it, like plane ticket plus accommodations ended up being about 1,000. I'm guessing it'll be more this year, but I'm just gonna put it on there at 1,000 for now. Oh god, I wish you had the option for like anyway, Vietnam trip, airfare, and accommodations. And I really need to get my house in order financially so that I can make sure that I will in fact have enough money in the bank to be eligible to re-up my. I wanted to get a DTV. I don't know how to spell accommodation. Accommodations. Okay, 2 C's, 1 C, 1 C. 2 C's seems like too much. Accommodation. No, 2 C's. Accommodation. ACCOMOD. Anyway, we can correct it later, but this is for the Vietnam trip. Let me grab a Vietnamese flag emote. VN. Come on, emote Vietnam. Try that again. Emote Vietnam. Oh wait, no, there it is. There it is. I can't get it. Why is it so hard? There we go. Putting the Vietnam flag into the throne, and now now it is activated. All right, I've activated crowdfunding too. So yeah, because otherwise it only lets you. Somebody could donate $1,000, but you can't donate less. I put it on crowdfunding to make it so that see, before I put like the island, like the vacation emoji on here. What do I want to put? We got present, we got cheers, we got a ring, we got a house. Wish there was a plane. Island, dog, cat, water, love, weightlifter, artist, music, camera, popcorn, salad, coffee. You should put coffee. No. Narwhal's gonna hate me for this. Don't put coffee. That's what Vietnam means to me. Really good coffee. Anyway, there we go. It's up. It's live. If you want to support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, you can do that. You can help support. I'm going to be taking this trip in early September, so I'm trying to get like an early start on it. And again, I don't know what plane airfare is going to be like because of the situation in Iran. With that being said, chat, let me like play this. I'm gonna turn the air conditioner down because it's actually really hot. It's actually really hot today, and you can tell when my hair starts to like do this that I am overly hot. Didn't see Stream Elements yapping about it. Interesting.
Say that's a 100%.
All right, here's Kaya.
2 points that you might lose. Whereas with a guy standing up and saying, "I'm telling you now, I will make sure China pays," people are gonna be like, "Oh, that's a strong guy with a deep voice." And with Hillary Clinton, she sounds like this, and Kamala here, I'm gonna do this. It's like, I think there are really, it's probably people who don't pay attention to politics, and they have emotional reaction. And
that's not what Hillary Clinton sounds like, okay? She sounds more like the first one. Anyway.
expectations, and these things are ingrained in us. Dare I say, I would describe this as
Hillary
inherent
Clinton
sexism.
got 3 million more votes
Inherent
than Donald Trump. You idiot. Your entire
Inherent
theory is
sexism.
based upon...
I'll be right back.
Yep.
And he's naturalizing he's just naturalizing hierarchies, which is
And
exactly
we'll watch Asmongold.
naturalizing things that we have evolved from as a society. We are still in growing pains. Yes, there is still sexism. Yes, there will be voters that will hear Kamala Harris and, whether they understand it or not, will not vote for her because she doesn't appeal to them because she's a woman. But Tim is not saying there's anything wrong with that, or that it's something that we should critically examine, and that we have the capacity to change, because we know that we do. Women have suffrage, women have rights, women have credit cards now. We've evolved. He's naturalizing
Yes, that's
those
the problem.
hierarchies.
And he's also doing it based upon a faulty perception of how other people are, because Hillary Clinton got 3 million more votes than Donald Trump.
Yeah.
That's just a fact. His
With all her
entire theory
issues.
is based upon her getting less votes, and she got more votes. It's not. His theory's not in societies with electoral colleges. People respond to women differently in specific states that they don't campaign in. He's making some universal decree based upon numbers that he doesn't even seem to be aware of.
Ahead of Claudia Sheinbaum getting elected president in Mexico, there was all the same sorts of things being like, what's going to happen because Mexico very macho, the macho man, machismo, and it's all idle, speculation.
We've had in Germany, in England, Italy.
I don't see if they say a single positive thing about her in this video.
Fortunately, not recently in France, Argentina, and Mexico. I mean, Israel. Somehow, all of these places must be outside of society, including the United States, incidentally, where, again, 3 or 4 million people more voted for Hillary Clinton than Donald Trump.
I remember in Joe Crowley when AOC was challenging him saying, I can't help that I'm white. So very quickly, once they realized that it's an advantage, it actually might be a liability to just be what Tim Pool seems as a standard tough guy talking like this.
He's very tough. I can't wait for this age. Like, the most analogous situation is Jacinda Ardern, right, who took over late in New Zealand to get elected to be president, and she had a pretty good progressive presidency, did well under COVID. So if that's the case, I'll take that example.
Hey, so we all remember the Supreme Court's ruling on Trump's presidential immunity case. Well, get this. The leader of the Heritage Foundation think tank has said the second American...
No, okay. What do we have for Kyle Kalinske? Breaking Points and the Young Turks. More Cedar Hills. I don't need every single fucking video. What are, if I go to Kyle Kalinske, Secular Talk, search Kamala Harris after 2023. Ta-Nehisi Coates delivers dire warning to Kamala Harris. Kamala says the quiet part loud in shocking admission. Rogan reveals how Kamala interview fell apart. Burn your MAGA hat. Nick Fuentes says Kamala's better than Trump. Well, that's a nice one. The View hosts go quiet as Kamala stuns them.
So as I said, with Kamala doing more interviews now, there's a lot more stuff to pick apart. A lot of this stuff, look, to be fair, is very good. The stuff that she said on The View about expanding Medicare to include home care, that's a big deal, man. Like, that truly is a big deal. But that was the good part. Now we're going to discuss the bad part. So this is the moment that everybody's talking about with this interview on The View. She has, honestly, this is a good question from the women at The View. This is a very solid question. This is a question that, like, if I was ever interviewing Kamala, this is a question I would ask, right?
It's not going to be Israel-Palestine, right?
They basically say, hey, where do you disagree with Biden? What would you have done differently than Biden? And that should be, look, it should be a softball down the center of the plate. I get that you're still the VP, and so you don't want to, like, offend Biden, but at the same time, like, you are a different person. He was switched out for you. This is an opportunity for you to define yourself as, no, seriously, I am different. People want you to be different. They don't want you to be Joe Biden. If they want you to be Joe Biden would still be the top of the ticket. He's not, right? Here's your answer. Ready?
If anything, would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years? There's not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Like, literally all you have to do is say, well, we have to take a minimum wage increase out of Build Back Better. I wouldn't have done that. I would have made sure that we kept that in the final package, and I would have called Manchin and Sinema into my office and made sure that they voted for it. I would have done everything I could in my power to get it.
Oh, just tell them to vote for... Oh, shrimple ass! Shrimple ass!
To that point, right? Hey, we Build Back Better, we ended up going with a bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, that was about 20% of the stuff that was in Build Back Better. I would make sure it was at least 60%, right? Something, freaking anything. Give me anything. Biden is a union guy, but he's more connected on, like, the construction side of union workers. Kamala has union connections from California, but hers are more, like, care economy based. So go with something about unions when it comes to the care economy. Like, anything, bro. I would have, hey, we used executive power to reduce some student loan debt. I would have used executive power to also reduce medical debt. Right? Something, anything, bro. Literally, there's so many things you can say. And she said none of those things. But guys, it gets worse. So later on, she sort of comes back to this question. Listen to what she says.
It's bipartisan. Listen, I plan on having a Republican in my cabinet. You asked me, yes, right? You asked me what's the difference between Joe Biden and me. Well, that will be one of the differences. I'm going to have a Republican in my cabinet because I don't feel burdened by letting pride get in the way of a good idea. Yeah. Right?
So now, by the way, Joe Biden does have Republicans in his cabinet. I believe he has about 3 Republicans in his cabinet. One of them that comes to mind is DeJoy. And the Republicans have done a horrible job, by the way. The Republicans he has in what's his face? Jerome Powell. Right? He's a Republican. There's a whole bunch that are in his administration, and they've done a bad job. So let's get that out of the way.
Wasn't Powell put there before Biden, though? Don't they serve longer terms? Is it 10 years or something? I thought Powell was put there by Trump.
Right? But, like, again, this all goes back to what we were just talking about. Kamala and her staffers feel, and they worry, that you're a black woman, so people are going to code you as left-wing. So you need to make sure to let them know, I'm moderate, I'm centrist, I'm a moderate, I'm a centrist. But their way of doing that is to have her say shit like this. There's nothing that's different between me and Joe Biden. Actually, there is, because I will be more right-wing.
He reappointed him? Oh, okay.
I'll have a Republican in my administration. Presumably she means, like, closer to her, in her cabinet, right? And that's not the way to do it. That's not the way to do it. You need to find a way.
Which is tradition? Oh, I don't know what the tradition is. I don't know if the Federal Reserve Chair is usually considered a cabinet person either, right? They don't go to, like, cabinet meetings and shit, do they?
Look, I get it. You're trying to get moderate votes and slightly...
No, we haven't seen Powell at any of Trump's cabinet meetings, right?
Conservative votes and disaffected Republicans. I get it. There's a good way of doing that. There's a bad way of doing that. A bad way of doing that is saying, thank you for your service, Dick Cheney, Mr. Torture War Criminal. I'm proud to have your endorsement. That's a bad way of doing that. A good way of doing it is just saying, yeah, I'm a moderate. I'm a centrist, and that's why I'm going to eliminate medical debt, and that's why I'm going to raise the minimum wage. Yeah, I'm a centrist. That's why I'm going to expand Medicare to include home care. I'm going to do centrist stuff like that. I'm a centrist. I'm going to do $6,000 child tax credit. I'm going to ban price gouging. I'm going to lower more prescription drug costs. I'm a centrist. Look at the polls. Majority of Americans are with me on those things. That's right smack dab in the center of the country. I am a centrist. I'm a moderate. These are the things I believe. That's how you do it. And by the way, we all know what she means. She means like Liz Cheney's going to be in the administration. Well, look, if Liz Cheney's going to be in the administration, the only thing she should or could ever work on is another, January 6th committee to take down Trump for more of his election-stealing crimes. Because that's the only area where she's good. Everything else is bad. She was celebrating Roe versus Wade being overturned. Remember that? She voted over 90% of the time with Donald Trump. This is just Donald Trump in a pantsuit. Like, that's what she is. The only difference is she's against stealing the election. Wow, like, lowest bar in history. I genuinely don't want to downplay that. Like, thank you for taking up this position. That's good. That is the only...
Fuck. I would have to go check conservative media to compare, but, like, I'm just so curious. Somebody pointed out that Kyle tweeted this because he wasn't a fence sitter for this election.
All right, guys.
But even, like, Kyle's definitive case against Trump, like, not for Kamala. Am I being nitpicky? Like, Jesus. I don't know. I wonder what he said in this video. Let me use the restroom. Hold on.
Welcome to the show. We have an election tomorrow, and I am super excited for today's show. It's probably the most important show that I've done in a very, very long time. So in just a second, I'm going to make the definitive case against Donald Trump. Just lay out nothing but straight facts. And I hope you guys share the segment with your friends, with your family, with people who agree with you, with people who disagree with you, with people who are fence-sitting. Because again, I'm going to try my best to make an ironclad case and change people's minds. So we'll do that up front. Then after that, I will be revealing my election prediction. Do not miss that segment. I will tell you how I think the election is going to go. Then after that, I'll describe to you exactly what you have to look out for on election day. This is also going to be a super important point because there are things that are almost certainly going to happen, and nobody's talking.
He was already calling her Hillary 2.0 in 2021. He never fucked with Kamala. I'm trying to focus on things closer to the election or around the election time. Because your mind can change, right?
Think about them. And so you need to mentally prepare. And I'm going to lay out for you exactly how it's going to go. And then after that, guys, this is a huge story. It's crazy. It's not getting more play. They haven't talked about it on mainstream media. But the Daily Beast had a bombshell article a few days ago. It is a brand new, insane Trump Epstein story that you have to see to believe. All right, so we got all that and much, much more, including Trump's closing ad versus Kamala's closing ad. So let's go ahead and get it started. The point of this segment here is to make the definitive case against Trump. And I hope, again, share with people share with people you like, share with people you don't like, share with people you disagree with and agree with. We're really trying to do our best to change minds here. And I'm going to do it by...
Show transcript. It's not right. It must be, this can't possibly be... No! He must say Harris or something. There's no way there's only one mention of Kamala in this entire video. It's got to be... That's not possible. No shot!
I just trying to spit straight facts. So I'm going to start this segment off a little weird. Just to prove to everybody who might not know about me in the show, I am not what you might call a partisan hack, okay? I will give credit where credit is due if I think it's merited. I don't really care about what political party you're in or what your ideology is. If you do something that I think is objectively good, I will say, you know what, credit to you. So first let me start with just a couple things where I actually agreed with Trump when he was president. I like the First Step Act. That was criminal justice reform. He very famously got that through. Again, if it was a Democrat who did it, I'd be giving the Democrat credit. It was Trump and the Republicans who were able to do it. It was Trump. I think it was a lot of Democrats that ended up getting it done. That was wonderful. Pardoning Alice Johnson. Remember that story? The sweet old grandmotherly lady who was caught up in some drug crime and she was spending life in prison, but she definitely didn't deserve it. And Kim Kardashian went to the White House to try to convince Trump to pardon her, and he did. Credit to her. Credit to him. I guess also credit to her. He did not do. He ran in 2016 and said, we're not going to do the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, because it's another massive outsourcing deal that will hurt American jobs. And to his credit, he got in there and he killed the TPP. Now that one he only gets half credit because he also took a lot of the provisions of the TPP and slipped it back into his new NAFTA bill. So it's only partial credit because some of those things became law anyway, but nonetheless, still very happy he axed TPP. The other thing is he banned bump stocks. Remember that? This is something many right-wingers and Second Amendment supporters did not like. This is something I thought was very reasonable, very common sense. It was after one of the massive mass shootings, and he said, these bump stock things are unnecessary, and he banned them. And then finally, this is probably my most controversial give Trump credit line, is I actually liked it when he stopped doing the chest thumping and beating the war drums when he came to North Korea, and he literally met Kim Jong-un and shook his hand, and they had a meeting. Because from my perspective, if they're talking, that makes it much less likely that we end up going to war with them. So admittedly, that's my most controversial take, but I did not mind the Kim Jong-un North Korea meeting in the slightest. In fact, it was a Democratic president that was doing it. I'd be saying the same thing. Hey, I'm glad that we are further away from war with North Korea. I'd rather be in that position than Trump doing those very threatening tweets about Little Rocket Man. That was when I was massively against his North Korea approach. Okay, so there you go. There's some areas where I give Trump credit. Now buckle up, because those are the good things. The bad things, the list is way, way, way more comprehensive, way longer, right? And understand, it's not my fault. This is the stuff he did, right? So let's start with this. Very few people know this. Trump, when he was president, gutted internet privacy rights. So the industry wanted him to do that. The Republicans...
Wait, is there another video right before this? Kyle's definitive case for Kamala, maybe? Is there like a video before this? Could somebody look at that?
Voted for the bill to pass. Trump signed the bill. Guys, do you know how much support that bill had in the country? You ready for this? I literally think this is a world record for signing legislation that is this unpopular. That bill had 6% support in the country, and Trump signed it. See, this is what I mean when I say the media doesn't do a good job. The media should bring stuff up like this all the time. This is how Trump governed as president. People need to know this. They need to know that he gutted your internet privacy rights and signed a bill with 6% support.
He hasn't provided any commentary for any of this. Kaya, place. Damn. So he's just doing this the whole fucking time? This is video. Chat, this is not a live stream. I swear to God. I am on Destiny's channel. And I did say that, like, I gave him credit for his format being that it's a little bit more like a live stream than a lot of streamer videos, but... Oh, look, you can check out his notes if you want. Publish.obsidian.md. I don't know, what is that, like a productivity tool or something? I don't actually know what that is. But it's the software that he uses to take notes, I guess. And then you could publish them for other people to. He's so proud of his notes. I got wow. Does he want people? Oh no, chat. Is this what I think it is? There was a document associated with the Vosh community. And I can't remember what it was called. Somebody out there probably remembers, right? But it's basically, it gives you like it's like notes for any, like if you get in a debate with a conservative on trans rights, right? Here's the talking points. Here, so about minimum wage, here's the talking points, right? It's like any issue, here's the talking points. I think there's even stuff in there like if somebody says Vosh is supports lower age of consent, here's the talking points, right? If somebody says that Vosh abused Poppy, here's the you know what I mean? It's like here's what I want you to say. I don't know if that's the intent with Destiny's notes, but yeah, like it's a video on his channel. It is not a live stream or anything like that. It like, usually what they do is he packages up, like he'll be talking to someone like that's a friend, then he'll be maybe doing a little studying, but then he'll move on and react to a video, and then like it's maybe playing some video games while he's doing some of it. But there's like a continuity of like, I'm interested in the subject and Destiny's talking about the subject. I'm just not getting this here at all, right? This is just straight up. Did this do like less numbers than his? God damn it. I don't want to be like obsessive. I don't want to obsessively dig into like Destiny's freaking metrics, but I'm curious if this video is performing like, see, okay. So like right there, I feel like this video's got to perform, right? Just from what I know, videos that are like on people closer to you, closer to your size, and yeah, these are all people closer to his size than like Trump, right? And they're about drama. They tend to do well. 86K views. Is that good for Destiny? Previous video, 104K views. Previous to that, 160. Oh, jeez. The Hasan, are people tired of Destiny? Look at this. Look at this. Are people? I don't know, Shadow. Maybe I'm reading too much into this, right? This little fluctuation in numbers, but are people tired of Destiny talking about Hasan? Look at that. 80K. 80K. Debate. Like, oh yeah, this is the thing. This is his Unfuck America.
The auto pen, they dropped that
okay.
investigation because it was complete and total, right?
Oh shit. I mean, look, I don't think there's anything to the auto pen. It's a device that presidents use because it's easy. It's not a sign that the president is too demented to sign anything like they were trying to make out with Biden. Like Biden was sundowning is what he was doing, right? He was having a really good days and bad days and really bad evenings, okay? You cannot count on him in the evening. Was what was going on with Biden, but that is like the auto pen, it's something that Trump says, like the teleprompter, right? You know who uses a teleprompter? Oh, so let me take you back and tell you even what I'm talking about, right? Trump used to attack Obama for using a teleprompter. And it would be stuff like, well, unlike some presidents out there, I don't have to use a teleprompter. And he does. He uses it all the time, and if he doesn't use it, if he gets broke, he complains about it. Yeah, he's a massive hypocrite. So I would guess that whatever the fuck the auto pen is, he's using that still as well, right? But no, it's not. This is not an issue at all, and it's certainly, chat, not an issue to fucking give right wingers this clip.
The auto pen, they dropped that investigation.
He's wrinkling his nose. Oh no!
Right.
There's IRI, chat. This is so pathetic.
Do you acknowledge that you are?
Look at that fucker, chat. This fucker right down here, left, lower left. All right. I can't show you the video. I mean, I can't show you I can't play you the song, and I can't let the video run. Here, what can I do? I can click around. Let's see if I can find it. All right, that's the singer. That's the singer. That's the guitarist. Oh, here we go. this is who that is, by the way, right? Now, I'm not using this to own him. This is probably like the coolest thing he's ever done, to be honest. I mean, it's a cringe video, but whatever. He got paid for it. He's paid. But do you see how he got typecast though? Like I don't know. Like, who can we get that just like looks ridiculous wearing this, and they cast IRI, so there he is. Anyway, no shade for that, but yeah, tons of shade for your political opinions, sure, and your association with this guy, who is a lot of things that I don't want to say for risk of getting demonetized, but you can look it up. You could wait. Where did we see that come out? Oh yeah, chat, the Bulwark. Remember the Bulwark? We went to the Bulwark's Reddit, their subreddit, and there were mods being like, okay, now listen, we're not gonna let Hasan fans brigade our subreddit, and we're not gonna let we're certainly not gonna let Destiny fans. They're just as bad as Hasan fans. Actually, maybe a little bit worse, right? And did you know that this guy, they start talking about they just read off every fucking bit of his rap sheet, and it's just like, it's brutal. It's brutal. That's how Destiny is getting involved. Like, you get involved in issues like this because you want people from that community to take a look at you, and maybe most of them will say, you're fighting against my favorite content creator, Tim Miller, or Sarah. I mean, not as much against Sarah, but so I don't like you. But some of them might say, hey, I wasn't feeling great about my content creator, kind of like you. That's why you do that, because there's a chance that you're gonna pick up, more active fans. And God, they were not gonna let that happen. But what you know what they were afraid of, right? They didn't want the subreddit to be taken over by people. Somebody is like, look, here's Hasan saying this. And then somebody else is like, here's Destiny saying this, and somebody else being like, actually, that was a clip, chimp. Let me show you the log. Right? They don't want it they don't want it to turn into LSF is more of just like shit on Hasan, but they don't want it to turn into that. Which I don't know. Maybe they should. Maybe it would be more exciting than the Bulwark's normal content. Anybody watch the Bulwark? I feel like their videos are kind of dry. They do occasionally land some really good conversations, some really timely conversations, some really good guests. Obviously, the Zoran, getting Zoran to talk about the globalize the Intifada, was perceived as a W for the Bulwark. But yeah, in general, they're just a right-wing, media operation in a left-wing context that is dedicated towards making the left more suitable for Republicans such as themselves. So
believe that Biden was signing an executive order via AutoPen, and then we brought in Trump, and then he basically went to war with Iran twice.
Yeah. Who's this other? Who's the new debater?
I don't know why he's doing that. That's not in America's interest. So that's why I think he's possibly being blackmailed. Like, bro,
maybe he's just a president, and you're for voting for him. Is that possible?
Maybe he's just a shit president, and you're the arsler for voting for him. Okay.
Are you for open borders or mass migration?
No, I'm not.
What?
No.
Why?
Because these people from these other countries will ruin America.
When you say ruin America, because they have different values, right?
Different
Why is it that when
values,
Republicans talk about healthcare, you
education.
guys sound like you have the value?
Yeah, I'm showing you this to show you the Unfuck America tour, just what this is, right? He is, he's trying to replicate Charlie Kirk in a lot of ways. He's got IRI with him there. Yeah, or it's a little bit like Jubilee, I guess, too. This segment's called Jubilee MAGA for some reason. White nationalist debate, North Korea, James Fishback. Oh, the crazy Florida governor candidate, abortion. Gavin Newsom, disillusioned voter, Iran war, and then the disillusioned voter comes back. Yep. Destiny jumps in. Where does he jump in? This was always a thing that they tried to sell like Destiny videos with, or like even the stream where I talked to him. Like the idea is that I'm talking to, oh my God, this is so embarrassing, chat. But yes, at the time I was talking to Merrick DeVille and the Scrub King, I think about incels or something, and Destiny jumped in. And so like a video that would have gotten, I don't know, 700 views at the time, max, now gets 40,000 views because Destiny jumped in. And that same thing with Wick, right? Nobody watches Wick. Nobody cares about Wick. Wick's career is dying. It's depressing to watch him. The debates are getting worse and worse, but he has Destiny on every so often. And yeah, he gets some views from that, right? So.
It's valid or not. Whether they're...
I can't take you seriously, Steven. I can't take you seriously. I see what you're trying to do. Was Charlie Kirk like physically dynamic? Like, do you see this fucking power move? Also, this is how he sucked Fuentes' dick too, for the record, okay? I'm sorry, this makes me laugh so much.
This is not true. He didn't jump in front of anybody.
Somebody jumps in front of law enforcement.
Let me ask you this.
He's not addressing
Hold on, hold on.
Warrant
come on.
is valid or not. Whether their
Also,
position
just real quick,
is
this is a real
valid
quick
or
like
not.
argument tactic. It's really
Whether
funny that when the Democrats
any
do something bad, it's always like there's a particular
IRI was about to get owned. He was over his head with this MAGA debater, but then Destiny bravely jumps in to save him.
person to blame always, but whenever it's Trump, it's like, man, shit just happens. Like, I don't know, man. Like, how did they end up there? Like, what was going on? Like, man, that's pretty
Destiny had a response for this guy.
bad. That's like a whole bad. That's always really hilarious to me. There's
Alex
never
Preddy
accountability.
should've been born.
Anytime
Yeah, there's never
you
accountability
put-
there, but yeah.
Anytime.
Now, look, we're seeing this, and it does seem pretty active, right? It's a whole. There's not a lot of dead air. There's not a lot of downtime in this video of them just shooting the shit by themselves. Obviously, this is edited, but from the pictures I've seen of their tent, and it is a tent. It's like what Charlie Kirk had. They're doing the Charlie Kirk thing. This is probably this might even be 3 days ago. No, this is recent. This is recent, right? They're doing the Charlie Kirk thing. They're keeping that proud tradition alive of harassing college students. What would America be, chat, if you could go to college without getting waylaid while trying to get to Western civilizations class with a and maybe you haven't even done your homework, like, needs to be finished, right? You just have to like write down the answers to 5 multiple choice questions, but you kind of wanted to get in there early and go ahead and write right, so it's not awkward when they're like, all right, everyone pass your homework in, and you're like, but anyway, maybe that's just my college experience. I don't know, right? I would have trouble with all that shit going through my mind, right? All these assignments, all these classes, all these teachers, all these personalities, all these relationships, right? I don't think my mind would be like in the place to be like, let me stop by and have a little debate with this interlocutor here. He says he wants me to change his mind. Well, I suppose I will. I don't know, chat. It's not, it's just shooting fish in the barrel. It always has been. That's what Steve Crowder did. Who was before Steve Crowder? Am I right, chat? There was like somebody before Steven Crowder. Wasn't there? Am I totally making this up? I feel like there was another like debate me, because didn't they used to call them debate me bros? Right? It sounds, it sounds like you don't know what you're talking about now when you. But like, I swear to God, there was a thing of like debate me bro, like was like a kind of yeah. I mean, this is Kirk action that he's got. He's just gonna replace Kirk, I guess. He's like a jock nerd, if you will. Huh. I mean, it does a jerd. Excuse me. I did not know that was a thing. I didn't know that was a thing. The guy in the glasses is typecast as an evil nerd. True. IRA is not happy. I would not be either. But again, chat, like I said, difference between 700, in my case, 700 views on I talked to Merrick DeVille and Da Scrub King about incels. Like not a lot of people watching that video, but if it's Destiny jumps in to the very same boring conversation, because he just wants to talk shit on Demon Mama. Then now you got a video. Now you got something, and you can even sell it of like, you could put like Jaws music in of like, here he comes, Destiny's gonna jump in. Oh, Destiny off the top rope with the elbow.
Time you put yourself, I don't know what that was about.
Oh, Shapiro. I think you're right, Snowhawk. That's probably what I was thinking of. Yeah, Shapiro did this kind of thing too.
Time you put yourself in the middle of a law enforcement action, you are putting yourself in danger. Doesn't matter that he's ready to go back.
Chat, if I was doing one of these talks and this guy came up to me, like, I would just have too much Charlie Kirk deja vu, and I'd be like, I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. This is the kind of situation where somebody gets shot. Please, can we get to cover? Does anyone have anything bulletproof? Can we get behind a rock somewhere? I do not want to be I do not want to be sniped from afar.
Wait, would you say the same thing about Ashley Babbitt?
Ooh.
Sorry.
She was an American
Would you say the same thing about Ashley Babbitt?
She was
Who is this guy?
an American
Is he the comic relief?
patriot.
Ashley
Which one
Babbitt
was
is the person who was shot in the Capitol who was trying to break through the windows to go and kill the lawmakers.
Miss Babbitt should not have been there trying to do that, and she put herself in that situation. It's very unfortunate.
She was very naughty.
There we go. Okay.
No,
Yeah, counting or not count. Okay, I should not say it. I bet that gets you yeeted from like some, like, I don't know, on YouTube. Do you think YouTube looks out for that phrase, that the last phrase that guy said before that thing happened with Charlie Kirk's neck? Oh, I shouldn't say that either, chat. I shouldn't say Charlie Kirk's neck. Never say. Yeah, talk about any other of his body parts, but not the anyway, chat. God damn. Look, we carry the flame, okay? We're not haters here. All right, we carry the flame. Just like Destiny is carrying the flame for Charlie, just like Charlie would have wanted. He did politics right. He did politics the right way, and Destiny is carrying on that proud tradition with Pretty Fly for a white guy and the impressions guy that they got over here. I like the impressions guy. I'm gonna see more of him. See what his takes are like. But yeah, what the fuck, Destiny? Your case against leftists. So I just wanted chat to sort of know what the content that he's doing on college campuses here is, how he's trying and failing, I think, to replicate Charlie Kirk's success. Yeah, and so he's watching Kyle, and I remember this video. Like, Kyle's not saying anything that's like disagreeable to him, and I think he just like lets it run. Like, he's been doing that. There's breaking points. We saw that. Who is this? There's Kamala Harris, TYT. Okay, so now TYT, right? If you want to make a case that one of the networks was ostensibly on, because ostensibly, chat, they were supporting they were supporting Kamala Harris, right? Anna and Jink. But if you watch their content, I feel like it's not just that they're like, look, Kamala Harris, like, it would have been great if it was all like Kamala Harris is part of an administration that has sat on their hands and even assisted in a genocide. And so far, Kamala Harris has not told us that she's going to do anything different, right? Which is what you might expect. If you're a recent fan of Anna Kasparian, that's absolutely what you would expect. That's what you kind of, copy paste into the past in order to retcon it into a past that is more acceptable. Because in reality, that didn't happen, right? I'm pretty sure that did not happen at all. Right, with TYT, pushing her to the left. What did happen was TYT pushing her to the right. What happened was TYT agreeing with Trump on immigration and in that way reinforcing Biden and Kamala's cave in on immigration, but also to the crime thing, the Aurora thing. I think about the only thing they didn't indulge in. I'm hoping I'm remembering this correctly. Is the eating the cats, eating the dogs. Like, I think they did at least not be like, well, that's a good point. Why are so many Haitians in here? How do we know they're not eating? We need to do like an X-ray on these Haitian stomachs to see if there's cats and dogs in there. Okay, we need to take them to the vet or or to the doctor. I don't know where you're looking at an animal. You're trying to look at an animal skeleton, but it's in a human being. So maybe I don't know. But you're gonna look into, you know, see if there are indeed eating the dogs and eating the cats. I don't think that TYT was on the Tyler Oliveira side, at least of that issue. But there was so many other really, you know, parallel. They were definitely TYT reliably on the actual Justice Warrior side of any issue, which most of those are like, there's a black mayor in this town, and I don't think they're competent. In fact, they might be a little corrupt. They might not be able to do their job because they're very unintelligent. And let's talk about the super mayor for, like, you know what I mean? That's all of his content is like a black person is in power. Oh, we got to do something about that, right, Sean? I love how this guy would say to my face, he's not a racist, all right? He would say to my face, he is against racism, right? And yet your content, you're getting paid by racism. You know the Chapo thing where they say you work at a racism factory? Sean from Actual Justice Warrior, his channel is a racism factory. He literally works at a racism factory. But yeah, I mean, like that's, you know, TYT, they're bad on a lot of things. They're not bad on everything. If you really wanted to, you know, attack somebody for being ostensibly on the side of Kamala Harris, but kind of like, you know, way too much on the side of Trump in some of the worst issues. When you think about that now, chat, immigration, they were on Trump's side on immigration. Chat, you know what that means. You know what I'm saying there, that issue directly connects to what happened in Minnesota. And I even said it like a Minnesotan. But yeah, it's and they're just like Homer Simpsoning into the bushes, trying to pretend it never happened, right? So yeah, I mean, you wouldn't attack the TYT, you know, Jinkanana as tankies by any means, but if you want to talk about, like, I don't know, team killing, it's a lot more applicable to Jinkanana than it is to anyone who's actively trying to make Kamala a better candidate. You know, change the way that she is at least campaigning and hopefully governing, so that she is not losing those crucial votes in places like Michigan.
You're acting like I'm not going to be consistent.
Wait, you agree that it was morally wrong?
Oh God, we're back to the. Anyway, that's more exciting than this, isn't it?
Not irrelevant right now. He is the president, and there was sort of a cover-up.
So it's Adirola.
But it's like, it's getting in the territory of irrelevant.
And in general, John's one of the better, like, voices on TYT. I have not had any issues with John so far. I mean, definitely, you know, wish he was in a position to say more, but apparently he's not.
He's going to be president for a few more months. She might be, Donald Trump might be. I think it's a fair thing to bring up, and she is being evasive. So I think it's a little, like, bordering on a waste of time, but I don't think it's unfair.
I totally agree. It's not unfair. I think that it's a perfectly fine line of questioning. Kamala Harris should expect this question. And in fact, you know, I totally hear your point about how this is irrelevant because Biden's not going to be in office much longer. However, what Brett Baier is trying to do here is show whether Kamala Harris is a dishonest actor who covered up Biden's cognitive decline. Like, that's the intention here. And look, I think that there are a lot of Democrats who did just that. I don't know what Kamala Harris knew.
Okay, let's see if this is... if there's any way that this is not just Hasan... Oh God, it's gonna be the thing. Yeah, every time he reacts negatively to Kamala Harris, right? Because he's disappointed in her. He went to the, and this is how it breaks down. Like, if you want to know where everything went wrong in the Kamala Harris campaign, it's probably around the convention. Hasan was at the convention, wanted to, you know, cover the Democratic convention on his stream, and yeah, when he started talking to protesters outside, that's when they cut the that's when they cut him loose, and they gave him the cold shoulder out of the convention. But
oh, that's so bad. Oh no.
Is this at the convention? I think this is the convention, isn't it?
Oh no, so bad.
No, wait, it wouldn't be because he'd be in a hotel room, right?
To win, then say that. Otherwise, I'm speaking.
No.
The intentions.
Oh, it's the protest broke out at yeah, and again, this is a place where you could a different reaction from Kamala Harris would have potentially yielded a different outcome for the election.
1,000 munitions to Israel.
Okay, good. Never enough.
Here's the situation for those who.
Donald Trump intends to give tax
August 9th,
breaks to billionaires and big
2024.
corporations.
Oh, still.
He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. He intends to surrender our fight against the climate crisis. And he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that. Otherwise, I'm speaking.
No.
Oh, this was from what the Solar English Cup from.
No. So bad. So bad. So bad. Oh, so bad. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, no. She's yelling at the Palestine protesters. Oh, no. Oh, no.
So yeah, maybe I even undersold it. She's not just, you know, she doesn't just freeze them out. She's outright hostile to them in her public speaking engagements.
In Michigan?
And you can contrast this with how Bernie deals with protesters, right? You can look that up.
Fuck me.
I don't really understand why he's upset there.
What do you mean?
I feel like she didn't say anything crazy.
There's nothing that they can say. That's full. He viewed her as like being mean towards the Palestinian protesters.
Unless she literally says what, like,
these are people that are at your event because they want to push you to be better than Biden. All right, that's not a high bar. That's a very low bar. And even a disingenuous candidate who doesn't want to, you know, change much about their policy, but wants to improve their chances electorally, would have taken advantage of that rather than crashing out. Like, they're not there because they want Trump to win, dipshit. They're there because they want you to be better than Trump. And so far, you haven't actually given them any, even a statement in that direction, let alone anything like an assurance. Okay, we gotta. So Hasan, he just. Jink. Oh, on Jubilee. More Hasan.
For Kamala Harris hard enough law because they want.
Well, I mean, I guess the Hasan haters are getting something out of this video at least, right? A lot of it is just I mean, I guess he's calling it research. He would say this is a research stream, but like a lot of chatters are pointing out, there's not a lot of I don't know how much research there's going on.
Want to tell Tim Miller
you're researching eugenics mechanics.
If he's the kingmaker, yeah.
Wait, is he talking about me? Wait. What? I love how I'm Voldemort to these people. Some streamers dedicated to the last two streams.
Oh. So if he said your name, it'd be like, oh my god, this guy's obsessed with me. I'm like living rent free in his head, my dude. Holy shit, wow. But if he doesn't say your name, it's like, I'm like Voldemort to these guys. They're afraid of me. They can't say my name because they understand I'm a force of nature. I don't know.
Didn't support Kamala hard enough. LOL, because they want to tell Tim Miller as if he is the kingmaker at Hasanabi. What a fucking loser. What's up, Hasanabi heads? Holy shit, the obsession.
Streamers dedicated the last two strings to make a list of commentators who didn't support Kamala Harris hard enough law because they want to tell Tim Miller as if
is he talking about your chat logs last night? No, he's talking about my stream yesterday.
If he's the kingmaker, yeah. So now they're retreating. Look, the dumbest thing about all this.
I mean, that's a chatter. That's a chatter, right? Am I wrong? He's reading a chatter, right?
That I didn't and don't care about Piker. Piker never comes up in focus groups with voters as someone they're following. the way a Rogan or Tucker or Candace does. I don't think he's singularly making an impact on politics in any way commensurate with the attention he's getting.
Do people really want merch?
But I care about Tim. I agree.
I had one request yesterday. I don't know how much.
Tim Miller's original point that using Piker as a litmus test is dumb. Calling up John Ossoff to ask what he thinks about Piker is dumb. It's an unnecessary distraction. But I felt like Tim's discussion of Piker was too dismissive of some of Piker's more toxic positions. And that was the part I wanted to react to.
There's buttholes in this game?
There's nothing I can do about the fact that the internet distortion field has overtaken the whole thing. This is literally using 300 words to say, yeah, okay, it didn't work.
No, it's not. All she's saying is that obviously Hasan is part of the discussion right now because a lot of people are talking about him, but it's not like he comes up ever outside of these kind of niche online communities. I don't know why I'm explaining this. It's pretty obvious what she's saying. But again, it's like you can't engage substantively with literally anything ever.
Okay, so this is the only thing he's actually really reacting to his Hasan. I guess he just can't get it up for any of the other content that he's the danger of this, right, is like when you're just like watching, you know, other people's content and playing video games, that your audience, you're not even giving them, there's like a guidance of like, this is why Kyle Kalinske sucks, this is why Cenk Uygur is a tanky or whatever, right? You get some kind of parental guidance from the streamer where they're putting it into context, and he's just like, you know, people could like literally be like, you know, I kind of like those Young Turks. Like that sounds like that's a pretty good. The vibes are a lot better than they are in Destiny. Let me go watch them. I don't know. He's gonna lose his audience to like all these people.
Said ever. It's impossible.
Okay, back to the fucking drawing board, right? It didn't work. Back to the fucking drawing board. It sucks. Yeah, it sucked for us, right? Yeah, she was losing her fucking mind. We watched the video. She was genuinely
losing her fucking mind.
Having a polite hysterical way. I don't think I have this King Man. We watched the video.
We watched this chat. This is he's talking about Tim Miller debating, like Sarah Longwell comes on to debate Tim Miller. He'd given kind of a little bit of a drunken rant about why Hasan Piker is not your enemy, you know, to bulwark types. And Sarah just could not stand being associated with anything pro Hasan, so she comes on, tries to make several points, completely fails, and yeah, I don't know, but yeah, she was very animated and a little bit unhinged, like definitely unrealistic in terms of like the power of the bulwark to gatekeep the left, right? It's crazy. Look, you might be able to gatekeep what, you know, Kamala Harris says in her speech, but you're not going to gatekeep who Ro Khanna talks to on podcasts.
She was genuinely behaving in a hysterical way.
I also love
Jesus.
I know that like also this is not even
Jesus. I can't believe he said that.
100%
I can't believe he said that.
There's like different layers to like racism or sexism or whatever. Hasan is absolutely frat boy sexist, or maybe Turkish sexist. I don't know what the hell they view women over there or whatever, but absolutely that is like it is in his mind so much. It's so fucking funny.
I don't think I have.
Like he searched for that.
Look, I don't love frat boys. I do not love sexism, okay? But I will take gladly frat boy sexism over Harvey Weinstein of the debate scene, right? I will take that over the casting couch of orbiters. And the allegations that come out years later.
Word too, especially because like if you watch that Tim and Sarah talk, there's no part of this where they're not like screaming at each other or shit. Like where does hysterical even come from here?
Destiny accusing Hasan as sexism is actually insane. No, don't you know, Utana? Hasan was misogynist according to Fox News. Yeah, he's a misogynist, and that's why Jesse Waters is now defending him.
Like what? Yeah.
But that's bonus content, chat. We're still 37 points away from the bonus content. I'm gonna switch over to fucking Asmongold. As much as I may regret it. All right, we're gonna watch some Asmongold. Are you ready for that, chat? A lot of Asmongold, in fact. I still need a meme. Has anybody got a meme for me? Look, let me show you my meme, okay? Maybe this will inspire one of you, some of you. There are creatives out there, I'm sure. All right? This is my meme. Asmongold was mogged by the sheep herder. I don't know if the sheep herder is real. It sounds like he was just talking about a hypothetical person in the Middle East who he claims is illiterate and too stupid for their opinion to matter, and that these guys think that Iran was winning the war. And so, you know, I can't even dignify that with what a ridiculous opinion. Turns out these guys were right. You know, he says they were fooled by Iranian AI. Hey, maybe they were, but they got the right answer. And the answer is that on an economic level, on a strategic level, and yes, on a military level, this was a victory for Iran. There is nothing that Donald Trump can do to get the Iranians to do what he wants and reopen the strait, and he needs that shit reopened. And he's going to have to do it on their terms, right? Anybody who's been paying attention to the goings on and has not been watching this shit through Asmongold would know that. It's not hard to see. You just have to be paying the bare modicum of attention, and you would know this. But that's not what I was getting in those comments last night from Asmongold. For those of you who just joined us and you're noticing the bags under my eyes, apologies. I was up late last night. I had a throwaway tweet, I guess tangentially about Asmongold, but not really. I wasn't really trying to drag Asmongold. I had it, pop off, and that brought all these Asmongold roaches into my mentions for the first time. I don't know. I don't think I've really dealt with the roaches before. Maybe I haven't, I just don't know. But yeah, I was just commenting, like, I was mainly saying that this MAGA channel that's like woke streaming service Twitch is like, oh, you'll call anything, the premise is you will call anything woke, right? Anything above caveman ooga boogas. And somehow that resonated, right? And what this does is it puts your tweet into, let me show you, if I type in Asmongold. So it puts you into this thing. Now I'm told that Twitter does not operate by hashtags anymore, and that it's some kind of AI thing. So it's technically not. I don't know, but like if I type Asmongold, I'm gonna get a list of tweets, and if I scroll down, now this is probably because I am me, but I don't think you have to scroll down very far. Wait, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm off the list now, chat. But basically, you get beyond a certain number of likes and it puts you on this list. And, damn, I don't know, chat. Have I stopped getting likes on this? That's DSP, the masturbating guy. That's what he's famous for, chat. He's famous for masturbating. He's really good at it. He does it on stream, apparently. Oh my god, I'm glad I don't watch that stream, chat. I'm so glad I don't watch that stream. But yeah, anyway, it puts you on this list of like the hashtag list, and so you get a mixed bag. Like anybody that's searching for Asmongold, which is going to be Asmongold haters, but it's maybe going to mostly be Asmongold fans, and so that just gives you all kinds of lovely people in your replies anyway, but let's not worry about that now, because we got to get chat, is it worth it to watch him shit on Hasan or try to shit on Hasan? I don't think this is a throwaway video, and I just complimented. I was like, the one good thing I can say about Destiny is I think that his videos are put together in a really strong way, right? I think it's innovative. He's not using the formula that Vosh and everybody else uses where it's just like one topic, one video. He's putting you into the live stream experience so that if you like that kind of experience, you'll watch him, right? But I don't see this like making the case for, I don't know. This does not make the case. Like if I'm I don't know. Why would I click on this video, though, if I didn't watch Destiny? Oh, yeah, because I hate Hasan, right? Remember what's on the thumbnail? It's like Hasan Crystal Ball, Sam Cedar, all the people that Destiny hates. And they're really just all the bigger lefty content creators that have, that he was maybe closer to the same size at some point, and that have like outgrown him and surpassed him and moved on without him, as he is mired with a reputation for doing what he did with a 17-year-old on Discord. Nobody really, like I said, like nobody should really want to talk to Vosh, given that, you know, he's talking to you from the chair that he, you know, enjoys lolicon from, and nobody should talk to Destiny because you'll end up on a, no, just kidding. Anyway, chat, I'm spread. Let's finish this.
We watched.
We got to get to Asmongold.
She was genuinely behaving in a hysterical way. I don't think I have this kingmaker status. I've never said that I have this kingmaker status.
He's literally begging people like Gavin Newsom to come on his stream. Literally begging them, please come.
Is that kingmaker status?
Come and talk to me.
Sounds like the opposite. It sounds like you're agreeing with him. He's saying I don't have kingmaker status. I can't. Well, I mean, like, it's more like I don't make a candidate get elected.
You need to. You got to start talking to people like me if you guys want to win elections.
Or more likely, I guess what Sarah Longwell is worried about is Hasan's going to help candidates win primaries, who she thinks will then lose.
At Sufairwo, super chatted $6.62. Hi Irene, good to catch a live stream. Always interested to see what you're eating. Hope you're all right.
Always eating. Yeah, no, I'm trying to. This is the tomato paste with like, now like normally this would have like meat in it and stuff, but like I got the vegetarian version, so it's got tofu in it. It's a little bit spicy, but you don't really taste it until you're done with it, right? It's like you don't notice the spicy until you've eaten a certain amount of it, and then you're like, whoa, that's spicy. But thank you for the super chat, and that gets us to, oh my god, chat. Wait. We're at 69. The goal says 69. Take that as you may.
And I was like, oh, I don't think I've never implied that I have this kingmaker status. These guys think that. As a matter of fact, for the past 2 months now, or the past month-long discourse cycle, what have I always said? Consistently. I've consistently said, I'm not a kingmaker. You're just using me as a entry point into a battle that you want to have, because I'm just a megaphone. I'm a megaphone for the resentment that a lot of people in the base of the Democratic Party feel, right? I'm just a platform.
The roaches have been invading all the lib left channels since the ban. Sad Girl shared a ban list? That's really... Oh, okay, that's a Twitch streamer, right?
I've never shied away from saying that. I've always openly admitted, like, we have some impact in this community. We're large enough, we're all over the place, and there are a lot of people in this community that are very interested in politics. But
yeah, chat, this is the coolest thing, because you get it with a big... You get it with a, like, you get the sauce with this, like, this much vegetables, right? Like, eggplants. Oh my god, drippy juice, no! No drippy juice. I guess they were they boil the vegetables, right? And then you dip the boiled vegetables into the spicy stuff, and it makes it taste really good. And you're getting, like, I don't know, all of your vegetable servings in, like, one meal. It's crazy. Right, eggplant, kale. There's also these little mini eggplants that they have in Thailand that are. I'll try to see if I can grab one. Oh my god. See if there's any left in here. But they're like the baby ones, and they'll give them to you like on the vine. Oh, I can't find it. I think I ate them all maybe. But they're really bitter. In like interesting. Anyway, I'm getting too interested in food, chat, and not interested enough in getting to freaking Asmongold, being past Sex Destiny.
obviously are tuning in, day out, and they have a lot of impact. We can have outsized impact.
Hasan didn't beg Gavin Newsom. Yeah, no, it's more like just a challenge. Like, hey, Gavin, if you'll talk to anybody at any time, any place, how about you have a conversation? And he does know people that that have done, that have brought. Gavin Newsom went on Connor Eats Pants
on certain issues because we have the door knockers and the phone bankers, right?
What? What?
They don't do that, right?
No, what are you talking about? He's skinwalking me again. Stop, please.
Is he? I don't think he's making shit up. What is Destiny trying to say? I invented canvassing? I don't get it.
Stop doing it.
However, there's never been a moment where I'm like, you come on my
wait.
show and
I'm sorry. He's skinwalking you? Excuse me? Really? Is that what's going on, Destiny? Like, what is the word for like a mixture of jealousy and like obsession? You know what I mean? When you're like you're just like looking in, salt the eggplants before cooking to reduce the bitterness. No, they're good. They're like supposed to, like the little baby eggplants. I think it's something too, if you like serve them, like if they're still on the vine, they have like a different taste, right? And it is kind of bitter, but like with all of the tastes, which it's like, it's tomato, chili paste really is what this is. And so it's a mixture of like sweet and salty, umami, and so it's kind of, oh yeah, there's some oil in here, so it's fatty too. And then it's like you mix that in with the bitterness, the little because they're like little bombs, right? They're like little tiny like they're this big eggplants, they look like they're small. What are they the size of? They're like the size of raisins. And you bite into them, and it's this like little bitter bomb explodes and like contrasts with all the other tastes. Destiny is a stalker, is he not? I mean, stalker-ish for sure.
Fucking win the race. Like, that's not a guarantee at all, right? What? Hey, didn't appreciate the timeout. Just a long-time listener and was just trying to be one of the gargoyles dropping info that just hit the web. What's the info? Let me guess. You probably got timed out by Fawcett because you came in and you were like, oh, dude, Meat Canyon made a video, right? We're not talking about that right now. We'll talk about it later.
Another video?
Is it the whataboutism that puts people off? Like, could you make your points without making the majority U.S. comparison to give them fuel?
The thing is what?
Sorry, the quote that I was talking about where he brings up like the drinking and driving shit, it's happening soon in this video.
Okay. To ignore your points? What? It doesn't. Does it turn people off? Do
we end up watching this? Have people heard this? The drinking and driving comment chat, for the record, is like him making a kind of hacky joke that a lot of people have made when you talk about, you know what I mean? Like everybody's making this joke, right? When you talk about Sarah Longwell, people like to say that like the one thing that they approve of in her what she stood for and what she lobbied for, because she did some bad shit, right? I think she worked for Koch Industries. I think she was like a lobbyist for the Koch brothers, right? But then Hasan is like, but it looks like she also was a lobbyist for Anheuser, or she lobbied against tougher drunk driving laws for like an alcohol company. And he jokes around about like, yeah, no, he jokes around about drunk driving, like that. He's like, yeah, no, I'm gonna vote for her because she's pro drunk driving, and I like to drive drunk. Like he was doing, I don't know.
You get turned off, or do you
triggered so many people when he said that, and it was obvious. So people have picked up on this. What, on Twitter or
still have that like
Reddit?
American exceptionalism in your mind that causes you to react the way that you're doing currently when I bring up my country that I pay fucking tax dollars to and what they do with those tax dollars. They don't use it on you. They don't use it on me. They don't use it on our fucking roads. YouTuber commenter replied to me that they had pre-ordered Sarah Shortbat book and canceled it after seeing the video law. Like, that's what it is. It's not whataboutism. I'm an American citizen. I'm talking about like what my tax dollars are going to. I don't want it to go to developing weapons that Israel uses to blow up schools, developing weapons that America uses to blow up schools in Iran.
True.
I want that shit to build schools here in the United States of America. Okay, that's it.
This whole saga feels like a massive rage bait episode. It's all worth it if I can just communicate these points to Tim. I need somebody besides me also to understand this platforming question. When I look at a lot of things, I think I just saw another stupid fucking
I feel like Hasan is too anxious to drink and drive. Have we ever even seen like drunk Hasan on stream? Like I have been a little bit, you know, like I mean it's a long time ago, right? I don't think we've necessarily seen drunk Hasan, have we?
Rokana tweet today. In my mind, there are like 4 types of platforming. Okay, are you here?
Yeah.
Okay. So you've got like
Oh, in his chat, someone thought he was being serious. Oh no, they were like no. They were like actually drunk driving is bad. No, the worst is if somebody's like, actually, I lost my parent to a drunk driver. I can't believe you're supporting that.
Team platform,
which is maybe a good reason not to joke about it. I don't know.
This is where you go on somebody's show and the understanding is that you're both on the same team.
It's ridiculous that Destiny is going to try to reinterpret this as like Hasan is a frat bro. He loves to drink, he loves to drive, and he doesn't see why you can't do the two things together, right? Drinking is really great. Drinking is really fun. Drinking is a vibe. Driving, you know, the wind through your hair. Why can't you do those two things together? It's unfair. It's authoritarian. I mean, it's just a silly joke. And I've been seeing people make this joke. I don't think Hasan's like the only one, you know, who saw what Sarah Longwell's lobbying record was and made that exact joke.
This is basically just like PR bolstering stuff, right?
Oh, at Zoran's party? Okay. Hasan was happy drunk at the Zoran victory party?
Like if I was running for office and I went on to
if you went on
yeah, why do bars even have parking lots if you're not supposed to? Yeah,
just podcast, right? You're pretty much on the same team. It's just
I would
like
hope so. Yeah,
around,
same team. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think
IRI there we go.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah. Then you've got like friendly conversation platforming. You show up, there's going to be some disagreement on both sides, but the goal is to emphasize your similarities while potentially noting some disagreements between you. The focus will be on building on the similarities between both sides, focusing on how closely united they should be against some third party. So these are our 2 like good platforming things, like we're nicely platforming something. And then our 2...
Okay, so like a nice combative like conversation.
Kind of, yeah. I wouldn't even know if I'd say combative.
Combative's
because you're emphasizing, you show up with both audiences.
It feels like Curb Your Enthusiasm if Larry David was like a lot less intelligent. Like it really does have that like his interaction with his friends and Mouton and everybody, it does have like the air of I don't know, serial like reality docudrama. Is that what you call that style of show? But yeah, it's like if with all the intelligence sucked out of the writing, right? This is what Curb would be like.
Understanding there's some disagreement between both sides with the goal of emphasizing similarities while potentially noting some disagreements between you. The focus will be on building on the similarities between both sides, focusing on how closely united they should be against some third party. I would compare this to every single Donald Trump interview on like Joe Rogan, Tim Pool, Theo Von, Andrew Schultz, and Lex Friedman. They might not be like 100% ideologically aligned and everything, but they're here to emphasize their commonalities. You could also theoretically, my guess would be like if Zoran were to go onto some liberal show, it would be to emphasize that.
You wouldn't call that a same team one, the Trump and Theo Von?
It's close, but not necessarily. I would put it in the friendly conversation platforming. The examples that I gave on the same team platforming, it's real hard because these guys do dick suck a lot. But actually, maybe I should think of other examples of that. The same team platforming examples I gave would be like Tulsi Gabbard going on Fox News. Everybody understands that there's like a 100% ideological alignment here. Trump going on basically.
I don't think they do. I think they still believe that she's a Democrat and that the Democrat Party went crazy and they got too woke and they canceled her for bullshit. I think they really think that like RFK is a Democrat, and like they do tend to give these like turncoat characters like a lot more credit for being good faith actors than they deserve. But whatever. Yeah, is the straw man in the building with us?
Anytime Trump goes on Fox News, when Kristi Noem, you know, any interview with a conservative person with like Hannity, The 2 negative ones I have are adversarial conversation.
Okay, does he understand? We probably don't have time to actually figure this out, but I'd like to know, does he understand that what the Democrats are currently trying to do, right, and what analysis of the previous election cycle shows is that there's a benefit for you going onto a podcast variety with somebody that's not going to do those same team dynamics. That people can spot that kind of interaction, and that it has like less impact for that reason. It's like Karen Levitt press conference, right? You're getting information, but it's not convincing because of the way that it's delivered. I mean, in this case, you can tell that the interlocutor is in the tank for the candidate, right? And what the Democrats have been trying to do is get more into platforms where I guess you would call it like the friend zone. He says the friendly conversation. That's probably what they want, because they want the person to look independent. They want to look like they're doing. And honestly, if you're going to go on like iHip or something, right? It is a question of like, are you willing to go on with no net? If you come on here and you say that you are against money in politics, you better not be bought by AIPAC, Cory Booker. Otherwise, it's going to go really bad. There's got to, like, I don't know. I think that the content that works, right? And the place that I'm looking to find a candidate from is, somebody like iHip, where they're going to ask them tough questions. Anyway, I don't even know if, maybe Destiny realizes this, but I don't know what the whole point. He used this to talk to Tim Miller. I don't even remember the point that he was trying to make. I'm so bored of this guy. Fuck this guy. Fuck him to high hell. Or low hell, too. What happens if I type Asmongold? I think I have... So we've got a few different videos. From Asmongold. Okay, that's a newer one. Okay, this is the original response. And I don't know, chat. What do you think? Do you think he messed up his hair? Did he go before he went on? Is he trying to look frazzled? Is he trying to look like at the end of his line here? So yeah, this was Asmon's reaction to finding out that he had been banned.
I don't know what I'm going to be able to do. It's going to be an entire week. I mean, geez, guys. I'm going to have so much free time. Well, I guess I could start by making this video, right? So, I got suspended last night on Twitch. I end my stream, and I come back from the gas station, and I get a message, and somebody says, why can't I chat in your stream? And I'm like, well, I don't know what happened. And I look, and I get a message, and it says that my account has been suspended for 7 days because of hateful conduct. So, this is what I did. This is what I said. I said that I didn't give a fuck about the opinions of third worlders, and then particularly in the thing that they referenced, I was referring to illiterate goat herders from Afghanistan.
Again, the way this looks out in the public is not a United States.
The opinions of third worlders don't matter. Like, I don't care what some...
I feel like you could have shown even more. Like, I'm thinking he's, like, responding to something that she said about the opinions of people in countries in the Middle East, which Asmongold, I don't know if you realize that, but it does matter. It matters a lot. It makes a big difference, right? It is absolutely... It's not something you could just be like, it doesn't matter. These illiterate people, they live there. They live there, Asmongold. All right. But the crazy thing is what he's going to attribute to the Afghani goat herders.
Illiterate.
Oh, yeah. Do we have a meme, Chad? I keep on asking you. And I keep on not following up. Right?
goat herder thinks in Afghanistan. It doesn't matter.
In the context of those people believing AI-generated videos about Iran winning the war and nuking...
Did he show the email? He did not.
Israel off the map. Gentlemen, I would like to confirm that I am 100% right, and you don't either. And neither do they. Because if Twitch cares about their opinions, why don't they apply Afghanistan's opinions to women on Twitch? That would be interesting, wouldn't it? But everybody knows.
We're not applying Afghan opinions. In this case, I think he's saying on who's winning the war to Twitch. However, those Afghan opinions that Iran was in the driver's seat turned out to be right, and Asmongold's Pravda regurgitated into his mouth from, right-wing propagandists what turned out to be wrong. Surprise, surprise, chat. Surprise, surprise. The government propaganda was indeed just that, government propaganda.
Nobody gives a fuck about them. Nobody cares. I'm not sorry. I'm right. I said nothing wrong, and nothing I said was against the terms of service. Beyond that, do you
speed it up?
A world where somebody that says that they don't care about what a fat American thinks about the Middle East, can you imagine that this person ever gets suspended? Of course not.
He has some woke qualities, but he's nowhere near as woke as Francis. Francis was a socialist. This motherfucker is an American, and I think Americans are gross. Americans do not have a understanding of the world. Americifying anything is going to be bad.
If you've watched Hasan, you know that he's an Ameriboo. The same way that an American that really likes Japanese culture and manga and anime is a weeaboo, or somebody that's overly obsessed with like German World War II era stuff is a veraboo, right? He's a lover of American things, of American culture, of Americanisms.
Bad. Americans have a very limited understanding of the universe.
And also he's an American. That's the other thing that I don't think that Asmongold ever like computes. He's always thinking that Hasan is saying this like, you Americans, you fucking suck. You're not very smart. You have horrible opinions. You're immoral, right? No, he's including himself in this, all right? Or he's including himself as part of the same culture that produces this.
And so why am I getting suspended? It's more third worldist morality logic inversion that basically is being used to silence me for an entire...
Chat, has Hasan responded to this yet? Because I kind of want to hear... He is actually going to talk for a second here, not about like the third world being, you're talking about like undeveloped, less developed countries, right? The periphery, but he's the periphery of empire. But he's going to start talking about third worldism, which Hasan does talk about, and often not in a positive light.
Entire week. That's the important part.
You ever heard him go off about Maoist, Leninist, third worldist?
That I want to talk about here. It's because basically Twitch has a system where they say that your infractions or your bad actions expire within 1 year. Well, the last time I was suspended, well, we all remember the last time I was suspended, but that was in October 2024. I have not been suspended for over an entire year. Why does that matter?
You've been such a good boy. You have absolutely been such a good boy, and you deserve treats. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it matters because they say it matters. It matters because they say that's whenever the infractions expire, and your account is treated as not being in bad standing. So why is it in that case that instead of getting a warning, instead of getting a suspension, instead of getting it for a day, instead of getting a suspension for 3 days, I immediately went from that all the way to a...
Also, I need to point out that as far as I know, somebody said, has he shown the email yet? I don't think we have it confirmed that what he says he got banned for is actually what Twitch banned him for. Now, I don't know if we'll find the answer to that, but
7-day suspension immediately. Why would this happen? What is the reason for it? I have no idea. Is it because they don't like what I'm saying? It has to be, because it's certainly not because what I'm saying is against the terms of service. I looked at the terms of service. Yes, using nationality is a protected group, but I was not talking about them being disregarded because of nationality. I was talking about them being disregarded because of the fact that they're watching literal AI-generated videos and then believing a false...
So yeah, like third worldism is actually a tendency, under, a subset of ideology. But the question I have is, does Asmongold know that? Because he is trying to get away with this, and I wonder, did he have a conversation with somebody else? Because it does not seem like Asmongold type knowledge, right? To understand that there is a ideology called third worldism, and then to then try to pivot and say, I wasn't criticizing people. I wasn't criticizing nationalities. There's plenty of based people in Afghanistan that agree with me that Donald Trump is destroying Iran and totally winning this war. He didn't taco at all. Yeah, there's plenty of based based chatters in Afghanistan. I'm not criticizing them. I think he does end up saying exactly that, right? I'm criticizing the ideology that some people in the West even have. So yeah, he's trying to. It's a more sophisticated excuse than I am used to hearing from Asmongold, and I'm wondering who got in his ear. Chat, any bets in chat? What do we think? Destiny, Ethan, it could be Solomon, it could be a lot of people. Who's he in contact with?
Narrative, and the video's context was about, would you rather be having likes on Twitter or having your entire Navy not destroyed?
Do you think that the Iranians would rather have their entire Navy back or their memes?
Jeez.
Oh, we didn't watch this.
And
yeah.
So anyway, this is what's happened, is that I have been suspended for an entire week for that. That's it. And I'll play the clip for you guys.
This is one of the CNN panels that they have, those trash panels with what's his name? Scott, I can't remember. He was on Adam Friedland a few weeks ago. I don't enjoy, I mean, I like bullshit, shit show debates sometimes, but I really don't enjoy the CNN. There was one recently where they had like Emma on, and literally everybody on there like dogpiled her. Like they brought Emma Vigland on just to shit on her. I mean, they tried it. It didn't really go well for them.
Okay, and this is, by the way, there's not a 100% certainty with this, that this is the clip, but this is the thing that they quoted from, and it's the thing that they gave me an example of. And I will say also, by the way, my contacts and relationship with Twitch on an interpersonal level has been nothing but tremendous. I have great respect for the people that I've dealt with Twitch. I have no actual animosity towards those people, so just make sure that you guys understand that. Don't shoot the messenger or anything like that. It's the moderation team and the people that decided that I did something wrong, and maybe they made a mistake. Well, I know they made a mistake, but maybe they'll recognize that.
So yeah, he's definitely, now this is the day of the ban, I think, right? But he's making a big play to just try to get it reversed, to try to say that this is like, and I still don't know what we're actually talking about here, because like I'm not going to take his word for it as far as what he got banned for. He's going to show us, he says, but yeah, he's trying to say that this is a great injustice, please fix, and expecting that it might be like fixed within a day, right? Because he is appealing it. And I think the way that it works on Twitch is like, if you're a partner like Asmongold, I think you get a response on the appeal pretty quickly. So
get it on ban early.
We should be hearing back about that maybe soon. How do he and Destiny get on? I don't know if Destiny respects Asmongold. And I've definitely seen, no, they're friendly. They're definitely on good terms. Like, right? I mean, Destiny might secretly think that Asmongold is like is mentally incompetent, but he doesn't usually shit on him on stream. Hasan did not react to this. He did news, and then Trita Parsi interview, and then rotated between news and Fox, CNN. I mean, there's a lot for him to go over. So yeah, Asmongold got bumped, apparently. He does think he's cooking Super Lemon Haze, Hasan.
And if they didn't, I guess, well, I mean, and here's...
Yes, it's Scott Jennings.
It's like, well, if Trump nukes Iran, which it seems like that's getting more likely every day, then I'm going to have to go live on Kick and Rumble, right? Do I give a fuck about the opinions of a bunch of third worlders in regards to what my country should do?
So yeah, that's a low-key thread of like, hey, listen, Twitch, you understand that when, shit hits the fan with Trump, I'm going to make a lot of money. And I could be making a lot of money over on Kick, or I could be making money over on Twitch, right? You want to miss out on that? Like, he's basically like, I'm a cash cow. My udders are full. Twitch, come milk me. Come on, you got to unban me. These udders are full. Come on. I got to talk about World War III.
Absolutely fucking not. I do not. You shouldn't. They shouldn't give a fuck about what I think about their country. Because why would I take somebody's opinion that is from a shithole in these countries? And by the way, these are shitholes. Many of these countries are shitholes.
Goddamn. There's too many things to... He says another thing wrong by the time I want to address one. Goddamn. The point was whether the United States or Iran, I don't, did this somehow get yeeted out of this version of the video? Is there like a yeet video with a more complete, oh my God, what did I do? Bro thinks showers are oppressive, true.
I'm gonna have to go live on I should go live on Kick and Rumble, right? Do I give a fuck about the opinions of a bunch of third worlders in regards to what my country should do? Absolutely.
Oh, what my country should do. No, I think you were talking about the opinions of third worlders on who's winning the war. Third worlders who are living in right next door, or not right next door, but to next country over from Iran, right? If you're talking about the the hypothetical Afghanis from your thought experiment, or I don't know, chat. Maybe it's not a thought experiment. Maybe they were talking about it on the CNN debate panel.
Fucking not. I do not. You shouldn't. They shouldn't give a fuck about what I think about their country. Because why would I take somebody's opinion that is from a shithole in these countries? And by the way, these are shitholes. Many of these countries are shitholes. And don't let anybody teach you or tell you that, oh, it's America's fault. No, it's not. The ones that America has invaded are shitholes.
Yeah. There it is. There it is. So this is how Asmongold gets to do white supremacy without, and then if you say, like, you know, he's like, oh, you think everything is white supremacist, don't you? It's the implication, the question that is begged, right? The thing that he doesn't say, the dots that he does not connect, and he expects his audience to connect for him, is the idea that if a country is, you know, either you know, socially backwards, quote unquote, it's you know, very very conservative, or you know, it does not have enough resources for a lot of its people, or the infrastructure is degraded, or what have you, right? You know, whatever in his mind constitutes a shithole country, it is necessarily because of the intelligence of those people, the competence of those people, the fitness and maybe even worthiness to live of those people is put into question, rather than possibly questioning what effect foreign policy from the global hegemon that has had a near monopoly on power since the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Now that power is swiftly fading away, but that's the, you know, this has been Pax Americana. This has been, you know, a unipolar moment in time. But no, don't ever consider blaming the United States, because the United States is doing really good, which must mean that we're superior, and we're doing good because we're superior, which must mean because we're just better people, smarter, fitter, more worthy to live, more worthy to enjoy the fruits of the labors of people in the periphery, in other words. And chat, the best part of this, or the worst part, depending on your opinion. Oh my God, can I break open another window? I really like this. It feels like I've gotten obsessed with Twitter, and I'm forcing you to look at my my W's on Twitter. I am not. I am trying to let's see. There was like a specific. Oh yeah, it's this post. Now I remember. I have been posting too much on Twitter, though, in case you're wondering. It's definitely too much Twitter. Okay, it's this one. Yep. All right. My favorite part of Asmongold is when he says something incredibly foul, like what we just heard, and then he takes a drink of Dr. Pepper and goes, as if to say, that was yummy. That was a yummy sip of soda. Goes great with my racism. Yeah, based. And that's the sick part. Like, that drink of soda is like him denying I don't know. Somehow, chat, somehow the sip of soda, it means something to me. I'm trying to describe it. It's like he's taken a vampire sip out of that soda. It's like that soda. The sugar is coming straight from the third world that he bemoans as a shithole, that he decries and says must be the result of moral ineptitude or moral ineptitude. I got that backwards. Intellectual ineptitude or moral failings on the part of those peoples, right? Of those ethnicities, right? Of those nationalities, right? Of those protected statuses on Twitch. Now, I don't know if he broke terms of service or not. I'm not still convinced that we've seen the actual clip that is, the infraction. I'd like to see, what's on the email just to confirm that. But yeah, it does seem like he may have legitimately run afoul of the TOS. That being said, chat, I am not part of the trust and safety team. Never have been, and I'm gonna leave that to people that are, it's not really something that I want to spend time to ferret out, like exactly, whether this ban was fair and just, and that 7-week period is a, judicious punishment or not. But I do want to, kind of drive this home, because this guy is acting like he is not sitting on a throne of skulls. And I'm not talking about Warcraft, chat. I'm talking about the United States of fucking America. I'm talking about this guy having it way too fucking easy, because so many people in the world have it way too fucking hard. And yeah, when he fucking says some racist shit and like, you're all shithole countries, you ruined your countries, you suck, blah, blah, blah. And like, this is the guy that's trying to convince his chat that America just won a war, that if you'd been paying attention, you know that there's no way in which that's a win for America. Started off, the Strait of Hormuz was open, right? What you wanted to get, Iran to ship out its nuclear fuel, or to give up its nuclear program, and like, it was stuff like that, right? You didn't get that, you went to war, and now you are arguing, you are negotiating to try to reopen the strait. That's a loss, chat. Like, your objective, right? What you wanted to have, like, Iran more under your thumb, to have a regime change, a friendly government in place, all of this stuff, to take out the nuclear fuel, which they may have tried to do, chat. That may have been that rescue mission, people are saying now, may have been a failed attempt to try to, spirit the the spent fuel away from Iran. That just did not work out very well. So they're kind of narrativizing it as a different story. But no, America's not winning. And so it's just a little ironic for you to be like, these people are below me, they are beneath me, do they even deserve to be alive? Slurp. Slurp. Like, this is a guy that, like, slurped until his jaw fell off, chat. I'm not even kidding, okay? Like, I don't know. I'm not much for eugenics. I don't analyze, like, whether people deserve to live or die. I generally think that people deserve to live. I generally think that people deserve to be happy, but goddamn, this guy really does run afoul of his own, rules for me quite often.
The ones that America hasn't invaded or Britain hasn't invaded, they're shitholes too. They're shitholes because the people made them shitholes. And whenever
the people, because their people are dirty and they're smelly and they're not very smart, and so they make the place into a shithole because that's what they do. Whereas Americans are clean and pure and beautiful and intelligent and strong, and that's why America's so great. God bless America. Make America great again, ya based. Wow, this guy.
I talk about third worlders and third worldism.
So here we go.
I'm talking about a geography, I'm talking about an ideology. And that ideology...
And here's what I think, chat. Does anybody in chat, anybody got some ideas? Like, what is the... Could somebody please explain this to me? Right, who do you think got in his ear? Because I don't think this is like a natural... I don't think... Unless he's like listening to Hasan, I can't think of where he would have heard of third worldism as a tendency.
Is the idea that disrespect should be met with violence, the idea that, crime, dysfunction, discord, and chaos in society should be expected. They're part and parcel of living in a modern city. And having people, like, oh, well, you can't say certain things because they might offend people or they'll make them mad. The idea that getting angry about something is a justification to break the law. This is what I'm really talking about with third worldism. Things that...
Okay, wait, wow. They just cut him right off. Anybody know where this, like, does this exist on Asmongold's channel? On his YouTube channel? Where did, oh, there it is.
Guys, I got suspended on Twitch in the middle of my Crimson Desert playthrough. I don't know what I'm gonna be able to do. It's gonna be an entire week. I mean, geez, guys. I'm gonna have so much free time. Well, I guess I...
So wait. Can somebody explain to me, Crimson Desert just came out. What kind of game is it? I'm guessing this is more of the, there's a lot of money to be made. I'm a gamer. I've been on this platform forever, and I'm going to play a game that lots of people are going to watch me play. And so therefore, money, Twitch, udders, do you want this? Would you like to squeeze some milk out of my udders? Please, Twitch, unban me so we can get to the milking. I was ready to give milk. And then I got banned. Please unban me, Twitch. Let's get this milk. This milk is hurting my udders. Yeah, it's more like, money on the table, guys. Come on. And look, that is like the bottom line for a lot of people. That's a very convincing argument.
I could start by making this video, right? So, I got suspended last night on Twitch. I end my stream, and I come back from the gas station, and I get a message, and somebody says, why can't I chat in your stream? And I'm like, well, I don't know, what happened? And I look, and I get a message, and it says that my account has been suspended for 7 days because of hateful conduct. So, this is what I did. This is what I said. I said that I didn't give a fuck about the opinions of third worlders, and then particularly in the thing that they referenced, I was referring to illiterate goat herders from Afghanistan.
Again, the way this looks out in the public is not a United States.
The opinions of third worlders don't matter. Like, I don't care what some illiterate...
It's kind of like he thinks that's going to make it better. Like, you were thinking that he was talking about a doctor from Afghanistan and his family, and that's really offensive and rude and bad, right? But no, he's really just talking about a goat herder. He's talking about a smelly, uneducated goat herder, and so therefore, like, why would you be mad at me? It's totally okay to dehumanize a person like that. I wasn't just dehumanizing a person from the Middle East. You don't understand. I was dehumanizing a poor person from the Middle East, right? Wow.
Goat herder thinks in Afghanistan. It doesn't matter.
In the context of those people believing AI-generated videos about Iran winning...
Okay, there we go. That's the part that Keemstar cut out for some reason.
...the war and nuking Israel off the map. Gentlemen, I would like to...
Okay, so, Iran winning the war and nuking... Where did you hear this, right? Iran does not have nukes. How fucking brain-rotted is this guy?
Is not a United States.
The opinions of third worlders don't matter. Like, I don't care what some illiterate goat herder thinks in Afghanistan.
Now I want to find the CNN video. God damn it. Now I want to find the CNN video and see what they were actually talking about that set him off on this. Oh, look, it's IRI. IRI for a white guy. I don't know. Is it this one? That was a day ago. It can't be that one. 3 days ago, it could be that one.
Extraordinary graphic terms, giving the Iranian regime just over a day to either make a deal, reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Some of these threats, but he's been talking about going after the civilian infrastructure, the people that they presumably want to help here, the civilian.
Oh, State of the Nation. Sorry, God.
Hurt by going after the power plants, the water supply.
That'll be easier to track down.
What do you make of this threat?
The president is either emboldened.
Wait, is State of the Nation or yeah, wait, State of the Nation is this it's just like a why did I think it I thought it was a Sunday show. No, it's on CNN. It's not the like the CBS thing. Is it CNN Sunday show? GMA. State of the Nation, CNN? Am I misreading this? State of the Union.
Doesn't matter.
In the context of those people believing AI-generated videos about...
It's not it's not the State of the Union address from like last, like January or February, is it? Ela jump scare? Where?
Iran winning the war.
State of the Union, Jake Tapper and Data Dash. It is called the State of the Union? I thought that was the name of the speech. I thought the speech that, oh my god, don't go away from this. Jake Tapper. 2 months ago, 1 month ago. That looks like, is that it? 3 months ago. Is that the same woman? No, it's not the same woman. I don't, if it is, she's got a different hair now. But that's it, right? State of the Union is the name of the show. I don't think they label their videos very well. But it would be like CNN. Okay, so we'd go on CNN, and I'm guessing this. I think this is a Sunday show. So it would be a few days ago, like 3 days ago at least. I don't know, chat. I don't know where Asmongold watched this, and I'm not gonna. Yeah. Anyway, attack on Iran's power. If anybody can find me the clip from this, I'm curious. What she was talking about that like led Asmongold down this ill-fated trajectory that got him banned.
Literate goat herder thinks in Afghanistan. It doesn't matter.
In the context of those people believing AI-generated videos about Iran winning the war and nuking Israel off the map. Gentlemen, I would like to confirm that I am 100% right, and you don't either. And neither do they. Iran winning the war and...
Iran won the war. It's over. There's nothing Trump can do to open the strait. He went into the war to get more than he could get diplomatically. That would mean putting a American Israeli-friendly puppet in place, right? That, you know, or getting the nuclear material out of there. I'm trying to think of what else you could do. I mean, like they hang their hat on like we've destroyed Iran's missile capacity, but that's obviously not true. Israel's still being hit by missiles. Yeah, there's not a lot that you can say that the United States got out of the situation. The thing that's changed is that now the strait is closed, and to the extent that it's open to those who want to undermine the petrodollar. Chat, things are kind of moving fast. Like France just sold a bunch of gold that they were holding, that or brought it from New York to or sold it in New York and bought an equal amount in France. Like there's people making moves right now that are, you know, out of like a lack of confidence in the petrodollar, but also probably out of a hostility towards the United States. And look, as much as the United States might be a global hegemon, other nations hold that power in their hands and only agree to sustain that power by upholding the petrodollar system because it is economically advantageous to them. And when somebody like Trump comes in and says, I'm just going to cut off the oil to everyone whenever I feel like it because I get angry, because the Epstein files, or I don't want them talking about that, you know, because of anything, right? I think it'll help me win the election, right? Then people don't, like, they're not bought, they don't want to buy into that system. But yeah, the Iran in particular has the power with the Strait of Hormuz. The whole world needs that shit open. And so guess who's going to write the ceasefire accords? Guess who's going to ultimately prevail on a question of, like, can Israel continue to attack Lebanon, right? Not if the Iranians insist on holding the strait closed. They want that shit open stat, right? People, you know, the economy is hurting right now. And they, you know, it's like getting oxygen to the patient, right? That's the mindset that they're in. So the idea of, like, you know, that like somehow Israel's going to be able to, like, play chicken with them, which, like, look, Israel's one of the only countries that maybe has less invested in opening up the strait than than like the Gulf countries, or certainly the oil customers for the Strait of Hormuz, right? So maybe, you know, they can just say fuck the world. But again, Israel's morale has crashed in recent days, right? They were going from thinking that they were going to be the regional power, they were going to win the Iran war, there's going to be no more enemies of Israel in the Middle East. Everybody's complicit, everybody's bought in, right? Everybody is Team Israel in the Middle East, to now looking at a very different reality in which they are losing the wars that they have gotten themselves in, the multiple fronts that they've gotten themselves involved in. They are losing.
Nuking Israel off the map. Gentlemen, I would like to confirm that I am 100% right, and you don't either. And neither do they.
Oh God, it's on the CNN website? I see.
Because if Twitch cares about their opinions, why don't they apply Afghanistan's opinions to women?
What are you talking about? This isn't Twitch caring about the opinions of people about who won the war. Twitch is probably pretty fucking ambivalent about that, okay? In most things, Twitch is gonna be like, right, most non-COVID related issues, you know, or like Ukraine related. I'm trying to think of the few times where, you know, they did, like, pick a side. But yeah, in general, Twitch is not picking a side. They don't care. If you want to say that Iran won the war on Twitch, say it. If you want to say that the United States won the war, it's not true, but go ahead and say it. Nobody's stopping you. But he's like, what is this about? Well, I guess we should apply Sharia law to all the e-bitches on Twitch, all those e-thoughts on Twitch. You know, they're putting their sexuality out there, they're putting their boobs out there. Maybe we should institute a little Sharia law. Maybe they should have to wear a hijab or a burqa, or I don't know. Where do you even get this? Where do you even get this, Asmongold? This is crazy.
On Twitch. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? But everybody knows nobody gives a
But the e-thoughts would never go for that. They would know. They've got to show their boobs and their butts and
talk about them. Nobody cares. I'm not sorry. I'm right. I said nothing wrong, and nothing I said was against the terms of service. Beyond that, do you even imagine a world where somebody that says that they don't care about what a fat American thinks about the Middle East, can you imagine that this person ever gets suspended? Of course not.
He has some woke qualities, but he's nowhere near as woke as Francis. Francis was a socialist. This motherfucker.
Does he understand that there's a difference between saying Americans eat too many potato chips and jalapeno poppers, and saying that, like, Palestinians, or this is what he said, his last band, when he said that Palestinians were coming from an inferior culture, right? Has he accepted? Because at the time he did. Maybe he's retconned that, but at the time he was like, yeah, no, I understand why I was banned. I understand what I did wrong, and I'm going to be a better person going. Like, he literally was like, you know, talking about turning over a new leaf. But yeah, if anything, it's the other kind of leaf altogether.
is an American. And I think Americans are gross. Americans do not have a understanding of the world. Americafying anything is going to be bad. Americans have a very limited understanding of the universe.
And so why am I getting suspended? It's more third world.
I'm sorry. That's just true, okay? I was born in America. I stayed in America for the first, I don't know, almost like, I don't know, 18 years of my life. And yeah, I didn't know fuck all about outside of the world. I thought that everything outside of the world was a shithole. I mean, not a shithole. I wasn't like, but I did think that America was kind of like the center of the universe, that America was setting the standards. Whatever we did in America, whatever we had in America, other countries would get it in a couple of years, just like the movies, right? Which, I mean, that was true for a while where, you'd have to wait if you were in Europe or somewhere else, you'd have to wait for blockbuster releases, right? But yeah, that all of the dance culture, all of the music culture, all of the coolness came from America. And that when I went to France, chat, thinking that other countries didn't know how to be cool, never considering that cool might represent a different thing in a country like France, that they might have their own idea, their own aesthetic even, of what's cool. No, of course, the French are just following along with us, but they're not quite caught up because they're French and they eat cheese. I don't know. Yeah, I really did have like a warped concept of things. I really did overestimate the United States. And yeah, I mean, you get taught that, and it's just not true. If you visit the world, if you talk to people, you will very quickly be disabused of those notions. And that's what he's talking about. So many of us do not, travel outside of the United States, not because we can't afford to, but because we don't think that there's anything worth seeing outside of the borders of the United States. We think everything is a lesser version of the United States. Now, again, like this is what I thought, before we're going to, taking a school trip to France, as a young adult. But I feel like, I feel like Americans just have a lot less of an idea about what's going on in the world than a lot of other places.
This morality logic inversion that basically is being used to silence me for an entire week. That's the important part that I want to talk about here. It's because basically Twitch has a system where
I just want to reinforce, though, that he's not mad. So don't put it in the papers that he was mad.
That your infractions or your bad actions expire within 1 year. Well, the last time I was suspended, well, we all remember the last time I was suspended, but that was in October 2024. I have not been suspended for over an entire year. Why does that matter?
Like I was saying, he's such a good boy. He's been such a good boy. And he does deserve treats.
Well, it matters because they say it matters. It matters because they say that's whenever the infractions expire and your account is treated as not being in bad standing. So why is it in that case that instead of getting a warning, instead of getting a suspension...
Can anybody confirm this for me? This thing that he's saying about bad standing? I know that, like, okay, so like in YouTube, it's weird because YouTube doesn't tell you shit, but then people talk about it. And they say, like, if you get a warning, even though a warning is supposed to be just a warning on YouTube, like, you fucked up, but we're not going to punish you this time, they actually do punish you algorithmically. Like, you a warning until the warning expires, right? Your algorithm is downgraded, right? On Twitch, I don't know what the deal is, but he's saying that there's 3 strikes on any Twitch account, right? I think, and they might even be for different things. Like, there's like a copyright one or a content TOS one, but the idea is that if you get like 3, if 3 of these stack up, and yeah, they go away every year, right? But if you get 3 in a year, basically, I think you get permanently banned. I think that's the deal. But I didn't know there was a thing if you get 1, you are like what? Like you downrate. There's not even really an algorithm on Twitch, right? It's something different. It's something like, if you, the closest thing to an algorithm is like recommended, right? Sometimes you'll see a list of recommended, and that's a function of who has who on their streamer shelf, which I should update. I have not updated. A lot of streamers probably should update their streamer shelves. I probably have people that don't even stream on there still, and there's lots of people that I should have that I don't, right? But streamer shelf, who you raid, who raids you, it's stuff like that, right? Maybe to some extent, like if you're like friends with somebody, it'll show that they're in they're watching a stream, and maybe you'll click on that. I don't know. There's not like really a lot of algorithm going on, so I'm not sure what I'm not sure what Asmongold's talking about. I'm not sure how he thinks he's been punished while that strike was active. America gave us jazz, rock and roll, Hollywood. It was a vibe for a hot minute, but the history moves on, and so will the world. It all happens to all cultures, and they peak. And the other thing is, if you are in America, how would you know how influential any particular like musical act or movie or cultural IP or is it cultural IP? Goddamn. How would you even know, right? You're just gonna assume, oh yeah, no, everybody thinks that our movies are hot shit, and they'll watch their movies if they have to, but they really don't like them.
Instead of getting a suspension for 3 days, I immediately went from that all the way to a 7-day suspension immediately. Why would this happen? What is the reason for it? I have no idea. Is it because they don't like what I'm saying? It has to be, because it's certainly not because what I'm saying is against the terms of service. I looked at the terms of service. Yes, using nationality is a protected group, but I was not talking about them being disregarded because of nationality. I was talking about them being disregarded because of the fact that they're watching literal AI-generated videos and then believing a false narrative. And the video's context was about, would you rather be having likes on Twitter or having your entire Navy not destroyed?
Oh my God. Yeah. That was I think that was on the, like a panel situation, right? Which is such a stupid question. Okay. Look, if you're the United States, getting your Navy destroyed is a big deal. The United States may not be the biggest Navy anymore. I think that belongs to China now, but they're probably the preeminent blue water Navy in the world. Right, so for the United States to lose its Navy, for a Pearl Harbor-like event to occur, yeah, it would take the United States down quite a few pegs, right? For the United States to lose its Air Force would be bad, all right? But for Iran to lose its Navy, that's like saying, I don't know. I don't want to say that their Navy is comparable to our Coast Guard, but I do want to point out that there seems to be a lot less emphasis in it, and that none of their power in terms of the toll booth, in terms of the strait, is, hinges on that Navy, right? If they had a Navy also, the United States would be able to really easily target it and just like they did, like the Navy was on the way back from Sri Lanka or something like that, right? They were involved in some kind of international event, like a diplomatic event, I think. And so it's kind of, the way that they took them down was, not great. Asmon doesn't just call those people, those countries inferior. Yeah, that's what I was saying, is he looks at their lives as being like less worthy. He looks at them being like less worthy of living, right? It's the ultimate feeling that you get. And I don't know if he's like too, he may not realize what the fuck that is, but it's eugenics. It is a Hitlerian mindset that he has. I went to college with mostly people who grew up in and around New York City, and they didn't even realize how much they think the world around. Oh, NYC. Well, if Davi's in here, maybe Davi can answer that question. We were talking about the superiority of East Coasters earlier.
Do you think that the Iranians would rather have their entire Navy back or their memes?
Geez, guys, I wonder. And so anyway,
that's a gotcha question. That's a fucking meme question. It's literal. There's no fucking substance to that. All that shit is about there's no substance, right? Iran's Navy is not important, and the memes are probably, I don't know. You be the judge of how important the memes are, chat. Have you seen the memes? I've been hesitant to show them because I know that they could be, I don't know, I'm afraid that they'll, like, either Twitch or the US government is somehow going to classify them as like propaganda from a hostile government. And like, I think technically they could slot that into that. Brave sent me a link to the CNN clip. And now I'm trying to find it. There it is. I hate having to go to a website rather, but I mean, like, I understand why they do it. Like, to go to, you know, the CNN website rather than just use YouTube, because my whole thing is formatted for YouTube. Got a setting for Twitch, and now maybe one for Kick, but that's it. Right, I don't even know if we'll see us, and then I don't know. I'm not sure they'll like let us watch. Wait, what's going on here? Go back to this. I'll see if I can figure out what's wrong with the CNN website, chat.
Is that I have been suspended for an entire week for that. That's it. And I'll play the clip for you guys, okay? And this is, by the way, there's not a 100% certainty with this, that this is the clip, but this is the thing that they quoted from, and it's the thing that they gave me an example of. And I will say also, by the way, my contacts and relationship with Twitch on an interpersonal level has been nothing but tremendous. I have great respect for the people that I've dealt with Twitch. I have no actual animosity towards those people, so just make sure that you guys understand that. Don't shoot the messenger or any.
Start with you, former Congresswoman Wild of Pennsylvania, a Democrat. The president threatening to blow up Iran's power plants and bridges. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards. You'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. What's your response?
And happy Sunday morning.
Happy Easter.
Clearly we're escalating. And first, let me just say I'm incredibly.
I don't know why it's dark.
Relieved that the 2 airmen have been successfully rescued. And
amen.
Props to our special ops teams.
You have to say support our troops before everything, Chad. It's kind of like our, do you disavow Hamas? Like, do you support our troops? What about the troops?
Amazing, but the war is.
Are you praying for our troops to destroy their troops?
Concerned about it. About
you gotta pray, like, especially, chat, especially pray for the safety of our troops that went to bomb and in all likelihood kill civilians, right? But we got to make sure that troop gets home safely, right? It'd be a real tragedy if anything was to happen to or to John McCain, right? John McCain flew sorties in North Vietnam. Probably, God, I don't even want to know what John McCain did. Was he deploying bombs? Was he deploying napalm? Was it Agent Orange? All of it's bad, chat. But it's you guys should feel bad for John McCain when he gets shot down after subjecting like these Vietnamese villages to like fucking hell on earth. Yeah, we should really feel bad for John McCain. Support our troops, okay?
Civilians and children, and the lack of what I see as complete lack of leadership and strategy.
So you heard Brett McGurk earlier saying that he sees this as President Trump trying to escalate the language so as to get a deal, but he doesn't know that it will work necessarily. What's your take?
I think that could be the case. Do I agree with the language or the deadline setting? Not necessarily. But if we're going to do this, let's do this. Like, let's not be here for a long time. Let's not prolong this. We see polling is not in the favor of a prolonged conflict. We're seeing, as to your point, shooting down our airmen. This is not a place we want to be. If we're going to do this, do this.
Wait, is this the one? Or maybe it's from this show?
A successful
Because I don't see the
Let's make a
woman
threat. Let's
in question.
Get out as soon as possible.
Wait, is that her? That's her.
This, though, this is what I've been trying to figure out, right? And I've been a diplomat. I've been in a variety of situations where the words really matter for what you're trying to use your military objectives for. And the words have been so all over the place. And today, seeing this on Easter Sunday, with the Pope, of all people, saying that this, you should be using your words for peace, not for war. But I come back to, Lindsey Graham and his talk about holy war. I come back to the fact that the Secretary of War.
She's saying what should be a very obvious truth, that things like diplomacy do hinge on words. For instance, chat, what was it? Trump said what did he say about he said something about MBS that was like a one-off, or that was like kind of just a missive. MBS heard it, and they are talking about like they're changing who they're going through other countries other than the United States. They were replacing, I can't remember what it was, chat. Fuck. But yeah, he insulted MBS. And yeah, sometimes these things are very like it's kind of like the just very okay. Look, diplomacy is like this. There's a good way to put together words that will get your negotiating partner to, agree on something that is more in your favor than not. And this is done by being very careful about what you say and don't say, being calculated, right? So when you've got somebody like Trump, and look, the excuse with Trump is like, oh, that's just how Trump is. Art of the deal. He's playing hard. He's playing hard to get. No, he's a fucking idiot. And he's fucking up the negotiation. And JD Vance isn't going to be any better. God damn. They're sending in JD Vance, chat, because that's the one person in the Trump White House that the Iranians think that they can talk to, because supposedly JD Vance was against the war out of principle, out of probably military, because all the generals were saying it's a bad idea. And JD Vance is like, I think I'm going to agree with the generals, but if we're going to do it, we should go all the way, of course, just go full, psycho on them.
Has been referencing Jesus and how this is all meant to be. And now, okay, we have a U.S. president praising Allah, not where I expected this would come from. But I absolutely have personal concern in the fact that an American president...
Yeah, there it is. Recorder Residue says, is the MBS thing you were referring to, he didn't think he'd be kissing my ass? Yeah, I think it was that. I think that was the thing that set MBS off. And it's how easy is it not to say, like, the ally that I am working with, that I am counting on, that I've made agreements with, that our interests are aligning, right? The person that is more, maybe more than anyone, helping to hold up the petrodollar, which is key for United States power. Yeah, I bet he's surprised. Tell me about how my ass tastes, MBS. I mean, that's crazy. That's fucking crazy. I remember this is the guy that teased Kim Jong-un Kim Jong-un for having a small penis, even though how could it be smaller than his?
Is now talking using crusader-like language against a population, not that's Iran, that's also allies, that hits millions of people around the world, including people here in the United States. So I see this as a flailing message, a flailing sense of targeting and purpose, and a president who just wants out and has now struck a nerve on something that sounds really tough, but has a historical significance and a much bigger danger and can of worms that's being opened.
A few things this morning. First of all, happy Easter.
Happy Easter to you,
and
I told you to wear Easter clothes.
and I followed.
It looks like the Easter Bunny just shat you out.
Okay. Second, this story of us rescuing this airman is nothing short of incredible. And
yeah. He's like, I don't want to miss this opportunity to do more propaganda.
And
the other thing too about these stories, right? The propaganda story, I believe, for the Iraq War, at least early on, was a guy named Pat Tillis. Pat Tillis was a member of the Dallas Cowboys who, I think, after 9/11 was like I love my country. And even though I am a big football player and a starting whatever his position was, I'm going to go serve my country. All right, I got to go I got to go do something for my country, right? And he ends up getting killed early on. They like praised him as a hero and came up with this whole story about how he like saved all these people or something. And when the truth was released, it turned out this guy got shot by Americans. He was not taken out by Iraqis. That was friendly fire. And they turned it into a reason to continue the war, right? Did I say Pat Tillman? What did I say? Yeah, Pat Tillman sounds right.
What the United States military is able to pull off, I mean, it's just amazing. So,
We're the only ones.
I mean, to say that we're thankful for this military operation this morning, it doesn't even capture how incredible it is.
Oh my God. He wants to turn it back to 9/11. Yep, we love our troops. We love our Americans. The American system is the best. We're bringing democracy to all the other countries. We're bombing them right into them. You know, we're making the world a safer place by killing people and destroying their infrastructure.
Number 3, I think there are 2 things going on with the language. Number 1,
those birth defects we're causing, those are definitely going to make the world a safer place.
There's public posturing from both regimes, or our government and their regime. And number 2, there is private conversation going on. There was some reporting just a few minutes ago from Trey Yingst at Fox News, who apparently spoke to Trump just a few minutes ago, and he said he thought tomorrow might be a big day for the possibility of a deal. So what the public language is and what the private conversations are going on, I think maybe we're not quite in a position to know that this morning. I mean, the hope would be that a deal can be reached here and that we do meet our objectives, which are clear. You know, we're not going to have Iran be the largest state sponsor of terrorism anymore. They're not going to have a ballistic missile program that can threaten us and our allies. They're not going to have nuclear missiles. They're not going to have an aggressive navy that threatens ships in the Strait of Hormuz and in the Gulf. So that, I mean, if that's what comes out of this, that would be great. Now, where we are in that process, I think remains somewhat opaque, to me at least this morning.
Congresswoman, I wonder, do you...
She's surprised to get even that level of candor amidst the propaganda from Scott Jennings.
I think this message...
This was earlier, too. This is before the taco, right? The taco happened on Tuesday. Today is Wednesday, or really Thursday morning, I guess, for you. Thursday afternoon for me.
From the president this morning conveys...
We're at 69 out of 100. That is 31 points. So close, and yet... you know, almost a third of the way. From bonus content, I think, is Ethan Klein still ahead? I haven't had anybody tell me to put their money where their mouth is as far as the poll goes. So other than I think we got a little extra on Ethan. Yeah, Ethan's ahead, but not by that much, only by about 6 points. I guess there's 3 extra points going into that. Fox News defends Hasan's misogyny in second place, and Dana Bash third place. Yeah, really, it's kind of down to like Ethan Klein and Fox News, and that is Jesse Waters, I guess, deciding to defend Hasan because he loves misogyny so much. I don't know, chat. Jesse Waters is a weird dude.
Strength, or do you think it conveys a desperation?
Oh, I said Pat Tillis. Maybe that's like a country singer or something. I don't know.
Wants to get out of this war.
I don't see it as strength, that's for sure. I see it as, you know, I hearken back to my grandmother who said that people who use their words properly have more impact, and this is why you shouldn't use bad words and that kind of thing. Well, when you resort to that kind of language, what it tells me is you don't really have anything to say. It's just a lot of belligerence. And what I want to hear is they don't have to loop us in on their military strategy, but I sure would like to see something that looks like there is a strategy for bringing this war to an end. And I'm not seeing that at all. I mean, everything that the president is doing is designed to provoke and escalate.
Bill, you've always been someone who speaks softly and carries a big stick. This is not how you negotiate things, in my experience covering you.
Yeah, and that's my personal. But this is also the first war fought in this age of social media with this president. I think he does things very differently. I think he does things in his own way, different than.
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself so hard. Right? This kind of apologia for his idiocy and his ineptitude. Oh, he just does things in a different way. We just don't understand his. Well, he won the presidency, so he must be smart. He must be smarter than us somehow. No, or he could be dumber than you, and you just suck at your job.
Biden different than Obama, and I think we're seeing this playing out this morning.
You know what the irony in all of this is that Iran has shown its capabilities in two ways where the United States is unfortunately catching up. One is using cheap drones.
Oh, okay. She's in the second is going to be propaganda, right? So we're going to get into the Lego thing. That's where he takes exception. It's like, well, do you think if Iran had a choice between having their Navy back and having the dank memes? Now listen, like, there was a Department of War account that was asked about, what it was doing, I guess, ahead of the Iran conflict. And their answer was something about, like, we're just banging out the dank memes, bro. So it's not like this isn't just an Iran thing, okay? This isn't Iran. Iran could have been really concentrating on keeping their Navy safe and having a big Navy, but instead they were like, yo, we got to make some AI slop. Can we get in here? Give me a better prompt. Come on, let's put this together. Let's get it all together. We got to put the AI slop video together. All right, we got to make Donald Trump look. It's Donald Trump as Berber Patapine. All right, how is that? It's pretty cool. Yep. No, this will change hearts and minds. No. But they look. I will say the propaganda is an effective weapon. And look, if you think that the language barrier or the cultural barrier is going to get in the way of Iran making propaganda to appeal to relate to, Americans and other, people from Western countries, you were wrong. You're wrong. They've got that.
They've been providing those to Russia to use in Ukraine, so they have lots of experiments with that. And the second is the meme war and internet propaganda, which is something actually the Iranians have been known for and influencing. And so they had, for all of our talk on our side of all the people killed in the regime, they have been pushing out through multiple channels around the world images of the American army generals and military people who have also lost their jobs at this.
And Donald Trump's made it easy for them. It's such a, like, what do you call it? Like a target-rich environment, I guess is what I'd say, in terms of Epstein, in terms of Minnesota, and in terms of a lot of what Rand is talking about is the fucking karma that the United States has accrued going back to the First Nations that it negotiated with on similar bad faith to how they're treating Iran right now.
Time. So the way this looks at.
I should check the throne, says Burple. Look, it's supposed to make a noise, and the noise is supposed to scare me. I don't know if you just did it, then maybe it'll, like, I'm curious, like, how long will it take? But if it's not gonna make the noise, then I guess I'll look at it. I just want to give you the chance to scare me, because everybody else scares me when they donate to my throne. It makes a really loud noise, and I don't know how to turn the volume down. So every time it happens, I'm like, whoa, what just happened? Okay, I'm okay. I'll look at it and I'll read it off. I'm sorry it didn't. Did I turn? Are the throne donations like turned off? Wait, somebody was saying it wasn't showing up in the stream elements little, like, when it says, when it suggests links to you. It wasn't showing up there. Let's see, what do we have? Twitch subs, YouTube members. We're looking for Twitch subs, YouTube members. We're talking about Twitch alerts, YouTube alerts. For a throne alert. Is it like right there? What? Maybe I turned it off or something. Oh shit. Burple. I hope that I turned this on in time. It made a sound. Kaya heard it? Yeah, Kaya can hear everything. Karma's a bitch. I should know better. It's effective propaganda, and she's talking about something real. But look at what this shithead. Oh my God! Somebody told me Scott Jennings. Look at what just look at. And this is why I hate sophists. Okay, like he didn't engage. He's not going to engage with her point here. Look what he's going to do instead.
Out in the public is not a United States that is locked and loaded and working in one direction.
Do you think that the Iranians would rather have their entire Navy back or their memes?
Oh, I think
I mean, come on. That's a banger, right? Oh, come on. But shh. Like, whoa. I'm gonna completely ignore what you just said about Iran, like actually being able to do. It's crazy, chat. Like, if you asked me to make propaganda for Iranian citizens, I wouldn't know where to start because I don't know shit about Iran. And obviously there's probably people, who have, if you've traveled in the United States, it's easier, but yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, their propaganda is hitting. And I think it's just because, look, Trump is such an easy target. Like I said, like this whole war is such a bald, like, grab for power, relevance, and glory. It is a fellation, is that how you say that? To his ego, incidence of fellatio. I don't know. To his ego, it is, there's so many things to attack here, right? And I think that's probably why it's so effective.
We're talking about
The propaganda writes itself. Yeah, it's almost not propaganda. You just write the truth, and people are like, damn.
13.
Damn, that's right. They even did, like, so you've seen maybe the Lego videos. They do, like, it kind of looks like the Lego movies, but it's made by AI, so it's a little bit strange. But anyway, they do those, and then there's also one thing that I saw that was like, I don't think a lot of people have commented on. There was an explainer talking about the Strait, talking about the way that Iran is currently operating it, talking about the way that Iran controls the Strait. Right? For any Americans who are like, no, but the American military is the biggest military in the world. They send their ships are bigger. The Iranian ships, they don't even have any ships. The ships got blown up. Scott Jennings told me. And they're like, so here's the deal. Like, right? This is our waterway. And if you want to travel through, Burpel says, I'm still waiting for that sound to happen. I don't think it's going to happen now. I'm going to read your dono. Out nonetheless, Burpel. All right, so there is $20 towards the Vietnam trip. Burpel is saying, put that shit towards Professor Jang. Oh my God, coming out of the absolute basement of the poll here. Professor Jang on PBD. I don't know, Burpel. Do you think people are sleeping on this one, maybe? Should they look into it? Should they maybe vote for it? Yeah, Professor Jang going on Patrick Bet David. Even after he thought it was a trap, but apparently, I don't know, it wasn't. I don't know. Everything I've seen is it's weird. It's like they are focusing in on the things that they would agree with him on. Donated ages ago while you were away. Oh, it did make a noise. That's what you were saying. Oh my God, I'm so dense. Okay, well, I get it now. I don't know. I just voted for whatever I'm interested in. I'm just saying. I feel like that's the connoisseur move, like, right? The connoisseur of bonus content. It's gonna be like, that PBD. You know what I mean? Like, if you took me to a sushi restaurant, like, I don't eat sushi, I don't eat fish, I wouldn't know what to order. But if you take like a sushi connoisseur, or like maybe I'll say like, I don't know, something, like a California roll or something, right? I don't know. I don't eat fish, but it wouldn't work. But if the sushi connoisseur is going to be like, is that the sea bass from the, Adriatic Sea? I don't know. I'm just making shit up, chat. Like, they're going to know what to order, right? They're going to know the good sushi. Like, maybe something that oh, that's terrible sushi, but it's like, oh no, but if it's from like this ocean, it's actually really good.
I think
Yeah, for fine taste. It's like the Pooh Bear with the monocle and the top hat.
This is a big distinction, is that we're fighting the war on their land, so they have a say. If they survive, that's a win for them. That's it. So their state.
Yeah, and really what she's saying is not just that they have a say or like you should listen to them or they have moral value, you know, the things that I would like to communicate to Asmongold, but probably cannot. She's saying that they are going to be able to make it impossible to travel the strait because Iran is right fucking there. And there's nothing you could do, right? Short of an invasion of like 3 million dudes, okay? You want to send a 3 million strong army into Iran? I mean, good luck. You'll probably get mired in a quagmire, but you know, you will at least take over the country. Maybe you can make the strait somewhat safe to pass through. That's not even certain. And then how long would you be able to do it for, right? They're there, okay, is what she's saying. They're literally right there in the place that you would need to be able to easily launch a drone and prevent a tanker from, you know, exiting the strait. So, and this is what I'm talking about when I say that the thing that like blows these fucking Asmon Roach's minds is that Iran has already won. They were winning. They have won. Trump tacoed. If you paid attention to what's going on, you saw that. But if you had your head up Sean Hannity's ass, like Asmongold, I hope it doesn't like, you know, close off your ability to breathe there. But you know, I'm sure nothing in his ass is that great to breathe anyway. But yeah, if you've been rebreathing those Sean Hannity ass fumes, then, you know, maybe you think that the United States is winning. This is a win for Donald Trump. You gotta be on an extremely deep level of cope to even think that.
Are so much higher, but they have to do so much less to be able to maintain some kind of credibility. Second, that's the Iranian regime I'm talking about. The people of Iran, even back to George Bush, have suffered. They have always had sanctions on them. They just want some relief. And President Trump started this whole thing by saying, this is your time. Now you can come and take over your government. And now they're losing electricity. They're losing civilian bridges. They're losing clean water. I mean, this is nobody. United States.
Again, this is all before the taco. What she's talking about was Trump's threat. Trump made a threat to do a war crime, you know, to target civilian infrastructure in Iran as a way to try to say, I want that straight open and I want it now. And chat, it ended up, it didn't fucking matter. It got to 2 hours until the deadline, and Trump just basically accepted the Iranian 10-point plan at that point. So yeah, it's not even questionable now. If Trump could have made Iran open the strait, he would have. I don't even think if he had all of NATO, you know, actively in the Gulf working, I don't even think then they would just get a bunch of boats shot up is what would happen. Their boats would get fucking wrecked by drones. You got to understand, Iran is actually in the driver's seat here. They are making the call. If there is ever going to be a return to normalcy, which is what the United States needs, what, you know, most, you know, countries are looking for out of this incident, it is going to be because Iran agrees to do it. And if they're going to agree to do it, that means they got what they want. That's how you win, okay? Realistically speaking, you don't win a war by killing off your enemy, by destroying all of their, you know, military infrastructure, and by like rolling into their cities and raising a flag, right? You win a war by, you know, getting what you, by the terms of the negotiations being favorable to you. That's what Iran's got right now. And people need to recognize this, okay? Trump needs the keys taken away from him for all of our safety. And I do mean that I agree with AOC and some other people that think that he needs to be removed from office. I've said this for a long time. But in addition to that, Trump needs to be prevented from using the United States military. He doesn't get to take the car out for a drive after he crashed it. He needs to be prevented from trying to use military actions or emergency orders to try to get what he wants in issues like the, you know, the midterms coming up, right? Yeah, I think he needs to be taken out, all right, of office, like you know, through probably impeachment. Although again, that's a heavy lift. but a little bit easier than something like the 25th Amendment. If you actually look into the details of the 25th Amendment, it's very unlikely that's ever going to happen, right? I think that impeachment is something that we gotta be talking about, and we gotta try to do sooner or later. There are Republicans that agree with this, but it's a real question whether there's anywhere near enough Republicans and whether they'll do it quick enough. Hope that some prices go down, but most like it will happen even after the Strait of Hormuz. It's open like before. People who have power in Iran and their allies will just give up. So what the deal is now is that you pay a toll, and you pay that toll in yuan, and the purpose of that is to undermine the United States' power, the petrodollar. Iran knows where the inflection points for the United States are. Iran knows where the inflection points for Israel are. They have been, they've been, They have been concerned about this kind of invasion for like the last 47 years, so they have planned for it. And this is the first time that the United States is really going after a country that's not a pushover like Saddam Hussein's Iraq or, Gaddafi's Libya, I guess at the time, or
or the regime is helping the people of Iran.
Final word, Scott?
Oh, I just, look, I think the United States...
You're going to repeat your stupid thing about the Navy?
Military, what we've achieved is...
We destroyed their whole Navy. We can't explain to you what they were doing with their Navy or what that actually accomplished. We can't protect our allies in the Gulf. We certainly can't protect Israel. We can't even keep enough interceptors stocked.
Nothing short of incredible. I think this...
But aren't our military service members just incredible, folks? Aren't our troops wonderful?
Rescue mission shows what we can do with U.S. Special Forces, by the way, in a short period of time, which the Iranians ought to take note of. And on Easter, I just pray for an outcome here that makes the American people and Western civilization safer.
All right, we'll end it there.
Western civilization. Great dog whistle. Okay, what is this? 89. 89, chat. We're 11 points away
Back
from...
to our world lead, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt teased a meeting with...
I hate Jake Tapper. I'm going to enjoy closing this window. But yeah, so that's what Asmongold watched. Now, okay, so do you see where he got the idea of... I mean, he like a lot of the shit he just like pulled out of his ass, right? Afghani sheep herders... watching AI videos, becoming convinced that Iran won the war. What she said is that Iran is getting good with their propaganda and yeah, with their memes, right? But she wasn't talking about memes that are in the Afghan language. There's actually many languages in Afghanistan, if I'm not mistaken, in some language that potentially a sheep herder might speak in Afghanistan. Don't write anything in the commercial, right? Because they're illiterate. They can't read that. According to Asmongold, and according to his fans that are up in my fucking comments. Are they still there, chat? Are they still doing their little thing? Are they, like a lot of these comments were like, you know that only 38% of sheep farmers in Iran or in Afghanistan are actually able to read. I'm trying to find it. Okay, the hate for Fuentes. Oh, I can't find. There's too many. Sorry, chat. I'm just struggling with the notifications. And I still need to do a blast off tweet, don't I? Nobody came up with a meme. Oh my god, chat. Somehow we gotta cultivate like memes. Like if Iran can do it, you know, I just need somebody to make me shitty little Lego AI movies of me like defeating Asmongold in the field of logic and reason. Wait. 0 ships with actual material have gone through the strait since the ceasefire. Is that right? I thought Thailand was able to negotiate a ship like a oil tanker. Thailand very much needs petrol at the moment. Guessing he hasn't seen the video of the tunnels full of armed boats. Wait, did they make? Is that a Iran like Lego video? No one directly support the Iranian, whether it's the right or the left. They both go after something. If not, they could clear something back then. Most of the time they tried it, it was almost end up like they were what we're facing today. Iran tells ITV News that they will only attend Islamabad peace talks. That's what I'm saying. They're in the fucking, and chat, you can tell who's winning by who's willing to blow up the ceasefire, right? But by who is saying you will get no ceasefire, you will get no ships through the Strait of Hormuz unless you get the fuck out of Lebanon. And JD Vance is trying, well, it would be a shame if the Iranians were going to blow up a beautiful peace deal over a little something like allowing Israel to do ethnic cleansing in Lebanon. Fuck you, Vance. Iran emphasizes. Wait, what is this? Iran emphasizes again that they held back attacks last night after the U.S. urged Israel to stop strikes. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I was Iran. I shouldn't say that. Let's not think about that. Let's not go down that road. I'm just saying, like they don't have to stop bombing Israel until Israel does literally everything they want. And also, Israel's in a really bad place right now. People don't realize, right? The morale of the people has been destroyed. The indefeatable bubble, the aura around Netanyahu and Israel and the IDF has busted. And it is a mess. And people are mad in Israel. They are mad at Netanyahu. He might finally get the the justice from the he might get that prosecution that he was supposed to get on before October 7th. Been working on stop motion Lego Irene video after 6 months building and filming. I've got 3 seconds of footage. Nice. As long as I'm firing off a big ICBM, I think we should be fine. No, just kidding. Rug Maker in Mashar Sharif is a great memoir about a shepherd targeted by the Taliban in Afghanistan that fled to Australia to escape the genocide. His store is open in my city to this day. Nice. The real video of underground tunnels where Iran store. Wait, so you're saying the Navy, even the okay? I was taking them for real. I was like, yeah, I guess you destroyed Iran's Navy, but they don't really need. They used to depend on what they're called. What are they called? No, they're not called speedboat. Quick boats. There's a name for these boats. I don't think it's speedboats though. Speedboat's just a regular like boat, right? But what's the name for the when it's like military swift boats? Am I thinking of swift boats? I don't even know what I'm thinking of, chat. But anyway, they've got they used to so the United States did a gaming military, what do you call it? A simulation. It's like they gamed out the scenario where the United States attacks Iran and Iran took the strait. More than that, chat, Iran was able to harass and ultimately force into retreat the United States naval forces with the use of small boats, which I think either act as like, kamikaze vessels, which are filled up with explosives and crash into the U.S. boats, but now the role of those boats have been replaced by drones. So whereas before they would have had to rely on people that wanted to make martyrs of themselves, people that were willing to die for their country, which I'm sure they could find. When in the past they'd have to rely on those kind of people. Now it's literally remote control. It's literally a little remote control boat, and it will fuck up your tanker. It will fuck up your, naval vessel. Hasan calls them go fast boats. Yeah, something like that. I don't know what they're actually called. They have miners, but they also have underwater drones. They haven't even mined the strait to this point, right? Which they could do if they wanted to. Even if the United States wanted to, like, I don't know, like even like try to just camp out there, and you see, this would be they get blown away. But even if they wanted to, like, there's just so many options for Iran, and there's so little options for the United States and Israel. No. Okay, something like that. I'm having to come up with the memes all by myself. They're all clavicular memes in one way or another. Okay, anyway, let's grab that. Brutally mogged by Afghan shepherds. All right, so there's that. And then the next thing I'm going to need you to do, I might even need you to de-lurk for just a second. If you've got Twitter, this is your chance, chat. We're doing a blast off. Don't disappoint me. Right, we still gotta jailbreak this shit. You know how this works? Elon doesn't want to show anybody a link to go off platform, right? So when you put down a video with a tweet with a link in it, like I just did, you get you get no views. And to get views, you literally have to have people like it, retweet it, and or comment on it. I put it in one of the chats. Let's put it in the other. Okay, there it is in YouTube chat. Boom. That's our blast off tweet, chat. I don't know if I'd probably not the best timing for this. Try to do it when chat is most active, maybe. But there we go. Oh yeah, let me pin this too. So there we go, chat. That's a blast off tweet. Look, if we can get this tweet, where the fuck did it go? There it is. We can get this tweet jailbroken. It is gonna pay immense dividends because my account's got a little bit of that heat on it still from the massive 4K tweet. I don't know. 4K is massive for me. We'll do more, chat. I've done like, up to 15, 20K before. So Twitter, it turns out it's not hard. I just forgot how to do it. Anyway, that's where we are. There's the blast off tweet. And let's finish this Asmongold video.
Anything like that. It's the moderation team and the people that decided that I did something wrong, and maybe they made a mistake. Well, I know they made a mistake, but maybe they'll recognize that and I'll get an unban early. And if they didn't, I guess, well, I mean, and here's...
He's very entitled, and I wish I could say that he's being ridiculous and that nothing he's saying is going to be taken seriously. However, yeah, he does make Twitch a lot of money. So, you know, that's where that entitlement comes from, I guess.
Annoying thing, right, is like, well, if Trump nukes Iran, which seems like that's getting more likely every day, then I'm going to have to go live on Kick and Rumble, right? Maybe on YouTube too. I prefer just to do Kick and Rumble. It's a copyright thing, right? It's a confusing.
Why does he not look good? Can anybody explain it to me? Is it natural light? Is it that he's shooting this in natural light, and that it's early in, like, he's not able to keep his eyes open?
You know, content creator reason, but like, and then we'll
also his hair. Did he purposely make his hair more mussed up? Because remember, it was even worse when he started.
Continue uploading videos, and if something big happens,
I'm just wondering if this disheveled look that we're seeing, is this on purpose, or is this strategic, or is he really like not doing good? Because he's gonna be fine, chat. He's got plenty of money. He could take a year off probably, and he could take multiple years off and be okay. So don't worry about Asmongold. He's not like, you know, this isn't really that bad of a thing. It's a week vacation for him. I guess he wants to do this. You know, he'll be kind of, you know, he'll miss out on whatever the Crimson Desert shit was. But if he really wants to do it, he can stream on Kick and Rumble, right? Or even YouTube if he wanted to. I don't think he does. Hair looks like hasn't showered in a while. Grabbing the sides of his head in frustration, like a child having a... Yeah, do you think he was like flipping out? Did he flip out and then be like, all right, I gotta do a video on this?
Don't worry, I'll be there, and you'll have a way to watch me, and, you know, it'll be all back to usual. But I would like to take at least a little bit of time and, you know, like maybe fix a little bit of things in my life and just relax a little bit. But if something big happens, do not worry, I will be there. And I might make a couple of other videos in the meantime, just because I'll be bored.
Just like Ethan Klein. It's just like Ethan Klein.
Going back to what I was saying, is that I have been suspended for this. And really, let me talk about, like, really how I feel about this. Do I give a fuck about the opinions of a bunch of third worlders in regards to what my country should do?
I still don't think it's that he doesn't care about people's opinion. I don't think that he got banned for saying he doesn't care about people's opinions. Right? Maybe I'm wrong. My thought is that somebody in Twitch was like, how is this substantially different than what he said about inferior cultures, right? That thing that we talked about him about, that he said he understood, that he said he wouldn't do it again, right? Did he just not do it the same again? Are we not fools to let him like walk all over us? Like, I'm guessing that was the conversation.
Absolutely.
That was the tenor of the conversation, I'm guessing.
Fucking not. I do not. You shouldn't. They shouldn't give a fuck about what I think about their country. Because why would I take somebody's opinion that is from a...
I hate his stupid thing of like, nobody from a different country can say anything about from your country. If you come from Palestine and you go to college in the United States, you better not say anything about United States foreign policy, or else I'll fucking put you in a ice camp.
Shithole in these countries. And by the way, these are shitholes. Many of these countries are shitholes. And don't let anybody teach you or tell you that, oh, it's America's fault. No, it's not. The ones that America has invaded are shitholes. The ones that America hasn't invaded or Britain hasn't invaded.
It's got to be such a crazy way to live, to think about like the world. You look at a map, the United States, it says America there, right? And then everywhere else, shithole. Like you got Canada, it's cold shithole. You got Mexico, it's spicy shithole. You got France is shithole with cheese. England is shithole on toast. Right? It's just
they're shitholes too. They're shitholes because the people made them shitholes. And whenever I talk about third worlders and
what is Thailand for him?
worldism. I'm not even really talking about a geography, I'm talking about an ideology. And that ideology is the idea that disrespect should be met with violence, the idea that, crime, dysfunction, discord, and chaos in society should be expected. They're part and parcel of living in a modern city, and having people, oh, well, you can't say certain things because they might offend people, or they'll make them mad. The idea that getting angry about something is
Australia's a shit cunt hole? Yeah, true.
Justification to break the law. This is what I'm really talking about with third world.
Yeah, maybe we were the shitheads all along, right?
Things
that us.
The Greek Senate.
Okay, so we're back to third worldism, Greek Senate?
Or the Greek.
Oh no, this is definitely something that he got explained to him, like Tim Allen style, by a neighbor next door with a master's degree.
The Romans.
Maybe it was Professor Jang. Has he talked to Jang?
We figured this out in Western society.
We figured this out in Western society. These other shitholes, they can't get it together. They can't read like books from fucking Rome and Greece, right? They are not privy to the same knowledge that we are. What are you talking about? Bro, this is like you are a big, patron of the fucking arts, patron of the humanities, as Asmongold. Like, right, if Western culture, if Western civilization was so, important to you, you'd think you'd bother to educate yourself on any of it, right? But no, you just know that we have this great whatever our authors write, I haven't read it, it must be the best literature in the world, whatever it is that literature is supposed to do for you when you read it. I think ours probably does it more than anyone's. This is a funny thing, Chad, if you know about literature, because American literature is not, Tabula Pasta with a 45 stream streak unbroken. God damn. Doesn't he specifically say, yeah, there is some clip, you're right, Morbert, where he says he doesn't read. I think you're right.
In Western culture, we've realized
the real shitholes were the roaches we met all along the way.
You can't run a society whenever you have people that act this way. And it's actually a good thing to not have a bunch of crazy fent zombies on the street.
Is there a way that we can get guys like this that don't know what they're talking about to shut the fuck up and just get out of the way? Because there is important stuff to talk about, but you're not going to talk about it with Asmongold. Like, I know that, was it Marx or Lenin would have said, oh my God, I can't remember what it was. Was it Mao? Their freedom of speech. And then, like, I can't remember what it was. Like, fuck. It basically implied you must be, like, this informed to offer offer a useful opinion. And it's just weird though, because what he's saying is that like we need to cut these Afghan goat herders out of the equation. Their opinion doesn't matter, and that it's being taken into consideration. What, because he got banned? That's what it is? Wait, I don't understand. That's like I'm trying to figure out why he got banned, and then like it seems like oh my God, what do you call that in like time travel stories where you get like a time paradox? Yeah, it seems like a time paradox where it's like on one hand he interprets Twitch banning him over something he said about Afghan goat herders as Afghan goat herders having their opinions mattering too much to Twitch, but then at the same time him saying that he doesn't care about the opinions of Afghan goat herders is what got him banned. I don't know, chat. I'm probably making too much of this, and I'm actually tired from staying up all night last night. Fucking hearing Twitter notifications every 2 seconds.
It's actually a good thing to have.
What's on his shirt? Is it The Crow? I can't tell. Or is it some goth band?
People that aren't living on the
banned for being based, more like free based.
Sidewalk. It's actually a good thing to have a, civilized discussion that doesn't resort to violence whenever you hear something that makes you angry. But for some people...
But then why are you constantly advocating violence as a solution? Like constantly, right? Like if he doesn't like what some liberal chick says, he'll be like, I mean, at the end of the day, what matters more is the opinions of the guys that have the guns. And, I mean, like, if you want to yap about whatever your opinion is, whatever, it's going to be maybe changed when somebody puts a gun in your face and tells you to get on the train. And like, he's just like, it's like, he's literally like fucking genocidal violence. I swear to God, is this guy's solution for everything. And he's like, no, we want to have a mature conversation where we don't bring violence into it. Because he knows that if violence was on the table, he wouldn't do well.
This is the third worldist mindset. It is the aggrandizement of the base interests, the base desires, and the lowest common denominator of mankind.
You are the lowest common denominator of mankind, sir. I can assure you of this. It's a Black Veil Bride shirt. What is that, like an EDM or not EDM? Is that like a industrial group?
And you know what? I don't like it. I don't want it here. And guess what? They don't.
And guess what? Nobody cares about your opinion either, shithead. Go fucking suck a dick.
Either.
Or not. Or not.
Which thinks Afghanistan has such great opinions that should be listened to. Maybe they should apply Afghanistan's opinions to women on
the fuck? I am so sorry. This is the leap of logic. What is he on? What kind of drug makes you think that is a coherent thought? Well, you care so much about what Afghans think. Why don't we, I think that Afghans, they like Sharia law. So if we could institute the Sharia law on the Twitch thoughts, maybe we'd have a different sort of situation. Maybe you'd have a little more trouble advertising your OnlyFans page when you're forced to wear a burqa and or a hijab. But don't let any Muslims wear that shit, right? If there's any Muslims and they got to go to school, make sure they're not allowed to wear, like, dress, like, dress accordingly to the traditions that they adhere to.
Twitch. How about that?
It's like an emo group? Okay. So wait, is it like old school? Is it like, it's like throwback? Is it like from the 2010s, or is it like new emo?
But they won't, because they also agree with me too. I just was the
Yes, all the Afghans agree with you, I'm sure.
one that said it. But everybody thinks this. And I have nothing.
You're too stupid to imagine people being able to think anything else, and it blows your mind when somebody doesn't agree with you.
By the way, I said illiterate. They have 37% literacy. Flip a coin,
I got 33% mentioned in my replies. I got 38%. I mean, your followers, Asmon, they kind of played very loose with your math, but yeah, no, a roundabout was what they kept on. And look, you know him. You know the kind of research he did. He found something that said 38% of someone in Afghanistan is able to read, and he's like, there we go. That's the number. That's the number right there, without checking anything else.
Right. So the point is that really,
and honestly, it doesn't fucking matter. I don't care. There's people's like who can read and who can't read is not the point, okay? The point is that your hypothetical Afghani sheep herders that you created for your stupid ass thought experiment, they were right and you were wrong. These made up people, these straw man that you created, came up with the wrong answer, or the right answer, even despite having been informed, you said, by Iranian propaganda, even though Iranian propaganda is not targeted, I don't think, at Afghani farmers, it's targeted at Americans, the Lego videos, right? But no, somehow they thought that, anyway, it's all the more ironic considering that after he made this statement, after he crashed out, the United States unequivocally lost the war. You can consider what Trump said to be the early stages of an agreement to surrender. And I won't say it's unconditional, but I will say the cards, to quote J.D. Vance and Trump about Zelensky, right? You don't have the cards. You don't have the cards, do you?
They all do agree with me. Everybody agrees with me on this.
You should be grateful.
And if you're a guy from Afghanistan, you're watching, I don't know, I'm sure we've got a number of them. We've got a lot of people that watch the show. Listen, man, I'm not talking about you, but you know that there's some idiots in your country that are morons. I'm talking about them.
No, hey, pick-me's out there. I'm not talking about you, right? If you think you're better than other people in your country, that you're not like them, that they're all a negative stereotype, that I'm not talking to you, right? If you're a self-hater who believes in the supremacy of Western civilization over anything that you've got over there, I'm not talking to you.
And by the way, we have those same third worldists, we have those same fucking retards in America.
So
being a third worlder,
chat has assured me that Hasan did not respond to this, and it's ironic, right? Some people say that he responds to too much of Asmongold. I think he's gotten sick of it and he's kind of taken a break from it. I'm guessing is why he's not, but he's talking about third worlders here. He's actually trying to sort of, sanitize his take here by saying it wasn't about other civilizations. It's not a repetition of the inferior civilizations thing. It is actually, he's talking about the ideology of third worldism, which in fact is it's an ideological tendency, right? So, like I said, this is not an Asmongold original thought. Somebody got in his ear. Somebody told him this. Somebody suggested him that this is how you're going to get. It seems like Assaultman, or it's got to be Assaultman or a Destiny. Probably Assaultman. I think. Oh, that's so sad. I'm going to admit something. Dan's probably the smartest among them. He's not a smart guy, but he's smarter than Destiny and Ethan. And this is my guess, all right? That Dan gave him this idea. Hey, if you told them that you weren't really talking about, maybe you were talking about third worldism, Asmongold. Maybe that's what you really meant. Yeah, maybe I did mean third worldism. Yeah, Asmongold, because that's an ideology, and you're allowed to be, make statements like that against an ideology. You just can't do it against a nationality. So let's go with, this was about an ideology. This wasn't speaking to anybody's nationality. This isn't trying to, kind of create an underclass of expendable individuals who don't have the same right to live as the rest of us. But
being a third worldist, yes, it's a geography, but it's more importantly a mindset. And these people have that mindset, and I don't.
It's an exploitation, is what it is. But whatever.
Want to have it? I don't want to deal with it. I think it's.
I don't even want to see what it is, right? And again, like I said, Hasan does talk about third worldism, but he doesn't talk about it in a positive sense. It is 9 times out of 10, like all these Maoist third worldists, man, they come in here and they're like, Hasan, why aren't you shitting on AOC harder? Like, why aren't you?
It's destructive, it's reductive, and I want to have nothing to do with it. So that's really the way that I feel about this, right? These people talk about the Epstein files. They have their own Epstein file.
What are you talking about?
It's called the marriage records.
Oh my God. Go fuck yourself. Asmongold, your family probably has that looking at you, right? Your family tree, it loops back, okay? It's a circle. I'm sorry. Nothing against your, against Asmondad or your mom. But somehow they got some incest genes, like, they laterally transplanted. It skips a generation. I don't know, chat. The incest genes. They all came back with Asmongold.
Called Tuesday. They have child marriage. It's legal. I don't want to have that here. I don't want to have it.
Wait, there's states that have that. They're red states. It's right-wingers advocating for dropping the age of consent and dropping the age of marriage, especially.
Anything to do with that here. So all that being said, I don't want to go through and talk about that too much. What am I going to do? And just very clearly, by the way, I was very surprised by this. I was very surprised by this suspension.
Unbeaten 27 says it's kind of funny. 2/3 of the internet's population is from third world countries. And yeah, I don't even know what he's got in mind. It sounds like to me when he's saying third world countries, he's saying like anything other than Canada, Western Europe, or the United States, right? The shit that he is somewhat familiar with. But yeah, this is a phrase that came into being kind of in the wake of the Cold War, because part of the structure of a United States, hegemony was that it was built on the exploitation of of undeveloped countries, right? And all the way along the way, these countries were exploited and in some ways kept poor because of the structural, boost that gives to the, European and American economies. People sometimes talk about like the social democracy in Scandinavian countries not being realistic because it wasn't achieved with just like an independent Sweden, Norway. I mean, Norway's a different matter, right? They've got oil, but they've got a lot of oil wealth. So maybe they do, kind of fund themselves, but like, all these other Scandinavian countries, right? Without that system that kind of upholds Europe, Canada, and the United States over, other countries, right? They would not necessarily have that.
I thought it was going to be for like 20 of the other things that I said, right? I mean, I thought it'd be for like,
So he's admitting that he's admitting that, like, he's even admitting that he thinks that he's got some stuff that's up at least up to the line on terms of service.
Though I don't want to give them any ideas because I did submit an appeal. I submitted an appeal, and I told them like,
okay, Bob is happening. Bob is happening. You're happening to reveal yourself as somebody that doesn't know what you're talking about. I think if America can blow up Iran's grid with the ease they have the cards, this just more wishful thinking, self-hypnosis from loony leftists. Are you saying that leftists are losing? Lefties are losing it, Bob. Are you Australian by chance? Do you know the show I'm talking about? There's an Australian television show that goes over some crazy, wacky lefties in the United States, and it's called Lefties Are Losing It. It's one of my favorite shows. But no, Bob, I gotta disabuse you of this ignorance here, right? So what happens if America blows up Iran's power grid? It doesn't stop Iran from controlling the fucking strait, you moron. They still control the strait. Do you understand? It's a situation where you can't change somebody's behavior by pissing them off. You can't destroy them. You can't break them. You can't change their mind. You can't bomb them into submission, Bob. That's what you don't seem to get. America doesn't have the cards, and bombing, you just suggested a war crime, all right? We got a little burgeoning Hitler in here. Like, what the fuck? Like, don't give that guy any power. It's a good thing he's just a chatter and not a world leader, because this motherfucker would commit war crime. This motherfucker would give no, I almost said Ho Chi Minh. I'm trying to say not Ho Chi, very much not Ho Chi Minh. I'm trying to say Pol Pot a run for his money. Like, that's fucking crazy. The kind of, and it wouldn't just be Iran either. I'm not just talking about you'd be, doing war crimes in Iran. You would plunge the world into a dark age, Bob. It is so good that you don't have power. Please tell me you're not a senator. Please tell me you're not an elected official. Okay, because that's scary as fuck. But look, I mean, I don't know. It's okay to be ignorant. We all have to learn. You get kind of brain rot from the media and all this stuff, and especially if you live in the United States. You think, oh, we're a big country, we control everything. Yeah, it's been that way for a long time, but there's a reason. It's structurally built up through the petrodollar system. The petrodollar is implemented by the countries in the Gulf that Iran just decimated. All right? And then if Iran wants to, if we were to take out their fucking means of living, if we were to take out the power grid and the desalination plants, right? Yeah, we'd inflict a lot of misery, pain, suffering, death, all the rest, on Iran. But I mean, they would do the same thing to the Gulf countries. If Trump could do what you're saying, Bob, he would have done it already. Instead, he tacoed, all right? Instead, he surrendered. But I'm sorry, like, I don't mean to say that your ignorance is, like, exceptional. There's a lot of people that share your misbegotten point of view. There's a lot of bad information coming at you from the media, so I don't want to come down on you too hard like you invented, the bullshit that you're repeating. But it scares me, right? Because there's some very real, very permanent consequences on the other side of this. And I think even Trump maybe knows a little bit better than you. And like I said, that's the reason that he tacoed out of this situation, because they would blow up the Gulf's power grid. They would blow up the Gulf's gas fields, right? And they would take out the desalination plants. The Gulf, the Arabian Peninsula relies on desalination. There's no way in hell they could have enough water for their populations. If Iran, if the United States did what you just said, Bob, the consequences for the Gulf nations would be that there'd be massive refugees from there. People couldn't live there in these very wealthy countries. And yeah, these are the countries that are upholding the petrodollar. The United States, economic power certainly would crash, and the military and everything else would come tumbling after. It's hard to explain what a bad idea that is. And I really don't mean to, make it personal or put you out here as like a, cautionary tale or, an example of, what not to think. But it's just, there's a reason, right? And no, there's not cards that the United States has to play here. There really aren't. And I don't think that's something that's easy for most Americans to get through their head. I think they're used to thinking it. Like, people thought this in Vietnam. People really thought this. You ever see the movie Rambo: First Blood Part 2? It is a fantasy that maybe the problem in Vietnam is that the United States troops, they were just too nice. They were respecting some modicum of humanity, following the following the Geneva Convention, in regards to warfare, all that kind of stuff, right? Okay, I mean, there's some pretty big examples where they weren't, but also, yeah, people thought that because they saw some semblance of humanity in the way the United States was fighting, some reticence to do, like total war or, commit certain war crimes, right? There were Americans that they couldn't, just like Germany in World War I, chat. Germany could not believe that they could have lost. They thought they were winning. They were lied to the whole fucking time. We're winning. We're just about to win. Oh, we lost. Sorry. Got to sign a really bad treaty in Versailles, and it's going to screw you all over. And the German people were like, what? What? No, we were winning. I remember we were winning. It must have been that the Jews backstabbed us. Yeah, it was the Jews and it was the communists. And that's why we need to kill the Spartacist, and do the fucking Nazi regime, right? But anyway, Chatter watched Rambo 3 and learned about the brave Mujahideen that fucked Dan Crenshaw's eye socket out. But yeah, Rambo was cope, right? Because so many of the American people, they could not fathom Vietnam. Look at it on a map. It's a thin slice, right? I call Vietnam the Chile of Southeast Asia because it's on the coast and it is very skinny. It's not mountainous like Chile, so there's some. Isn't it? Chile's pretty mountainous, I think. But oh my god. Yeah, Vietnam, small country, tiny nation, smaller than New Jersey. But yeah, Americans really took a long time to come to terms. They couldn't believe that Vietnam had won. Now, chat, it's not that Vietnam won battles. It's not that Vietnam, mowed down American soldiers in, large numbers. It's not that Vietnam, conducted a bombing campaign in South Vietnam or anything like that. But it is, they despite not having won any of the battles, the North Vietnamese did win the war. And it's because ultimately they cared about it more. There was more of Ho Chi Minh, whatever you think about, the Vietnamese government at the time, Ho Chi Minh was giving people more to believe in than, the puppet, the American backed puppet government in the South, right? So people ultimately picked their side, and they picked they picked, I would say they picked communism, but really I think more than communism, they picked liberation. which they'd been fighting for ever since they were colonized by the French and wrapped up into a package deal along with Laos and Cambodia, and I think part of Thailand as French Indochina was what it was called at the time. But yeah, I mean, it's happened before that the United States has lost to a small nation. People also don't understand that the real important objectives in military are in a war are like strategic. Like they are. It's not the taking of the cities or the killing of the enemy's troops or the breaking of their vehicles and armaments that really wins the war. Although all of that stuff can be helpful, it is what that it is it's the mission objectives, right? And the mission objective here, I guess that they went in with was regime change. They thought they could do it, but they actually further entrenched the regime. The IRGC, Chad, is the regime. The regime is not the 86-year-old that was going to die anyway. The regime is not his son, all right? The regime is the IRGC, and they've set it up so it can kind of operate, independent, like the different cells that maybe aren't in communication can operate independently, right? It doesn't need that kind of central command. Vietnam is not big, but not that big. Thailand and Myanmar. Oh yeah, way bigger. True. Indonesia. Oh yeah, Indonesia is very big and a large population there too. I think it's like the biggest, the biggest country in terms of people in Southeast Asia. Speaking on New Jersey, did y'all hear Hasan's story about how to get on the plane and then the TV show shows him CNN, and was that when Dana Bash was talking about him? He thought the guy next to him would be scared of him, but then he was anti-CNN instead. Vietnam's bigger than some countries for sure, bigger than Laos. But yeah, the United States looks at Vietnam on a map and says, that's nothing. Watch us just conquer right through it. And it's not that simple. It's really not that. Look, the British Empire. Let's go to the United States history, all right? The British Empire had a colony, a very lucrative colony. What was it? The Massachusetts Bay. A number of colonies, right? In the northeastern or eastern seaboard of the United States, and they did not think that this colony would be able to successfully rebel. But at the end of the day, Britain is a month's journey away, and the Americans cared a lot more about leaving the British Empire than the British troops, let's say, cared, and the Hessian mercenaries and all the rest of their forces cared about, keeping the colonies for Britain.
And the thing is that if they tell me you can't refer to third worlders in a derogatory context, I hate to say it, I don't take off my shoes whenever I walk in my own house. Somebody else asks me to walk in their house. They tell me to take off my shoes. I do it. I'm not in my own house. I will follow Twitch's terms of service begrudgingly, and you guys will know that I absolutely do not agree with it. And these are my viewpoints, but I will follow the rules. And I have always taken a good faith effort to always follow the terms of service. If there's a dick that we show on stream, well, it must be that day of the week. And on top of that, they've complained to me about that too, by the way.
Wait, you show dicks?
If I do that, I delete the VOD and I
wait. You're allowed to just. I thought you had to eat a ban if something like that. He's talking about something where there's like accidental nudity. He ends up showing something on stream that's a penis. But I thought that you just ate the ban if they find out. I think you just eat the ban. But I don't know. Maybe with them, they're like don't see no evil, hear no evil. They're like, we're not looking at anything. We're not seeing Asmongold. If you want to just delete that VOD, we'll never see it because they don't want to lose their money. Yeah, there is a little bit of a perverse incentive for Twitch to not ban him or Hasan because they make him money. Back in the 70s, 80s, we were called the Mafia of the Indonesia was called the Mafia of Southeast Asia. No one was brave enough to fight us without asking for help from the West or China.
Try to move past it, and I apologize. I say, oops, guys, that's my bad. I didn't mean to do that. I don't actually ever intend to break the terms of service. Why would I ever do that? Why would I ever put myself in a position where I intentionally do something that I think would put my channel at risk? It's just stupid. Why would I ever do that? So the problem that I have with this is that I think that I've made it, and considering the content of my, like my stream, I cover extremely edgy content. I talk about things like, I talk about the most politically charged, most extreme issues on a daily basis in plain English, just, as a matter of fact. And really, I think that in order to do that and not have a million bad clips that have, been released about me, there's only 500,000. There's the reality that I do try a very good amount to try to control what I say, to make sure that what I say does not break the terms of service. And I try to say what I say with a degree of, I guess, I'm thinking about what I'm saying, right? I'm not just, going extemporaneously right off the cuff. I mean, to an extent I am, but I'm editing it in my mind to make sure that I don't say anything that would get me in trouble on Twitch. So when I say...
The fucked up thing is if you didn't have a Nazi mindset, if you didn't have a eugenics, like this guy low-key thinks that eugenics is good, right? He low-key thinks that certain people have like less of a, right to life than other people, right? He legitimately thinks that like he lives in the best culture, the best society in the world, and there's no exploitation going on. If anything, maybe we're like, doing a little too much foreign aid. Definitely very much you're cheering the downfall of U.S. aid programs, and not just the ones that the CIA uses, chat, the ones that actually keep people alive.
Said this, I didn't think I said anything wrong. And by reading the TOS, I don't think the TOS says that I said anything wrong. And the reality is that if you applied the reason why I got suspended to anybody applying this same type of language
like Hasan,
against anybody in a developed country, you know that not only would it not be banned, it would probably be celebrated. So I think this is a massive double standard. It's completely unfair. I was unfairly targeted. I'm not sorry for any of it. And I'll be waiting for Twitch's apology for unbanning me. And if it takes them a couple of...
I'll be waiting for Twitch to grow some balls and permaban you.
Days, that's fine.
Figure out that half of your views are from bots and that you're really not making them as much money as some other streamers.
If it takes them an entire week, I guess I'll have to finish Crimson Desert. But the reality is that I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. I regret nothing. And according to their own rules, I also did nothing wrong. So all this put into context, that's pretty much where things stand. That's where we're at. I'm not really stressed out about this. Honestly, I'm kind of excited. I feel like we've been in a little bit of a lull period, right? That's why I've been trying to do I'll do the ban appeals. I'll do the Jesus game, right? And, all that. And I'll be honest, what really spurred me to make a comment about it last night.
He does news content, right? What is he talking about? You're in a little bit of a lull? Hey, maybe if the ceasefire sticks, you could hope you're in a lull as far as fucking World War III, but no, you're not in a... What are you talking about?
Is that I saw on Reddit, people thought that I got banned for showing a horse's dick on stream.
Oh.
And I was like, this is the stupidest narrative. I have to correct this because it's so ridiculous that I don't want people to believe this. People are also saying I got banned for playing the Jesus game. I don't know. Maybe that was the reason. Maybe there's an enlightened Reddit atheist.
Is the Jesus game? Although I thought he was an enlightened atheist.
In the moderation team, but that's the reason they gave me. They said hateful conduct for 1 week. I put in my appeal. Hopefully I'll get it approved. I did nothing wrong. I apologize for nothing. I said nothing wrong. The clip is shown. Millions of people, not millions, many people say a lot of things that are a lot worse than what I say, and nothing ever happens to them. And I think it was totally unfair.
How does his hair look worse today?
All that being said, I recognize if that's what Twitch...
It looks like he's going gray, but not in the, most feet, it doesn't, gray hair is supposed to, it starts in the roots, right? It feels like his gray hair is, turning gray, mid, way down his hair.
I won't say it. Just please explain the vocabulary.
Maybe it's just the sun. He's just natural sunlight does this to him.
I'm not supposed to use, and I won't use that vocabulary. I'll just think it. So anyway, thank you guys all very much for watching. I really appreciate everybody's support. I know a lot of you guys have been on Twitter and everything. You guys can share the video, let people know kind of where I'm coming from, what's going on. But other than that, that's about all I've got, guys. So that's where things stand. That's where I'm at. I'm sorry that, I got suspended. Now it's okay, this is complicated.
just once, chat. Just once I want to see him eat shit in his own comments. Electrocuted dog on Twitch. Nothing happens. Tell the truth. Ha 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 ha. Banned for a week. Okay, yeah, it's just glazing. It's just pure cope and glazing. Wait, what am I looking for? I'm gonna look at his. And like I looked at Hasan stuff. The last time Hasan talked about Asmongold was like 3 days ago. I thought that maybe we'd be able to figure something out by, you know, watching the back and forth between Hasan and Asmongold, but this time it doesn't seem to have come from that. It seems like it was legitimately just Asmongold watching a CNN segment and, well, I mean, if that's what it was, I'm still not convinced though. Oh, there's the Jesus game. Oh, that's why he does the Jesus, he's dressed as Jesus. Oh, okay, I get it. The whole thing. Yeah, okay, so there's a Jesus game he plays and he dresses like Jesus. Is this like fan service for his Christian fans? Is that what this is? Like the atheist is doing a like, but what if I was Jesus? What if I was so religious I was a religious figure? What if I was your Lord and Savior? Maybe I am. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not really an atheist. Yeah, because being an atheist is woke. Okay, so that, I mean, that's going to be, you know, that. We are coming swiftly to the end of the stream. We're at 89 out of 100. So I don't know if we're going to get even any bonus content. It's kind of a weird night. Let's see. What am I looking for? Oh, yeah, I wanted to go to bookmarks. Oh, did I show you this? No, that's from the Ethan thing. I can't show you this because we didn't earn it. It wouldn't be real, chat. Ugly MAGA supporter crashing out because he can't be racist. Woke is back. It's kind of funny because it's like the way that like my tweet, you know, like you almost have to tweet with like half your brain tied behind your back to have something pop off. And it's the kind of shit that usually it's like almost takes the format of something that it's like bypassing engaging with any kind of argument, right? Hasan's not arguing about his ban or anything like that. He's just like, you're ugly, you're crashing out, and it's all because you can't be racist. And let me just like rub the salt in the wounds by telling you that woke is back. And you will have to hew to its, you know, forces, right? Because that's what Asmongold does. He doesn't really seem to have any real ideologic, you know, grounding. Wasn't there I think there was a video where he said like, I don't abide by ideologies, I abide by goals or something like that. So it almost like sort of tells you what, you know, he is, how he rationalizes being such a grifter. Because yeah, if woke is back, Asmongold is gonna, you know, he's gonna embody that. He's gonna listen to that, right? It's not, you know, the funny thing about all this fucking right wing I do think that he's got like a very Hitlerian mind set though. What is this? Absolute Comedy Gold from LBC.
I'm a staunch advocate for socializing our healthcare system, having something hopefully like the NHS. This is a non-starter in America. Unfortunately, Americans are so culturally right-wing when it comes to our understanding of the economy since the Reagan era that a lot of people look at that and go, that's communism. That's there are some, like Ben Shapiro, who has fallen from favor as of late, but he famously used to say, my wife is a doctor, and if we had socialized healthcare in this country, that would mean you're enslaving my doctor wife. That is truly the mentality of a lot of Americans. So that's a major disagreement that I have with a lot in the party. I'm a staunch advocate for socializing our healthcare system, having something hopefully like the NHS. This is a non-starter in America. Unfortunately, Americans are so culturally right-wing when it comes to our understanding of the economy since the Reagan era that a lot of people look at that and go, that's communism. That's there are some, like Ben Shapiro, who has fallen from favor as of late, but he famously used to say, my wife is a doctor, and if we had socialized healthcare in this country, that would mean you're enslaving my doctor wife. That is truly the mentality of a lot of Americans. So that's a major disagreement that I have with a lot in the party. I'm a staunch advocate for socializing our healthcare system, having something hopefully like the NHS. This is a non-starter in America. Unfortunately, Americans are so culturally right-wing when it comes to our understanding of the economy since the Reagan era that a lot of people look at that and go, that's communism. That's there are some, like Ben Shapiro, who has fallen from favor as of late, but he famously used to say, my wife is a doctor, and if we had socialized healthcare in this country, that would mean you're enslaving my doctor wife. That is truly the mentality.
And it's so much better to see Ben Shapiro's doctor wife enslaved to his speculative media career rather than enslaved to the patients that she's serving.
Of a lot of Americans. So that's a major disagreement that I have with a lot in the party. I'm a staunch advocate for socializing.
How many gold on LBC Hasan Piper exposes the sheer delusion of the American right wing? Okay. I don't know why I've got that.
They all do agree with me. Everybody agrees with me on this. And if you're a guy from Afghanistan, you're
okay, same thing. Yeah, we've seen that. We've seen
and I get a message and somebody says, "Oh,
yeah.
why can't?"
Asmongold shares his thoughts. Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. Thoughts on World of Warcraft Pride Month, Asmongold.
I think that it is so.
And again, chat, we're running into the last few minutes of the stream unless we get 11 points further on the bonus goal.
That gay people
it will all be for nothing.
And everybody inside of the LGBT umbrella, not everybody, but the outspoken, pathological, narcissistic, self-obsessed, self-referential attention whores inside.
So it's crazy, chat, because if you think there's a way to sate his anger on this, you're wrong. And I'll tell you why. Companies like World of Warcraft are always going to monetize identity, right? They're always going to use, like, you know, things like, you know, here is, you know, a rainbow version of our logo or something. Like, they're always going to use that shit to try to be like, hey, we're on your side, right? But they're also going to do it, like, also going to signal that towards conservatives and towards trad wives and anything that where there's people to get to watch, right? They're going to play to that. They're going to pander to that. That's pandering. That's not queer people being self-obsessed and be like, everything's got to be about us. So we got to have you know, like we got to be all over like Warcraft. We're going to make Warcraft so that you get sprayed in the face by a giant rainbow dick with a rainbow, like, you know, load, and you get turned into a rainbow and everyone has to say, all hail the LGBTQ, right? That's not us, right? To the extent that they're doing it, they're trying to pander to us. And they're trying to get us to buy shit, and then you get mad because you're used to them being like boys. It's all about boys. A video game, who plays video games? Boys play video games. Hey boys, check out these video games. The girls got big titties, okay? Big titties in your video games, boys, because we care about you. We're gonna make it all. It's a funny thing. It's a funny story, chat, because originally video games were not mainly a male activity. They were very much a co-ed, you know, kind of activity. It was almost like the video game industry just decided, you know, we know how we are boys, so we know how to know how to market to boys. But yeah, then we got these overgrown fucking boys, like that were the boys that were being, you know, advertised to their whole lives, you know, from Gen X and you know, millennial and they're then that gets taken away, and they're like, now they're advertising to gay people. Like, no, not gay people. It's not supposed to be about gay people. It's supposed to be about guys. It's supposed to be about overgrown fucking man children. And they got so mad when that need isn't served. Let's see what else he's got before we raid out.
And because of that,
I guess, I don't know, chat. We're very close. We're very close to bonus content.
It is fucking
It's very strange.
exhausting for me to have to see every single thing has some sort of gay pride.
It's exhausting. What do you think about gay people that have to see fucking heterosexual kisses? I don't hear them complaining. Like, right, their kiss has nothing to do with their, you know, sexuality ostensibly, but they got to put up with no, but only it's normal, chat. Being straight is normal, even though it's not. Even though most people are at least a little bit attracted to the same sex and to the opposite sex. Not all people. Some people completely, you know, gay, no interest in heterosexual stuff. Some people the opposite way, right? But I think the most people, they're somewhere in the middle. So it's not even true that being straight is fucking normal. It's not even true. And if we want to talk about gender, don't get me started. But yeah, like there's probably in reality, like simplifying everybody down to male or female is probably an oversimplification.
At Will 7409 super chatted $5. Bonus.
I'm not trying to trans you all, by the way. Okay, I'm just saying that like the you know, identity roles, I think we all can agree, are a little bit strict, and sometimes they chafe us, and we shouldn't have to get chafed. You should be able to live any kind of, you know, masculine gender that you want, any kind of feminine gender you want, a gender that is not either of those things, a gender that is both of those things, a gender that is everything everywhere at all times, a gender with the poppy seeds and the sesame seeds, like, right? You should be able to do that. Just do you. Just be you. You're the only one living your subjective experience. You're the only one that can tell me like what is your gender, right? But no, I'm sorry, you're not ready for that, chat. I'll shut up about it, but your kids are gonna love it. Okay, your kids are gonna love it.
Some variation of this, and this is coming from somebody.
The kids will dig it.
Gay rights. I support trans rights.
I just mean it's like, you know, you shouldn't like go with everything has to be about like the dominant group, the largest group. And in this case, you know, we're not even talking. I mean, think about men. Think about how much shit caters to men. Men are not the dominant group. They're 50% at best. Most of the time they die at higher rates than women. So they're slightly less than 50%. There's a lot of peeing on electrical fences that goes on. You know, there's a lot of silly things that we don't understand. Like, why are you dead?
Sample text.
Yo, sample text indeed. That gets us up to 99. I got 99 problems, but a weasel is not one. We're at 99 out of 100. Is it still like, oh wait, somebody put a bunch of money on Professor Jang, didn't they? I should see what is actually ahead, because we might actually hit this goal. I was ready for either outcome, but there we go with Tanner Dude Man. You know, and the... And Will, with a $5 super chats getting us up almost there. Let's see, what is... You know, the biggest frustration, one of the biggest frustrations I have is being kind of at the whim of people that are as much stupider than me as Asmongold. That's annoying, right? Because he can't understand something, because shit goes over his head, because he's not intellectually curious. That's the lowest common denominator that I have to play to, motherfucker, when I tweet, okay? When I tweet, I gotta say ooga booga caveman, because that's the fucking mind that is catered to. Like, we're just catering to people that, like, you know, like they want vibes and ooga boogas. But there you go, chat. That's good for, you know, almost 4K likes there, and maybe a few extra views for the live stream. I don't know. Jeb Push 2028 just liked my reply. Wait, great. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to look at the poll and see what is actually ahead. Noah Samson is ahead by 5 points. But Patrick David has got 20 extra points. That puts it up to 31. So Patrick Bet David goes from being in 4th place to being in 3rd place, but we still have Ethan Klein sues Noah Samson in 1st, and we got Fox News defends Hasan's misogyny in 2nd. So it's going to be one of those two, or nothing. But I have a feeling since we're one away from it, it might actually be, Oh God, chat! Did I even refill my? I didn't. This whole time I've been heating up my water, meaning to refill my tea. That lawsuit is fucking hilarious. Oh, the Ethan one. There's no Hitler meeting the Grand Mufti. Oh my God, that's right. The last lawsuit, the Denims. Was it the Denims one? Chat, can I tell you?
NATO Secretary General.
Wait, I probably shouldn't say it. I still can't tell you, can I? I'm just going to say this. I'm going to be following the proceedings of the Denims case pretty closely when that starts when we start to get to the end game of that. And I'm going to be following it with, kind of a special interest, right? Oral to Ellipsis putting us over the line with the 199 super chat to get. I've never super chatted. Am I doing it right? You are indeed. Look at that. And it comes up on the screen. So there we go. We are 99 goes to 101. And with 101 chat, we're going to go see what Ethan Klein is on about, which normally is quite annoying to me, but today it's a little bit of a break. I don't know. What do you think? Like, as bad as Ethan is, I feel like Asmongold and Destiny they're somehow worse. My sister says it's bad to drink warm tap water. I don't know. What's the idea that like it gets more particulate in it or something if it's warm?
Mark Rutte.
Mark Rutte? No, why is Mark Rutte NATO chief on Trump? Chat. Do you remember this guy? Do you remember Mark Rutte? Mark Rutte, where is this? NATO chief on Trump meeting. Trump is clearly disappointed with the allies. This is the guy that says Trump is our daddy. We have to obey our daddy or he'll come home and spank us. And we will deserve the spankings. We will deserve all the spankings. And we'll enjoy the spankings from our daddy. Because Trump is our daddy. He is our Vater. Sorry, chat. He's not German. He's Dutch.
Today, saying Trump may discuss the idea of the U.S. leaving NATO entirely after expressing his displeasure with American allies for not supporting the U.S.
Daddy is angry with us, and he's threatened to go out for milk and never come back.
An Israeli war against Iran. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte is here with me.
Mark Rutte
came from a meeting at the White House with President Trump. He's not been hiding his frustrations with NATO countries. How was the meeting? Did he say he's withdrawing?
Well, let me be absolutely clear.
Let me be. It does feel like. Do you know what this feels like to me, chat? It feels like a hostile work environment and people trying to normalize the boss's antisocial behavior. That's what we got. A crazy boss. He's probably, probably in violation of the law the way he treats us, but we're all just going to be like, oh God, he's really mad. He's not happy at all. He's probably going to beat our asses when he gets, I don't know, chat. It's really bad. Okay. So maybe not beat our asses. Bosses usually don't beat your ass. I don't know. I've never had my ass beaten by a boss. I feel like I've had a boss that like threatened me once though, but nobody that actually physically hurt me.
He is clearly disappointed.
Oh, Daddy, he's disappointed.
NATO allies. And
we've been bad little NATO allies, bad little NATO minions.
Also able to point to the fact that the large majority of Europe.
We'll go into Ethan right after this.
With basing.
I just saw that this guy was on the. Here's the next video.
With making sure that they live up to the commitments, and there is also widespread support for the fact that degrading the nuclear and the ballistic missile capacity from Iran was really crucial. And that only the US was able at this point.
He's like, look, we really like some of the things that the United States does. He comes in to try to do the regime change and to get rid of the weapons. But when he threatens to put the If he makes the Iranians angry, we're all going to starve to death because Daddy will get mad. And then it will be our fault and we'll deserve to starve. He will treat us like the kulaks we are. Sorry.
Do that. Hey, and let's not forget.
Sorry about that. Was actually
Starmer, the British Prime Minister, who is bringing together now a coalition of over 30 countries, even over 40. But 34 participated yesterday in a planning meeting with military leaders to make sure that free sea lanes, being able to use the Strait of Hormuz going forward, will be possible. So I also pointed him to the positive. But clearly, this was a very frank, a very open discussion, but also discussion.
Clearly, these were spankings that we deserved and very much needed.
To try to withdraw from NATO, or at the very least, not support.
It's building our character from our daddy. He just wants to build our character and get us to spend more of our budgets on military.
What is happening? And I also pointed him to the fact that it was his leadership which brought about the Hague spending commitment. So the 5%, which is a
transformational kissed his ass around this
legacy he leaves behind. This is NATO 3.0. The Europeans being able to take more care for their own defense, so a stronger Europe and a stronger NATO.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting that the president is weighing punishing some NATO allies for not being helpful to
I love it the best. I so hope that the Netherlands gets punished. You know, we are a particularly naughty country. You know, we need the president to punish us. Yeah, we like the punishment.
Quote, the proposal would involve moving U.S. troops out of NATO member countries deemed unhelpful to the Iran war effort and station them in countries that were more supportive of the U.S. military.
So what, like Poland? What's he talking about? Like the
campaign. Did the president talk about that at all today?
Again, it was a very frank, it was a very open discussion. He clearly told me what he thought of what happened over the last couple of weeks.
Some countries specifically said, you can't use our bases, you can't even fly over our airspace.
Hell yeah. I think, Chad, it was basically it was Germany. Germany was the one. Obviously, the United States had a lot going on militarily in Germany, right? This was the kind of the center of the effort in the Cold War. Ramstein air base is there, and so I think they kind of used the German NATO 3.0, aka Spanky time. It's when you don't spend enough of you spend too much of your income on wasteful things like healthcare and not on military defense.
Spain, France.
Yeah, but listen, the large majority, including France, of European nations has been doing what they committed before they would do in a case like this. So Europe as a platform of power projection for the United States.
Ja, Ursula, es ist du hast und ich hasse. Am I saying that right, Chad? Is it Hesse?
Over the last 6 weeks. And yes, it is
Hesse?
true. Not all European nations lived up to those commitments, and I totally understand
H-A-S-S-E?
that he is disappointed about it.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being not worried at all, 10 being terrified, where do you leave Washington thinking President Trump, your opinion of President Trump wanting to leave NATO? Are you 1, I'm not worried at all, 10, I'm really worried Trump is going to pull out of NATO?
Well, I'm not going to get into that answering that question.
I'm just trying to get an answer.
No, I understand that. But what I felt today, this was a meeting between.
I stared into his eyes and I saw his soul.
I really admire his leadership, and he knows what he did in The Hague last year at the NATO summit has been crucial. And NATO allies are with him when it comes to the aims of taking out, as I said, degrading the nuclear and the ballistic missile capacity of the Iranians.
Yeah, but the Europeans wanted to do it through diplomatic means.
Yeah, I know, but we run the risk that this would lead into the North Korea moment, where you talk so long that at a certain moment, it's beyond the point where you can still get this done, because then they would get their hands on the nuclear.
When exactly did you think it would have been an efficacious time, my dude, for NATO to invade North Korea? Right? The United States has invaded North Korea before, and it did not go well. Right? There were American, troops that got fucking pinched. They got surrounded by the Chinese, right? They didn't think the Chinese would care. Turns out they do care. They care a lot. China cares, Russia cares. A lot of people have interest in that area. And on top of that, the North Koreans themselves, have even before nukes, they had one of the largest armies, on the planet. At any time, they've got like so much artillery pointing at Seoul. You talk about like having leverage, being able to shut down the Western money machine. Absolutely decimating Seoul would have that, effect. It would also be a huge, human rights issue, but I don't think they're too concerned about that. But yeah, you've taught every country to be like North Korea. You've taught every country that only North Korea does not get invaded. At the end of the day, you can't keep US out by being reasonable, by negotiating. You keep them out by having a nuclear deterrence. And that is a bad message for the future of non-proliferation efforts. There was a time, chat, in which, there was an effort to reduce the proliferation, make sure that nukes don't get spread to other countries, even, try to negotiate with some countries to give up their nukes. And I think Ukraine is an example of that. Ukraine gave up their nukes. And also for the United States and the Soviet Union, or later on the Russian Federation, to strategically eliminate the ICBMs that can blow up the world several times. We don't need to blow up the world several times. We don't need to blow up the world one time, right? There was some thought from some dreamers out there that we might actually get to a world that decided to be nuclear free. As naive as that might sound. But that, I don't see that coming. I do not see that happening. We've just taught every country in the world that you need nukes, or else you are at the United States' mercy.
Nuclear capacity. And that is basically a big risk for Europe. It is existential for Israel. It is existential for the Middle East. So the whole world is safer by this president degrading those capabilities.
But there are a lot of
this is by many in Europe acknowledged, and they understand that continuing talking to get this done would have brought us potentially past that moment where we can still deal with it.
So you talked about the statement of NATO allied countries about the Strait of Hormuz, about trying to figure out a way forward. Here is the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt when asked about the joint statement from the NATO government.
The Hasnabi doctrine in effect, absolutely.
I have a direct quote from the President of the United States on NATO, and I will share it with all of you. They were tested and they failed.
Do
you know who failed?
NATO countries, some of them.
You know what empire just failed? You know who's revealed themselves as a paper tiger to the world?
What they promised before in a case like this, because they know that when it comes to NATO, it's there to protect the United States. Because the US needs a secure Atlantic and a secure Arctic and a secure Europe to stay safe here, the US mainland. But it is also there to make sure that, of course, Europe is safe, and to be this platform of.
I gotta argue with that. I do think that a lot of decisions made by NATO, especially in the wake of the dissolution of the Soviet Union, I think a lot of decisions made us decidedly less safe.
For the United States. So what the US did with Iran, they could do because so many European countries lived up to those commitments. Not all of them. And I totally understand his disappointment about that. But it is therefore a nuanced picture. It is not just saying it is black or white.
How many NATO allied countries, a lot or a little, thought that the war that President Trump and Israel waged against Iran was illegal, was an illegal war? Do you think that's a prevalent view?
No.
No,
because NATO has always taken the position that degrading these capabilities of nuclear and the ballistic missiles is crucial, and that Iran can never get its hands on those two capabilities. There is widespread support.
Is that how you think international law works?
From that point of view.
I've also heard the argument that
Mr. Ruta, what do you say in Dutch? Is it Heruta? Is that how you say it?
Countries weren't involved because NATO is a defensive organization, and this was an offensive war, a war by choice. Obviously, a nuclear.
Or am I saying it? Am I pronouncing it German again?
Nuclear weapons is not acceptable to NATO, but that the president didn't have to wage this war at that moment. Is that part of this calculus at all?
Yeah, but you cannot defend yourself without being lethal. And look at NATO. The Germans now spending in 20.
Who was the first person to use this lethal thing? Where did this come from, chat? I feel like it's some inner security talking point, right? Where they like start to, the lethality becomes their buzzword. When did this happen? Where did this happen?
153 billion, twice as much as in 2021. They will spend the same as the French and the Brits combined. The whole of NATO is now on 2%. Last year, NATO spent 20% more. Canada and the European NATO allies, thanks to President Trump's pushing for this. Trump 45.
Thanks to Trump spanking us. We don't really need the healthcare. We need to spend more money on military.
Without him, we would never have gotten there.
So the Strait of Hormuz, obviously, that's been a real crisis for so many in Europe. I read that in Italy, they even have school by Zoom because of the gas crisis in Italy right now, almost as if it's COVID era, and other European countries have been hit hard. Are the Strait of Hormuz open, as far as you can tell?
Well, of course, we have to see over the next couple of days what happens.
But as of now, I mean.
Well, I don't have the intelligence.
Oh my God, chat.
Fingertips to.
I'm so embarrassed. I put up a freaking blast off tweet and I got no support for it. All right, we're ending this stream early. I mean, technically we earned a bonus content, but Irene giveth and Irene taketh away, especially when people ignoreth her on Twitter, as they do so at their own risk, the risk of losing out on bonus content. So yeah, thank you to everybody that supported me today, but I'm just gonna fucking do you dirty by ending the stream, right now, and just crash out about the lack of, like, I don't see anything. That's crazy, Chad. I might as well have just not blasted off today. What am I doing? That's embarrassing. I'm just gonna delete the tweet. There we go, gone. Boom. So much for that. Chat is not game. Nobody even tried to put together a meme. There's just no interest. Like, I don't know what am I fucking doing, chat? I might as well just like put Ethan on without being on stream so he can sue me. Just like get it over with, right?
Hello. Ethan Klein here, coming at you live from Los Angeles, California.
Let's go. Come on.
Come on.
You can watch the bonus content without me.
April.
Call me back when the channel gets taken down.
It's Hitler's birthday in 12 days here coming up, Dan. Sick Heil. 12 days, it's Hitler's birthday.
Okay.
Which also happens to be the same day that we celebrate blazing 420. How about that?
Now you're talking.
How about that, huh?
Talking.
What does it mean? What does it mean? We don't know. Google it. Today we're sponsored by Cozy Earth. Thank you so much to them. Love that. Today we are discussing old friend of the show, Noah Samson. That's right. It's been a while since I spoke about dear friend Noah Samson, who had a penchant for accusing me of being pro-genocide. He thought it was cute. He thought it was fun throwing around such kind of heinous accusations, right? This guy supports genocide. In fact, he had even a video called The YouTubers That Supported a Genocide with me in it. And, that's the world we're living in. And, excuse me. In fact, here, I just Googled his name. You can see here, I made a promise to him March of last year. And I think he probably thought that it had blown over. I think a lot of people probably thought it blew over. In fact, the statute of limitation is passed. But I, of course, kept a close eye on that. You see, the statute of limitation for certain complaints like defamation and the such. If you don't sue within, I think it's a year of the defamatory claim, it blows away like dust in the wind. But to those of us who are shrewd, we keep a tab on those things. And I'll tell you, this is what I am assuming, is that Noah himself thought himself to be shrewd. I had even alluded to it on this show. I said, well, it seems to me that Noah is ducking out, playing hooky on society. He seems to be on the lam. He's got no name on utilities or anywhere. That, for example, if you were to hire a private investigator to get the information on somebody to serve them, he couldn't be found. Which I'm assuming at that age in your life has to be a conscious attempt. And so we waited, you know. And on the day of, or the day before the statute expired, we had a nice little complaint there for defamation, for accusing me of being pro-genocide, in favor of genocide. Horrible thing to say about someone, by the way. One of the worst, I would say, maybe even, of all the things you could say about someone. You know. Well, we filed it, beating the statute by about one day. Now, most of the time, people see these immediately, but we were under the radar. We filed it in Orange County, I believe, which is not trolled by media and press. So it went under the radar. Nobody even saw, until now, in fact, nobody knew.
Okay.
That, we obviously...
What are we doing? What's going on? His coughing is annoying. In his NVIDIA AI suit, NVIDIA filed... Oh, yeah, he's suing who? And is he suing Apple? What did I miss, chat? Literally has had Noah's ex on and tried to make up a lie that he did like SA or something, and she was like, no, actually, she did not go along with that. People are saying that Noah maybe has a grounds for a lawsuit, a defamation. Is the coughing part of his new tick-tell? I don't know. I haven't watched him in a while. It feels like there's less coughing, at least than at the... He's suing multiple AI companies? Wait, is this just like... So wait, just based on the fact that AI is like training on everything? So wait, this is a lawsuit that like anybody could file? Like anybody that does... I'm trying to understand, is there something special about Ethan Klein where he's saying he's had damages from AI, or is this just like a general like, AI it doesn't give a fuck about copyright. They train on anything that's on the internet, and he coughs and sniffs when he's bro thinks he's Bezos. Oh wow, so I
even suing Noah Samson. Well, he knew since a couple of days ago, since he was served. But he's the only one. Let me take a sip.
Of Gamer Sups?
It's pretty refreshing.
What flavor is that?
The only one that matters, Tom.
Damn right.
Strawberry lemonade.
They should have like overly litigious lemonade. They should have a special flavor, shouldn't they? Of Gamer Sups by now? Like, shouldn't they have an H3 one and it's about like suing people?
Shut up.
With caffeine.
Shut up, Tom.
All right, show. Relax. You wait your turn. I-dubs. Get in line. Yeah, but turns out Noah, thinking he was clever, he came off the grid.
Off the
It
grid?
was time to come out of hiding. So I thought he
what?
was doing. because it turns out right after we filed this lawsuit of ours that we did another very standard boilerplate search, like private investigators do every day to find the recipient of such complaints, to serve them, as you have to serve them as a very integral part.
He's kind of going Keffels, isn't he? This is when I knew the shit with Keffels was going wrong, right? Remember, she got like victimized, she got like swatted. There were all these like assholes, harassing her and shit. But then she starts like she hires a private detective, and she gets like way into the whole process. Like this person doesn't just like be like, let me find the information for you. Here's the information. This person is like, here, let me show you how to find the information. And Keffel's like, this is so cool. So I could like dox anyone. They're like, yeah, I mean, I guess, sure. This is the method to find somebody's private information. So, and she goes in and she confronts somebody that she thinks like, oh my God, I'm trying to remember. Did she think that he called or did the email or something like that? Anyway, she gets like the wrong guy and he posts the screenshots of it. And she was just basically accusing him, hoping that he'd be like, oh, damn, you got me. Hoping that she was guessing right. And shit just went downhill from there. So yeah, I don't know about this private eye thing, Ethan. You know who you need though? You know who Ethan needs, right? In terms of like detectives. All right. What is that show with like the dog detective, Brand X, grocery store. What is this movie called? Dog detective CGI movie. No, he's a detective. It's not just like a regular dog. Anybody know the movie I'm talking about? It's at a grocery store. Food Fight. Is it called Food Fight? Oh my God. No, come on. Food Fight the movie. Music. I hate to be a buzzkill about the music, chat, but yeah, there we go. Look at this, a dog detective that can do kung fu. How about that? That's what he needs. He needs this guy. A weasel, chat, and a cat girl. What a great movie. This is what he needs. He needs this guy. Dex Dog Detective. I thought it was Dog Detective, but then I thought I was making it up because of that show. Is it Gravity Falls, chat, that has the Duck Detective? But this is a Dog Detective. It's Laura Loomer. Gratuitous role. It's this crazy movie. Like the story is that they made this back in like the early aughts, and then they like lost the footage as they were making it, so it got put like on the shelf for like a long time, and I think they had to like redo the scenes, but with like without all the assets. Anyway, it comes out and it's a major movie. It's got like Charlie Sheen in it, right? It's got like A-list, I guess at the time Charlie Sheen was at 2.5 Men. It's got A-list actors and stuff, and it is a terrible. I mean, it's like just a phenomenal, magnificent failure. But it also has a Elon Musk like figure that has this brand X that he's trying to take over the grocery store with. But anyway, that's what Ethan needs. He needs a Dex dog detective at his services.
Somebody. And I've been involved in a lot of lawsuits, and I've never had this types of trouble locating someone for service. But,
What the fuck? He serves a lot of people. Chat, should I be scared? Should I be scared? Ethan playing CSI Giardia. Nice. Thinks he's both Turner and Hooch.
Like when the rain falls and the worms and snails come slithering out of their shelters.
Just like Part 6 JoJo.
For one drop.
Operation Savage Garden.
Of rain. So too came slithering Noah Samson.
Can we get, chat, can we pay the guy that did the Fetterman diss track to do one on Ethan?
Turns out.
What's that?
It wasn't rain, it was the sprinklers. Because we caught him and we served him. And Noah Samson, who was served about 2 days ago, has been pretty mum's the word on it. Surprisingly, has been sued now in California for defamation. That's right. He thought I forgot. In fact,
now look, if like I shouldn't say this, chat. Okay, let's just say for somebody that doesn't have a lot of resources, all right, and somebody that doesn't have the ability to raise a lot of resources, or don't have the profile to raise a lot of resources, like I'm thinking, Frogan, this kind of lawsuit is really, I don't know how you deal with this, right? Because like, even if you're right, even if the law is on your side, it costs you a lot to kind of get to that point where you can be free of Ethan's bullshit. And then what does he do? Just wheel around and find something else to sue you over? Maybe. Last thing Ethan should be doing is getting the worms angry. Wait, the worms from the game worms? Yeah, he said the most bizarre, able shit. While having Tourette's, also feel red flags about how he talks about it. RX nephew, yeah. RXK nephew. We need RXK nephew. I don't know, chat. I mean, like, I don't know. I'm not going to tell the guy to, what he should do with his creative efforts, but. No, they'll say he's anti-Semitic. They'll be like, he made a diss track on Fetterman and on Ethan. Therefore.
Nobody should be surprised. This is me following through on a promise I made a year ago.
Oh, the Giardia worms.
Many people, friends and comrades of his, have said that I'm only suing women. And it's been,
Like, I feel like there were people that thought that this shit really cooked when he was doing it to Denims and Frogan and like so yeah, what I was trying to say about like Frogan, right, chat, is that like, I mean, I don't know, I think she's able to get legal representation at least, which is good, but my understanding is I don't think she can stay in the lawsuit, and it ended up being like same thing with Casey Tron, right? Denims is staying in the lawsuit, and I think she will probably be vindicated, right? I don't know when it'll happen, maybe this year, maybe next year. But yeah, Denham's case she's going to take it to trial, and she's very confident about it. But yeah, if you can't afford to even get a lawyer, let alone take this to trial, you're kind of either forced to settle if you can, or even then you've got to have a lawyer. right? Even then, it's still, but I think what he's trying to do with his lawsuits is like wreck people's world. It worked on, Casey Tron, maybe on Frogan. I don't think it's going to work on Denims, and I don't think it can work on Noah. And also, this lawsuit is just not, like, the merits are very, very questionable. Frogans and Denims are going to win. I mean, hope so. I heard Frogan might have to, dip out just because of the, like, it costs a lot of money to, take something to trial. And sometimes, even when you're right, you don't end up doing it because you can't. And it sucks, and it's not justice, but there's our legal system. Lots of stress involved in having, the shit hangover here. There's a lot of stress. There's a lot of expense. Just takes you away from whatever the fuck you're trying to do in life. When they came back, the crew was silent. Yo, this day, Ethan had that look on his face. So I looked up NCC because it triggered Ethan. Wait, what triggered Ethan?
Me, of course, I have a majority female audience who I respect. More than anyone in the world, I love, respect.
Wait, Ator says you don't need a lawyer?
Women. And so, to dispel this terrible accusation that I only sue.
Yeah, he doesn't look okay.
Men. Or women, I'm sorry.
Doesn't sound okay.
Only fair.
What?
And equitable. To sue a man. A white man, I might say.
What happened with Ethan and NCC? Wait, I don't know.
Very brave. Well, it's equitable, and it's important for me to know to the three women that
what is this? Ethan argued he never used a private investigator to find anyone. Yet, he basically admitted that there. He showed the proof of service via private investigator for Frogan. The guy hid out in her apartment for days, waiting for her to show her face. He served a random woman, not in a hijab, with brown eyes. Yeah, and they tried to claim that was Frogan, right? Is that the? He is withering away. I don't know. I don't want to speculate, but it feels like maybe there are different substances involved in this state of consciousness that Ethan is experiencing right now than from what we've seen before. I don't know if this is, him trying to get on, ADHD meds and trying different, prescriptions or what.
It's not personal, right? I sue those who deserve it, who require accountability.
Wait, Olympics and meth. Ozempic and meth is a hell of a combination. Is he going clavicular? Is he the kind of guy that would be like, hey, this looks maxing advice, this could work. Let me get some of those peptides.
Terrible coincidence, a terrible one. That the three people I sued for copyright infringement were women. Terrible, right? And I'm just happy that I've had the opportunity to rectify that, to set the record straight now, to sue a straight white man. And I think nobody should be more relieved for that, to have that set straight, other than Noah Samson himself, who's a woke, legendary king. And now he can rest easy.
Yeah, Ator, you're absolutely right. That lawyer is putting multiple kids through college thanks to Ethan.
Knowing that Ethan Klein doesn't hate women, he just hates
everyone.
Losers
everyone.
Bad things.
Anyone that opposes him. Anyone who will not reflect back his narcissism upon him. He hates you too.
Gender, race, be damned. I come before you a simple man. And that's basically what I want. Know what it takes, souls. Yes, you are being sued. For defamation, a very good case, I might say, which I'm going to be happy to read you excerpts from today. But when his head...
Oh my God, chat.
At night, he can know that he lives in a just world where women are not bullied into silence.
Chat, this is somebody who just gets fucking owned on the internet. And like I was saying with Trump, right? It's this toddler behavior where you are like, I'm going to go to war with a smaller country. It's going to be really easy. We'll probably get them to regime change, just like I did in Venezuela. You do it, doesn't work. They close the strait. And you're like, they can't close the strait. I should threaten to do something bad to them. You threaten to do something bad to them. It wrecks the markets. You say, wait, I'll do the bad thing to them in 2 days. And then you move the 2 days back to 5 more days. And then 10, like, right? You keep on tacoing. You keep on pushing it back. And then you tell yourself, well, no, there's no way. They're weaker than me. There's got to be something I can do. And it just like, when you don't recognize that there is nothing you can do, this is when you really hurt yourself, right? You lash out in anger, being like, I am not going to let them get away with this. I will make them suffer, even if it hurts me. And that's when you do actually hurt yourself. But yeah, this is kind of crazy, the way that because we're talking about a lawsuit that is, from what I can tell, largely without merit. Like even more so, like the Denims case, because there's not any like precedent, right? It could legitimately go either way, but this one, I don't think Ethan's got any chance of winning against Noah Samson. Oh, it's Noah Samson in the Sun. What the fuck, chat? Where did he get that? Is that what that is? Look at the Sun. I couldn't tell till now, but I think it's supposed to be Noah. I think it's like Noah's mustache. Ryan Kavanaugh, she's destroyed. I mean, I guess he did learn. Yeah, Ryan Kavanaugh absolutely, subdued him, submitted him, destroyed Ethan's ass so badly that now he likes the idea of suing people. Wait, who was it Ryan Kavanaugh's lawyer destroyed him so bad? It's producer Dan, are you sure? I guess you could be right. It looks like a messed up version of Noah Samson. It looks like a parody. They're trying to be like, Noah Samson looks like this. And it's Dan, for real?
It's not about that.
We're sure it's not tomfoolery, right?
Gender equality is at the...
It is very creepy. Like that. I feel like this Sun is it's not allowed near schools.
At the core of everything I do, and Noah as well.
What?
So take solace, my friends, all of you. Equality reigns.
He is very much doing the supervillain thing, right? It doesn't even feel like he is thinking of himself as talking to an audience, right? Chat, I said I was a little bit I said that I saw his views and they're still going down. He had like 12K in chat when I saw this live. But I'm wondering if those are like lower numbers, like, because what I was thinking is like, it's weird that he's got a drama thumbnail and that he's not getting more views, because generally what the drama stuff is for is when Ethan is losing relevance, he tries to, chase somebody's clout. He tries to start some shit, right? That's where the drama comes in. And generally the drama thumbnail will have anywhere from, I don't know, it'll get him more views. This time, I don't know if that was the case. In fact, I'm wondering if maybe there's like less views. I'm wondering, like, I'm trying to imagine myself as an H3 fan. I'm here for goofs and gaffs. I hate Hasan. I hate all of your detractors. I hate all your enemies, Ethan. But am I enjoying this content? Am I like, yeah, that's my guy. Go get him. Go get him, Ethan. Yeah, that's my guy. I don't think so. I don't think I'm looking at my guy and I'm saying I don't know if my guy is okay. And before he goes out and gets anybody, I wish he would go out and get help. Is really what he looks like he needs right now. It looks like he very much needs help at the moment. Proud of Sam for leaving. Is Ian still there? Ian left, I'm pretty sure, right? Ian left.
In America, 2026, at least in this house. In this house.
Vamp says it looks like Dan.
Of all races and ethnicities are being sued. That's what it means to be American. And I apologize for the horrible optics that
Ethan, there's a lot of Americans that dream of a day when all the fucking petty rich tyrants, all right, are going to be disabused of their power, are going to have their toys forcibly taken away from them by the fucking government. When people get sick of your rich guy bullshit, you, my friend, are a comrade without knowing it, because your actions are contributing to the emerging class consciousness that one day will separate you from your ill-gotten wealth. And I'm not going to cry a fucking tear, Ethan. I'm not going to cry a fucking tear. It's going to be because of assholes like you. You had a real good thing going. You had a real good thing going being on the top half of American capitalism, but it wasn't enough for you, was it? God damn, Ethan. God damn. No self-awareness whatsoever. That's a damning sin. Like, I mean, you know, the actions of a detached noble class that lives at Versailles and has no idea what is in store for them on the other side of those tennis courts.
Three women. I tried to convince everybody. I said,
metaphorically, not
about their gender.
Geographically.
It's about their statements on the record.
I will love a woman.
Their intentions to steal from me, but that wasn't enough. And so I stand before.
They stole from me. I'll never let them. I'll never forgive them.
Are you a man?
I'll never let them go.
One of the people, a man of all people, genders.
I've been waiting a long time, but I'm just saying, many doctors, like for the fact that, you know, that the capitalist class has had it this good for this long, and they've acted like such fucking assholes. And like, I don't know if Ethan realizes that he's contributing to that and just associating himself with that, and like everything he fucking does to try to build himself up and cope that he's not eating L after L after L as he goes from being a fucking A-list YouTuber, one of the legends of YouTube, to being more irrelevant than iDubbbz. Sorry, iDubbbz. I'm sure you'll find your way back to the spotlight, iDubbbz. No bad, you know, thoughts towards, you know, iDubbbz or Anissa. They've been through a lot, chat. They've been through a lot, and apparently now Anissa is giving Nick Diorio shit. We'll have to talk about that at some point. I always tell you I'm gonna do a Diorio stream, and I never actually do it, but someday.
With lawsuit complaint in hand, Noah Samson, I am suing you. Pa! Paper on the desk. Hear ye, hear you. Shh, shh, shh. Sleep well tonight, sweet prince.
Look, there's a thing called a broken stair, right? It's a concept, right? And it's generally about a person, right? It's the metaphor is the broken stair, right? But we're talking about a person. A broken stair is a person that everybody in a community or group knows is dangerous. You don't want to deal with them. You don't want to mess with them. They do, you know, bad shit. They're you know, a danger to the community, but the community has learned to stay clear of them, right? And then somebody else comes into the community and they don't know, and they fall through the broken stair and they hurt themselves, right? And there's what that speaks to is the tendency of a community, if it can avoid confrontation with a dangerous element in it, to especially if that dangerous element has some sort of power, to just do that. Right? And that goes on until somebody's daughter gets hurt, until somebody's son gets hurt, right? Till somebody's grandmom gets hurt. And then the community talk amongst themselves, and they decide to take that broken stair out. Now, of course, chat, this is all metaphors I'm speaking of, and the metaphor that, just to be really clear about it, the metaphor I'm talking about is the YouTube community deciding to get together and take action to eliminate the threat once and for all. Okay? Like, right, in the way that we do, through content. Yes, through content. That's how we solve disputes. ultimately coming down to it. We don't try to use, slimy, tactics of going after, people's channels. We don't go after people in court, especially over copyright shit. And when somebody crosses the line, we go after them the way that we went after Colleen Ballinger, and we fucking destroyed her. I mean, not me, like I'm acting like I'm like this little bit, right? I'm like this little bit, I'm like lifting this giant, like, these weights like on the bench press, and my spotter is like, that's all you, girl. But in reality, I'm just like this little bit. But yeah, Colleen, like, I mean, look, YouTube used to know how to take care of a fucking predator like Ethan Klein, right? And it wasn't with anything, it wasn't anything, violent or scary or legal or, abusing the fucking, reporting system or anything like that. It's literally through fucking, turning him into Colleen Ballinger. Chat, we got to put the fucking ukulele in this guy's hand already. All right. And yes, shut off his fucking, I'm sorry, I'm going to say it, nobody should watch this guy. Nobody should donate to this guy. Right? If you're supporting his fucking jealousy habit, you're part of the problem. Anyway.
Gender equality suffrage for all women has been achieved here in America 2026. Thank you. And congratulations, Noah Samson.
And the first thing we do, chat, is we take down that crooked cop, Nicholas DiOrio. All right?
You've done it.
He should be the guy making the fucking expose video on Ethan, right? If he had any fucking moral consistency,
excuse me,
he would.
I got it.
And he was around when YouTube actually took care of business. He would, I think he would know what the fuck I'm talking about. Even if he doesn't admit it. God, I'm sorry, chat. I'm sick of this shit. All right? I'm fucking sick of this shit. It doesn't feel good to see, Casey Tron worrying about how she's going to take care of her family. It doesn't feel good, to hear about Frogan getting fucking chased down. And it doesn't feel good, even though maybe Noah could handle it. Maybe he's like better resourced than a lot of people to be able to handle this. And maybe he could actually, maybe that's the answer, chat. Maybe a Noah countersuit is the fucking answer. Maybe that's what needs to happen, because I do think that Noah, from what I remember about the whole girlfriend thing, I think Noah might actually have a case against him. I don't know, like, how do you how much does it take to shut the faucet off? Like, how much do you have to threaten? And that if he gets his finances threatened at all, he's going to bring his kids on, on the stream, and he's like, the people want my kids to starve to death, I guess. They're saying that you shouldn't donate to the H3. I guess they want my kids dead. I guess they want CPS to come and dude, what? He'll fucking bitch and scream, but like, that's the only way, chat. That's the only way, right? The only guy that does this much litigation is a guy that has way too much money. Let's see if Noah can do something about that. Let's see if Denims can. I don't know. Denims doesn't have like a countersuit or anything. There's not like anything on the table. Maybe could she get lawyers? Could she get like attorney's costs? Maybe. I just take it out of him. Take it as much as you can. Right? Take it out of this guy, because every bit of, spare income he has, he's going to use to hurt people. And I'm seriously done with this. The actual lawsuit is insane. It's defamatory towards Noah in the first sentence. The lawsuit, what happens when a lawsuit itself is defamatory? I don't know. That seems bad. You notice Dan, what is Dan up to? Oh yeah, people are saying that they're pointing out that the crew has been silent. You'll notice Dan, who made the initial claim that no, as an essayer, is very quiet. Yeah, I guess he would be on the chopping block too. metaphorical, of course. Just let's be real clear. We're not talking about like physical chopping blocks. We're not talking about cutting boards. We're talking about metaphorical ones.
Now, talk about freedom. Yes.
What is that? A stream deck? That's a stream deck. He's holding a stream. Wait, he has a stream deck. What is the stream deck for?
One from the gender thing, which is very important, but
I had a quick question.
Yeah, that's a stream deck. That's a big one too. Mine is not. I don't think mine is.
When you were saying it was hard to locate him, he was on the lam. I don't know if you could say where, but I'm picturing him like in a Saddam Hussein type bunker situation. Like,
wow, that's your frame of. That's really funny, dude. Remember the Iraq War? Remember how cool it was when we thought that Saddam was the evil guy, and we are gonna go get him? He's down in a spider hole. You just got to get him out of the spider hole, and then everything will be better. Everything will be fucking flowers and roses and confetti in Iraq. What a dumb fuck. What a dumb bastard. And what a stupid time to bring this up when we're repeating the mistakes of George W. Bush under supposedly not a neocon administration.
Kind of like
he may have been in a hole
out
with ventilation.
Where was he? Can you say?
The truth is, I don't know, because all I can say is he wasn't on any utilities or rental agreements or anything that any normal functioning member of society would be on, where it would be, you could locate them.
That's fucking crazy. Your lease can be, they can find you via your lease. Is that what he's saying?
To serve them with a lawsuit. He was off the grid. He was with, as far as I know, he was.
Because here's the thing. I mean, all well and good, as long as I guess, you're just using this to, facilitate lawsuits. I guess that's, how it's gotta work if somebody doesn't want to be a part of a lawsuit. But chat, do you trust Ethan to only use this shit for lawsuits? Considering that that's not what happened with Keffels, considering that all that power went to her head, and chat, she did not have the kind of money that Ethan Klein has, right? Keffels, got a lot of money donated to her. It's very flush for a short amount of time, but just, kind of spin it down, way too fast, and ran out of funds before she realized it.
With Ban Empanada and what is it? Uruguay.
Like, that's a weird country. Oh my God, Uruguay? Or like, yeah, no, it's just a country in South America.
Right. But he's
bad.
No, it turns out he's right here in beautiful California.
Noah, I'm sure. I'm assuming not Bad Empanada.
Right here. Did you know he drives a Tesla? Isn't that funny? I think people knew that, but they weren't sure if he still had it.
Why is that funny? I don't know. Lots of people.
Because he's
honestly, it would be funny if it was a Cybertruck. Okay, that's what would be funny. But if he has like a Tesla that he bought years ago, he's not really that much different than a lot of people in California.
Flippin' Samson, champion of the people, out there driving the Elon Musk car.
I love Tesla.
Who is, he's saluting the Nazis guy, right? I mean, he's like the
Ethan, who's the saluting the Nazis guy? Oh wait, this one. Okay, I got to show you this. I told you that we had a Queemon clip. I haven't shown Queemon in a long time. It's not that we don't like Queemon. All right, it's just that Queemon has not really been relevant to what we're talking about. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to. I like Queemon, okay, compared to other commentary streamers. Sure, there's lots we'd have to disagree about, but there would be lots that we'd agree about anyway. Yeah. So here's Queemon as a cowboy.
The thumbnail depicted Ethan performing a Nazi salute to the Israeli flag.
There is no fucking
way, dude. There is literally no fucking way he's gonna try and make this argument, dude. So guys, Ethan Klein claiming in his lawsuit that this is a depiction of Ethan Klein performing a Nazi salute to an Israeli flag. Now, I'll give you guys some charity.
So hungry.
There may be one or two of you fucking idiots who see this and think, well, maybe, is he not doing that? Is that not what's happening? What are you noticing here, guys? What are you noticing here?
So, yeah, part of the lawsuit was Noah claiming that Ethan did a Nazi salute, or that he used this in his video, I guess, in his thumbnail. They show the thumbnail? No, not yet. Queenman's about to show it.
Of Ethan Klein performing a Nazi salute to an Israeli flag. Now, I'll give you guys some charity, okay? There may be one or two of you fucking idiots who see this and think, well, maybe, is he not doing that? Is that not what's happening? What are you noticing here, guys? What are you noticing here? What are we noticing here? Are we seeing what's actually happening here? It's
so
just
now Queeman is saying this is, I guess, the image, right? Like maybe even a cutout from the Ethan thumbnail. Now I want to point out that thumbnail. Could you? Yeah, I guess you could. I guess you could download. There's ways to like download the thumbnail and not have the timestamp on it, the time marker on it. So yeah, you could get maybe a full version of that Ethan. I'm gonna guess though, maybe because just I've looked at a lot of thumbnails, that these are two separate shots of Ethan from the same show and from the same movement, because he did do the, you know, when Elon did the Nazi salute, Ethan thought it would be funny for him to do the Nazi salute as well.
content nuke pose. It's the same thing. It's just slightly bigger. Over a backdrop of Gaza. In this one, it's an explosion. And
It does. Okay, the expression looks very similar. Yeah, it's very. If it's not the same frame, it's very close together, or maybe even like Queeman's suggesting, the same image. I'm just saying, like, if I was looking to use that asset, I would I would try to find it in Ethan's VOD, cut it out there, and then get it cut out, because like cutting it out from the content nuke is going to be a pain. But
fucking Nazi salute. This is in his lawsuit. It's his own still. If Noah is depicting you doing a Nazi salute, then you are doing a Nazi salute. That is literally just follows. That just follows. This is your part.
So what is the contention that, like, because Noah didn't note on the thumbnail, Ethan isn't actually doing a Nazi salute out of allegiance to Hitler or anything like that. He's making fun of Elon Musk because it didn't have a like asterisk parody, like Ethan doesn't mean this or something. You're responsible for telling the audience that Ethan didn't mean to support the Nazis in doing this.
Your image that you selected as a thumbnail image. If you are saying that Noah, using that same image, that same pose, and the same composition on his thumbnail, is depicting you doing a Nazi salute, then what am I supposed to read other than in your original video?
Because I don't think the Ethan video, I think, was, look, my concept of what this is, it's not, I mean, I don't know, chat, maybe it's not even Ethan doing the Nazi salute. It looks like he's doing like this, right? Which is a soy face, right? There's a soy jack that is like pointing behind, and another one that like I think he's just doing kind of a soy jack, maybe. I don't know. I don't even think this is necessarily, now it could be when, I don't know how, if he went like forward or if he went, you know, to the side like Elon. I'm guessing maybe he did it like Elon, so this could be him doing that. He did do the salute, that did happen, but now I'm even questioning whether it's from then, because it, like, I mean, the content nuke I always thought was just Ethan being like, look at that, look at Hasan getting blown up, that's crazy, man. I never thought of it as being like Ethan is somehow sig heiling to Hasan. Is that the idea? You're a Nazi, so I'm gonna sig heil. Is that the I really don't know. I'm confused now. Did Ethan mean to, use a image of him doing a Nazi salute, or did Ethan mean to do a soy jack? I am like legitimately confused now.
In the thumbnail, you were depicting yourself doing a Nazi salute. How else am I supposed to read that? How else am I supposed to read that? This is in his
Yeah, it's just like Ethan pointing like a meme, but he's saying then, I guess in the fucking lawsuit, that Noah did this, put him in the picture like that to like slander him and say that he was, to make people think that he was doing a Nazi salute, and which I don't think would be libel, right? If you show somebody doing something that looks like a Nazi salute, I can't come and sue you by saying, hey, that picture looks like I'm doing a Nazi salute. I wasn't doing a Nazi salute, but you didn't say anywhere that I wasn't doing a Nazi salute. Therefore, your audience might think that I am doing a Nazi salute, and that might hurt my reputation, resulting in X amount of financial. I can't do that, Chad. That's not a lawsuit that would ever go down. Ethan is entirely lying in all of his suits. Yeah, just hoping the judges are dumb as fuck, I guess. He didn't do the salute in that suit. He is doing the soy point. That's what I thought. All right, finish the Queeman thing, finish the Ethan thing.
Guys, this is the first claim.
Okay, there's so yeah, good on you, Queeman. We're finding that. I don't think we're going to get that deep into the Ethan video today. Maybe tomorrow. Are people interested in going over Ethan's case, or is that maybe not? He's fucked up in this, like, to the point where I'm just like, are other people noticing anything? There it is. Okay, so Ethan Klein sues Noah Samson is showing up. Okay, so yeah, there's legal mindset, lowly mindset, as I don't know why they call this guy that, but they do. They call him lowly mindset sometimes. Unlike his copyright infringement lawsuit, the new defamation lawsuit against Noah Samson is going to be an uphill battle for Klein, particularly with California's strong anti-slap protections. Yes, do a Hamido. You ever play Final Fantasy Tactics, right? If you train somebody as a monk, you can teach them a technique that's called Hamido, which is like a counter, except that they do it before they're struck. Whereas a counter, you get struck and you strike back. A Hamido, you strike before your opponent can strike, and you prevent them from striking. So, yeah, if you could do a Hamido lawsuit, right? Just get a judge that's a big Squaresoft fan, and I'm sure they will have played Tactics and or the War of the Lions. Ethan's lawsuit against Noah Samson. He claims Noah's thumbnail. So a lot of people are, yeah, the Queeman looks like maybe not the only one who noticed this. Noah's or maybe he was the first, I don't know. That the photoshopped Ethan Klein doing the Nazi salute towards the Gaza Strip with the Israeli flag on the background. In Ethan video, he's doing the exact same pose on the thumbnail, the content nuke, right? It does look like, now that I look at it closer, it does look like the exact same frame. Is there anyone that Ethan Klein hasn't sued at that point? This point? Oh God, I love Ethan. We need more CCs to punish those blatantly. What does that mean? CCs. Anybody know? Ethan Klein has been threatening to sue Noah Samson for a while. Feels like decades. Ethan Klein's producer baselessly accused. Yeah. This is the whole thing. Yeah. Like, I mean, he should get fucking hit with a countersuit, or you know. Tirade about Theo Von while justifying Israel's most recent mass slaughter. Oh no, that's Big Bungie, chat. That's a that's like a commentary dude. That's like a Hasan hater, right? That would normally just like shit on Noah either because he's associated with Hasan, or maybe just because he did a video against Think Before You Sleep, and Big Bungie is like low key. I think kind of on that side of things. But yeah, defending Noah Samson. against Ethan's and this is what they're calling Ethan, and I told you this would happen. I said this right here is how Destiny's community thinks of Ethan, right? So the idea that, you know, that they're literally just using him as a chess piece. There is no concern for that guy, and honestly, I don't think they like him. And especially now that he, you know, that he had the little spat with Destiny, they definitely hate him. Noah raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for Palestinian charities and dedicated the majority of his channel's coverage to speaking up against genocide and war crimes committed by his own government. Find it curious that Ethan Klein is not also racing for a defamation suit against Destiny for repeatedly calling him a PDF who violates his own children. Yep.
By the way, just to be clear, if you were, I would never suggest this, but if you were the kind of person who suggested for some reason that Ethan Klein has or currently molests his children, that is a statement of fact. That is not a statement of opinion. That is open to defamation pursuit, okay?
Everything has to tie back to me. And Hasan has had a lot of success in trying to tie people back to me. Like I said, I think this is why I call Ethan a pedophile all the time, who fucks his kids or whatever. It's because Ethan gave in, because he's a spineless fucking hack, to this type of attack where he's like, no, I'm not like Destiny. Destiny doesn't get me talking about.
Just hypothetically, if such a person existed who accused Ethan Klein, who said, literally as a statement, Ethan Klein molests his kids, I would probably try to pursue that, you know? Just hypothetically, unless you're right. Oh, hold on. Holy X Grail. Unless there's a reason that defamation lawsuit wouldn't go through, but I have no reason to suspect that. Like, you know, I do know that truth is an absolute defense against defamation, but I have no reason to suspect that anybody who would say that is telling the truth. Unless Ethan Klein just didn't sue them, that would be odd. But hey, I don't know, man.
Wow. J-Stalk, you are totally feeding into conspiracy theories. I must disavow. Oh no. Guess who's got a podcast, chat? Oh my god.
For decades now, Americans have been told that we should trust the system, but our children are sicker, chronic diseases exploding, and the answer is that we've been getting...
Here's the thing, like, right, there was energy to do, like, anti-vax stuff, to do mass deportations, to do, you know, transphobia, like, in you know, put into law, right? There was energy for, like, all or any of these projects, but Trump has kind of shitted away now, and I don't think a lot of this is going to have the purchase that it would prior, right? You know, there's definitely like a lot of like anti-vax, you know, moms out there that are, you know, that were at one point eating out of Robert F. Kennedy's hand. I'm not sure how they feel now after the, you know, outbreak of measles and, you know, multiple diseases that we thought we had eliminated or kind of, you know, making a comeback because of this guy.
Aren't working. Many of us have come to the conclusion that government actually lies to us.
His voice hurts my head. It feels like he's sitting on the toilet, and like any second you're gonna hear a plop because he's like, any second now, I'm sure that my bowels will evacuate onto the. Sorry, I should not do his voice.
I'm Robert F. Kennedy.
Should not do his
Jr.,
voice.
HHS secretary. This podcast is about telling the truth, especially when it's uncomfortable.
And the truth is, I've had to crap stuck in me for the last week since I don't eat vegetables. I only eat meat.
I'm going to have fearless conversations with critical thinkers, including independent doctors, respected scientists, and leaders in medical innovation and research. I'm going to ask the questions and lift the taboos and expose the hypocrisy. And
it's funny how much of the shit that could have independently like had a bigger effect on the American culture on its own, because it's stuck to MAGA, it's gonna die on the vine. All right, whatever he gets passed, it's gonna be undone in the next administration, if not sooner. And I have a feeling that there may be big shakeups in the Trump administration as well. You know, an insane amount of people called for him to resign this time, and even after he tacoed, a lot of them are not relenting. So they're.
By the way, just to be clear, if
hey God, I'm not saying that Ethan does anything bad to his children. I'm just saying that if he didn't, you'd think that he would be suing. You'd think that he'd be up in arms, unless, of course, you know, that was not something that he could disprove. And
White supremacy X. Yes. Anyway, let's take a look at the complaint. But first, let me talk about the Great Wolf Lodge.
Or not. Wait, what's he doing with the Great Wolf Lodge?
I guess I should keep it. Let's stay focused here. After that intro.
What? This is like a place that. Why did this came up recently? Well, yeah, Professor Jing talked about it, right? Yeah, there's one in like the Seattle area that I haven't been to it, but like it's like an indoor water park kind of deal. It's like a hotel with like a really good indoor water park, really cool like water slides and stuff.
And then we'll circle back around to the Great Wolf Lodge, of which I always have a lot.
Oh, he got sick there. Yeah, of course. My fucking pediatrician, when I was a little kid, told my mom not to take us to water park. She said it's a fucking factory for disease. Same thing about pools, pools, even with the chlorine, right? That you pick up a lot of shit there, right? Yeah, it's kind of a known fact, right? That like I think a lot of people get sick from water parks. Just turning South Park jokes into reality. Wait, what happened wasn't there like what was the whole thing? Cartman didn't like that there was minorities at the water park or something. Their milk initiative. Oh yeah, and they're inverted. Oh, those South Park jokes. Yeah.
A lot to say. So here's the complaint. Stamped by the judge, of course. There's other ways to serve people who are on the lam, by the way, and it's not.
We waited till he went to Great Wolf Lodge, and I actually served him myself. I don't know. We camped out. Me and my kids camped out outside of his room.
Oh, it takes a great effort.
Turns out that Noah had been living at Great Wolf Lodge
exhausted
since I threatened to sue last year.
And in some cases, not so reasonable attempts to serve them. And finally, your only option is to serve them in the press. After you've exhausted.
Is that what he did?
You say, Judge, we've done everything we can. We cannot find this person.
That's crazy. When nobody reads newspapers, serve them in the press. I mean, look, it might have made sense in like 1958, but.
And so you get permission. You take out.
Wait, it's because people aren't careful with baby diapers at the water park? So it's literally like people getting like food poisoning from getting poopy water in their mouth? Yeah. I mean, you're right. There's always going to be babies at water parks and they're... Wait, how are you supposed to... What is the protocol that you're supposed to do? Are you supposed to have a diaper on a baby in the pool? Or are you supposed to have... How does it work, chat? How do you take a baby to a pool? If you're a parent, I'm assuming you'd think he'd developed an immunity for. Yeah, you would. Yeah, you should not take babies, says Morbear. That's true. I mean, that's true. A lot of the water park rides are definitely not for babies. I mean, there's like maybe a like little shallow pool, maybe that you can take them to. Nanny case is held off for a year, I think. Oh yeah, the nanny case. I forgot about that.
Times or wherever saying, "Hear ye, Noah Samson. You are being served."
That is so ridiculous. That is so ridiculous that works, right, chat? So if seriously, like if somebody fucking can't find your ass, and then they can just print it ask the judge to print it in the media, and it like, oh yeah, well sorry you didn't read. Sorry you didn't read every page of the LA Times on this one day. Or even if they run it for like a week, chat. Like, what is that? That's so ridiculous that they can do that. Worked at a water park and a country club, and staff was a huge problem. Damn.
Isn't that crazy?
That's why a lot of people will complain about the chlorination levels at pools. But That chlorine is in there for a reason.
We didn't have to do that, thankfully. That's some good subs right there, boy.
Takes a sip of his soda, says that's a yummy sip of soda. Goes perfectly with my racism. Yeah, based. CPS was literally a half-hour interview to see that the kids are okay. That's all it was. Yeah, they're like obligated to do. But yeah, the entitlement of Ethan, like, of course you should know that my kids are not in a harm's way, even though I fucking tell a story about feeding them shit on my podcast.
Tastes especially good today, brother.
Trying to do Hasan? Okay.
Feel hydrated.
So is he doing the Hank Packer?
Now this document.
Yeah, I said earlier, to me, Noah Samson disappeared in that he was not in my feed nearly as much in the past year, but maybe he was trying to like legitimately, maintain a low profile to get away from Ethan's crazy ass.
I'll say
it's 14 pages.
Good guess. It's significantly more, actually. That would be an anemic complaint, actually, 14 pages in this case. I know, Dark Viper, that's an unfathomable amount of text.
Well, look, at least Noah's got an LLC. So my understanding is that Ethan can come after, somebody can correct me if they're a lawyer or know more than I do in chat. Ethan can come after Noah's resources, Ethan can come after the company's resources, Samson LLC or whatever. He can't come after Noah's personal belongings, I believe.
But it's not about him today.
Which might really limit the damages, right? It might really limit the damages.
It's actually quite important to me. It archives.
I mean, I don't think the damages are going to matter though. Seriously, from what I've seen, this lawsuit is going straight down the toilet.
And sets forth for the record all the defamatory bullshit that has been peddled by Noah and everyone else across the internet.
Oh, great. So he's going to come for everybody.
Baseless.
Great.
Disgusting. Hurtful accusations that I support genocide. So this is about holding Noah Samson accountable. As
chat, I feel like you could never get sued for saying somebody supported a genocide. I think that's such a fucking subjective thing, right? What is support for a genocide? You got to prove that the other person lied knowingly and maliciously with the intent to do damage to your reputation. That's what you got to prove. And I just don't think that in any case you could ever prove, I mean, granted, it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's like the most likely what the, jury thinks or what a judge thinks. 30 minutes of genocide support. He does over Lebanon later in the show. No, seriously, they don't have this shit time stamped up, chat. And I am, oh my God, I've been on for 8 hours. We'll go a little bit further. We're going to have to pick up on this tomorrow if you don't mind, chat. I'm going for 6. The idea is 4 to 6 hours, like 4 hours. We don't hit the bonus goal, 5 or 6 hours if we do hit the bonus goal, but I'm I can't not give you like the full story. I don't know. I'm incapable of cutting it off prematurely. And
one of the main peddlers of this horrible defamation, but in large, just defending myself, my name.
Your ego. Your fucking ego is what it is.
Or Twitter, which is where I know Hasan.
Oh, look at that. Twitch is a lot less interested in Ethan Klein.
No, this is going to be litigated.
Than they are in Asmongold.
And potentially even a jury.
Either that or it's just way late.
And I'm willing to put that on the line. Here it is. Shall I? Number 1, introduction. Defendant, can I, and we'll need something real nice, some kind of good music there. Hit me up there. Maybe the Haga Navila?
Oh, shit.
Not that one.
All right, chat. We're going to continue this, okay? I think tomorrow. I do believe we'll continue this tomorrow. I just realized that we got to raid right now. I had 55 earlier. I would have liked to send them all. We have a lot less watching now because I switched the content up to Ethan, and a lot of Twitch just dipped out at that point, right? Ethan has that effect on people. I've got 27 of you in the chat. Can we get a few more? Because I want to send a raid into lesbian hot sauce. I almost said lesbian hot house. Have I ever said lesbian hot house by accident instead? Get in the robot chat, because it is they're playing through Chrono Trigger and they are voice acting it, okay? Okay, so I'm gonna, at the same time that raid starts cooking, I'm gonna once again shout out my Patreons. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, at the monthly level, you will get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. So let me do those now. Shouts out to Nero Burgos. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al. Shouts out to Darvel. Shouts out to Joel Siverwood. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. Chat. With that being done, I am rating you on into Lesbian Hot House. Correct. It's going to be a garden stream. No, yeah, it's Chrono Trigger and voice acting. So even if you're, you might even check out Lesbian Hot Sauce is the name of the channel, not Hot House. Check out their playthrough, and they're going to be voice acting through it too. So yeah, there we go with the shout out. Thank you. Let's see what is sounding like over there. Can I wonder if I'd be okay letting some Squeenix music come through. Oh. Okay. So we're not using the music for the game, so I cannot. Yeah, we got 29 in there. It's better than nothing, chat. It's a little. I gotta be real. It's a little bit underwhelming. All right, we gotta really try to figure out a way to connect like Twitter through to to Twitch and to YouTube and to kind of they got massive attention last night. It's not very hard. I'm pretty sure I know what the Twitter audience is looking for now. But yeah, we gotta try harder next time. And again, chat, don't expect streams this long. I mean, I always give them to you, but then I always say I'm gonna try to stream like a more reasonable amount of time, because the like shorter hours I stream, the easier it is to stream 5, 6, even 7 days a week, which I've done in the past. It's not that hard, but yeah, I don't know. I've been catching up with sleep a lot lately after being sick for several months. So anyway, much love to everyone. Take care of yourself and each other. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for keeping us relevant. And wow, I never finished my Chrono Trigger. Here, I'm gonna say this in chat. I never finished my Chrono Trigger playthrough. The character design is really cool. It's the if you don't know, it's the is it Toriyama or Toyotara? I can't remember, but somebody involved with Dragon Ball Z is behind the art, so the art will be very familiar to a lot of people. You all know this, chat. It's a classic game. Probably more you know more about it than me. Much love, everybody. Take care of yourself and each other. Make sure to like the stream on the way out, and thank your mod, because they are keeping you safe in ways that you maybe can't. See you at MR. Hey, Medi Doctors, if I stay up that late, I might have an early evening. Right, I've been up all night. Just craziness happened. My Twitter account came alive again and just pushed out a banger tweet, and yeah, I was I need some sleep, but we'll see. Maybe I'll still be awake when Sham and is it Sam and Emma? No. Thursday, Emma. Majority Report, I believe. It's a Majority Report. I'm going to say tonight, but to you it's this morning. And yeah, I've thought about doing streams like late, right? I've thought about like, because it's what time is it for me? It's 8 o'clock. Fuck. So if I started right now, 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central, and 6 o'clock Pacific, that is 3 hours before the Majority Report starts. I don't know, chat. I mean, I could always try to do short streams at night, because yeah, sometimes I just don't wake up early enough, right? I wake up and the time I would be to stream is basically like the middle of the night, which, nobody's here, or that's not true. I do get viewership, but a lot of people are asleep, so it's harder to interact with the chat, and it's just not how I roll. So yeah, Thursday, we call it Thursday. Anyway, I may or may not be, considering how late it is. So that means it's 3 hours. In 3 hours, I don't know. I may still be awake. That's true. Okay, so maybe see some of you at the Majority Report, maybe not. If not, I'm going to try to be on stream tomorrow. I think we got to cover the rest of this. There may be other stuff that we have to cover by then too. The Destiny War on Leftists, though, it's really boring. So at least we got that figured out. Unless Destiny's going to go and debate Pisco and like crash out, I'm not there. I don't want to see any more his bullshit research streams. Like, fuck that guy. Seriously. Chad, if I ever do a productivity stream or an editing stream or anything like that, I'll make sure to try to make it way more interesting than his bullshit research streams, which is basically like him sitting there like playing Mugenics and just watching and not saying shit. He's basically a few steps removed from Sniper Wolf, or Sniper XX Wolf, or XX Sniper, whatever her name is, chat. Not surprised Asmongold got sued by Afghani shepherds. No, he got banned because of his comment about a hypothetical Afghani shepherd. I think it was a thought experiment that he was proposing to show you how he thinks Middle Eastern people are stupid and that their opinions shouldn't count for anything. I don't know. It's just racist. But it's very similar when you get down to the essence to what he said a few years ago about Palestinians living in an inferior culture. It's just like, he's really racist, and he's like, but what? I'm not wrong. And it's like, yeah, dude, you're wrong and you're dumb and you should read a fucking book, but you won't, because he's Asmongold. Anyway, much love, everyone. I will see you